Yo, good morning.
What is good, people of the world? I would say the people of a certain occasion, but we are international here at the Fivers.
That indeed we are.
That indeed we are, my friend.
Where's
What
your
is
Welsh
good?
flag, mate?
What do you mean, where's my Welsh flag?
Where's your Welsh flag? You were talking about having a Welsh flag at the, behind you, and
Well, yeah, it's back up on a pole now.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Dude, I'll send you the
He
video.
stole the neighbor's. He stole the neighbor's Welsh flag. Let's go and return it. Like, ooh.
Just stand there and give me your flag.
Okay, go to skip. Quick, go.
I got the missus there. CC, stay and watch. You watch that side. She's there like, babe, quick, they're coming. We're all like scurrying off.
They see the flag at half mast. They're like, oh.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. half mast.
I'm in a rush to put it up. I'm in a rush to put the flag back up. I put it up upside down. It's like, no, Wales has fallen.
We are no longer a democratic republic of Wales.
What has happened? Oh,
Lost
man.
in democrary.
Anyway,
Anyway,
we
good
have
morning,
had a
everybody.
change. We have had a change in political party, so I'm sure there are a few people who may have done that.
They
knows?
just off-lost their flag. They're like, death of democracy, guys.
Mate, who knows?
Democracy.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh man, what's good, guys? How are we doing in chat? Come say good morning to us on this weird and wonderful Wednesday. Come give us a fat thumbs up as you join into the stream as well, guys. That is the first thing you must do. The second thing you must do is subscribe to the channel if you are new here. And the third thing you must do is say good morning to, I would say us handsome gentlemen, but, you know, he's wearing, I don't know what he's wearing today, so. Maybe it's just me who's the handsome gentleman, I suppose. Dude, you rock a beanie, I will admit, though. you do rock a beanie.
I've got so many as well.
You've got like a proper sort of like, what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for, man? It's beanie glasses and like.
Are you trying to say that I look like a hipster?
Yeah, hipster. That's the one.
Yeah, I knew that was gonna come.
You're welcome. You got like a proper hipster look going on.
Look like a proper hipster. Now I just need a vape, mate. If I have a vape.
Yeah, oh my god, yeah! Please tell me you get LJ. Get LJ. Post your vape to Rich.
I'll just ask my brother. Just
That's fair. Yeah.
bring your vape.
Let's see if he's in chat. MGN, are you in chat?
Yeah, he's in.
He is in chat. MGN, greetings. Go drop your brother a vape so he can finish his hipster look. You're missing a pair of braces.
Braces?
Yeah.
Do they have braces?
Yeah, like is it? Yeah.
Suspenders.
Braces. Yeah, I say suspenders as well, but every time I say suspenders, I got a couple of mates that go really dirty with it, and they're like, "Oh no, they're not suspenders. These are suspend." And then they'll show me like a picture of a girl wearing suspenders. So I just call them braces now. So I'm like,
dude,
yeah.
braces to me are like teeth braces,
Same as
or
that.
like a back brace.
Yeah. So suspenders. There's two types of suspenders. There's the our favorite type of suspenders, I'm sure, and
The
then
gentleman ones.
And then you get the gentleman ones.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm glad we're on the same page when we say suspenders. I just didn't want to say suspenders on stream, and then someone out there is gonna go, "Well, they're not." You know, it was just. So I went with the sort of safer option with braces.
It's a funny country that you live in that all of your mates are like, "Oh, those aren't suspenders. They show you suspenders," and then shows you photos of gladly dressed people.
Yeah, fair.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's not a weird world we live in or a weird country. It's weird people I seem to used to hang out with.
Yeah, it's like who you attract. Hopefully, you're attracting better people. Attract better people.
Yeah, I've gone from a circle of like 5-10 people to like
To a chain of.
just me.
Oh, okay.
I hang out with me. I hang out with my brother. I hang out with my brother's girlfriend. I hang out with my girlfriend, and I hang out with my mum and dad. That is my circle. in person. The rest of my circle are internationally, like yourself, LJ, and all the guys in chat. Dirk, and all the other fantastic esteemed hosts.
You need to get yourself a polytetrahedron. So you need to get
Stay
like
with me 2 minutes, mate.
you need 20 people that can then all be interconnected, and then diamond shaped. Anyway, while he's not on the screen, I'm going to say hello to everybody. We've got Sanjay saying hi, sir, good morning to you. We've got AI Skeleton USA. Hello, sir, good morning to you. Are you in the US? What time is it in the US right now? Oh, dude, it's 4 o'clock in the morning in New York. That's crazy. We've got Mr. Khan here saying, great. That is good to hear. We've got Aola Wealth Hub saying hello. We've got WCB 2026. Hello there. Good morning to you. Hey, guys, what's up? Oh, dude, very good. We've got Yuhiko with a smiley face sun. Reminds me of LJ's thing. And I don't know if Will is going to realize this in a second. Reactions. It's LJ's smiley face in Discord.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. At first, I was like, what do you want about?
The Teletubby sun.
Yeah.
With LJ's face on it.
Yeah,
Going like that. It's really funny. Good evening to Henry. We've already said good morning to MGN. Good morning to Ty Keith as well. We've got Mr. Mango himself, Void Habibi with a mango.
Habibi, come to Dubai.
We've got Elliot in saying hello. We've got Daniel saying morning, fellas. We've got Usam morning all. We've got Kavish morning to London and Protea boy. I almost said Pretoria boy. We've got Lazio Barnett saying good morning, Will and Rich, looking for FOMC day. Yes, we've got the FOMC
and the Fed
day
chair.
today.
Yeah.
Yes, very much.
There's a lot coming out today.
Lazio Barnett, proudly South African. Richard, love the flag in the background. Yeah, mate. You have to represent. Everybody should represent. That's why I'm trying to get.
Dude, you know what? I know. I'll tell you what I'll do. So I've got. I'm going to be spending a lot of personal time now this week. So what I am going to be doing is, whilst I'm sorting personal time out with myself and my family, I will try my hardest to go to the shops, and I will.
Why are you talking about yourself in the third person? I will.
I've never heard that before. Wow, you're so funny.
Why, thank you. I don't know if that was sarcasm or not, because I
no,
can't read
sarcasm.
Mate. I have no ability to read sarcasm.
Genuine, compliments over here. You are hilarious.
Oh, dude, that is the smuggest of smiles.
But yeah, no, I will try and go get myself a Welsh flag. I will. Okay.
It's like that smile you give someone when they turn around and walk away and they just pissed you off and you're like,
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
I realize I've been saying anyway quite a lot. Anyway.
Yes, Mr. Anyway. There is
anyway,
the new however.
This is the new however. Yeah, that's true. Azrael Trades, good morning, guys. Theola, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Will and Rich. How are you both doing today? Will, how are you doing?
Baby. I'm gravy, baby.
Well, if you're gravy, then I am whatever gravy goes on top of. Rice, chicken, potatoes. I'm all potatoes, baby. I'm trying to say you're on top of the world, mate. Okay. And you make things better. Kavish saying today will be Vixie Day, volatile. Yeah. Okay. A joke about gravy, potatoes, and rice gets Will. It's the thing that absolutely destroys him.
Oh, okay. No, I'm good. I'm good.
Rich, do you have rich ancestry? Somehow your humor is very Irish. Yeah. My
you do, don't you?
Yeah. My grandparents are from Britain, and I think my great grandparents are from Ireland.
Ireland.
I mean, you don't get butlers outside of England or Ireland in terms of their ancestry, because that's where they're from. So you're
Yeah.
either Boutellier, which is the French side, or you're Butler, the Irish side. But they're all the same sides.
Nice.
We've got Marius in. Good morning to you. Shane Joy saying, they say you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. So when you say you hang out with weird people...
I fully own that. I'm not a normal guy.
So
hence why we get along so well.
what was that saying where they say that 1 in 10 or 8 out of 10 people are either an idiot or insane or something, and if you look around you and you see 8 people that are completely normal, congratulations.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
We've got BMPW 1422. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to you. Sleep and meditation. Good morning to you.
I like that username.
Yeah, sleep and meditation. One of my favorite things.
What?
2 guesses. Which one?
I was gonna say, sleep.
No.
No? Like a good
The
meditation.
other one.
Like a good meditation.
No, I hate meditation. It's the word and. And is my favorite one out of the 3. No, it's sleep.
You were on one today, and you?
Yeah,
You woken up in a right giggle, haven't you?
Yeah, I slept well. Is it Salji of Salye? FWNR? Great. We got Gerard saying, good morning. Good morning to you. Rich, we've got an awesome Sapphire's community in Dubai. Awesome people to hang out with. Yeah, they do like a braai. That they do. Anyway, Laszlo is asking, can we break down DAX? And then, good morning, big traders from Nigeria. Nice.
Oh, big shout out to Nigeria.
Awesome. Awesome.
All
right.
right.
What are we looking at? What are we looking at? Let's bring up a screen. Do we have your screen?
Right now, I'm
my
looking at a bit of an ugly mug, so it would be good if we could bring up a screen.
Yeah, let's bring up a screen for the stream.
Bring a screen for the stream. Otherwise, I'll scream.
A scream. Ice scream.
I scream, you scream, we all scream for a screen on screen stream.
A screen on stream.
Anyway, okay, so this is what I was looking at on the DAX on NAS. It didn't tag me. This was my prediction where Rich was in. I was wrong. So anyway, I'm sure Rich will show you and tell you where he got in on and if he got in on anything today. However, nonetheless, shit. Although, contrary to that, I wanted to get in on this area here. I was too late to the price, to be fair. So I wanted to see if we could have a pullback in this momentum here before continuing higher. We didn't get that. Instead, we got a pullback to this level, which was still a nice little level, but it just wasn't a level I wanted to be trading from. Why can't... Come on, Picasso. Yeah, look at that. And then we just sort of like dropped off in volume. We did have a bit of a pump up, although that pump wasn't enough to break and close. And then we had this just big bearish close candle now. So could this be an area to pull back to before continuing? Could it be an area that we break and close under here and start moving to the downside? I'm not too sure yet. I need to wait for price to mature. So would we have had a chance? Even if we had the chance, let's see what we would have traded. Okay, so even if we were trading in this zone this morning, I'd still be... Did we?
Yeah.
So I'd still be in a bit of break even or a bit of...
Iran warns of response if Israel does not stop Lebanon attacks. That was 2 minutes ago. And if you look at oil and gold and NASDAQ, they all had a bit of a reaction.
Huh, I can't see anything. Oh, yeah, no, here.
Yeah. Like I said, 2 minutes ago.
Oh, bloody hell, yeah. Okay, Iran warns of response if Israel does not stop Lebanon attacks.
Yeah, and that, if you go on to the 1 minute, it didn't look like much, but then you had...
Have I got WTI around here? No, I haven't. Okay. I'll tell you what, let me get WTI up.
WTI we went from 74.75 to 75.2-ish, 2 to 8. Not crazy, but a little bit of a push. Gold itself dipped ever so slightly from 4327 to 4322, so about 5 points, $5. So not major news, not major movements either. Maybe something to come.
Yeah, well, it wasn't huge, but yeah, who knows? There's supposed to be the signing tomorrow, isn't it?
Yes.
So yeah, we'll have to see how that affects and what happens there.
What happened in? Oh, it was news for GU.
Yeah,
It's like CPI.
Yeah, we had CPI out at 7 a.m. this morning, so that's what this was.
It came out exactly the same as the previous time, which was 2.8, but slightly less than what they forecast. Core CPI year on year did pick up from last time, but not as expected. PPI input dropped quite significantly from previous time, but they expected it to drop month on month input, and the output was less than expected. Well, it was same as expected, but less than previously. So overall, not great for the pound.
Dude, it hasn't been great for the pound for quite some time yet. The pound seems to be taking a bit of a hammering at the moment.
It might be a good time to look for sells on pound.
Yeah, especially if we can, this is on the 5 minute, look on the 15 minute. The 15 minute, I'd like to see a close under this zone here for the 34.085. If not, it would be nice if you are looking at that immediate reaction from, then a close around like anytime imminently. Now
We've got 10 more minutes before the 15-minute candle closes.
Yes, yeah, but we have got a minute now before the 5 minute closes. So if you are looking at like getting in, impatiently, then you could look at getting in on the 5 minute around here, or any time once this closes now. But I'd prefer to wait another 5.5 minutes for it to close.
You know what? Do you still have your player account?
Yeah. I still got my player account. I think I need to make sure I'm trading the right one. It all got shifted around, and I was like, oh.
Yeah,
what have you done?
I'm just gonna go on the one that we received from last week.
Oh, fair. Okay. I mean, I suppose I could have stayed in that one. I did move back over onto the other account. Okay, there you go. So pound has closed now really nicely. So we got 10 minutes. 10 minutes now until the 15 closes. If the 5 minute can hold here, and then the 15 minute, can start the 5 minute can start dropping on this new candle, close below this level here, 34.084. We got 10 minutes. So if we can close in 10 minutes time below this zone, I think that'd be really, really nice.
This is on the hourly. Let's go to the 5. I'm going to take a trade on this one. Wait, where the hell is the...
Wait, on what? On GU?
On GU. There it is. It's far down.
I prefer EU. EU is really nice. EU 5 minute, the 15 minute, everything is confluencing towards pushing a lower price. I do like it. We've got this nice sort of consolidation here, break, pull back, fail to, break higher, start moving down. We have failed here, to be fair, but then we consolidated, attempted to pull back up into this zone, created consolidation, broken close below it, dropped, closed under this wick here. Even if we pull back, we can pull back to here, or we can just have immediate price from here. I really like the euro potential sells. You know what? I'll tell you what. Let me get my player account up. You can trade GU. I'll trade EU on the player account.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's get ready to...
How about you and I have a little bit of a fun competition? Just for today.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
You take EU, I take GU. We take a trade now, this session, and then when we come back again, we see how it goes.
Alrighty then. You are on.
Alrighty.
Are we gonna do stupid rules here? You can only enter in once.
No, dude, you do whatever you want. You can full margin this account as well, if you so wish.
Okay.
I like this. This is exactly what I was looking for. This is lovely.
We have done a deal. We are
We've done
very
a deal.
happy. I'm very happy with the outcome. Richard Butler knows how I trade, and he knows that I like to enter many trades.
Well, let's do
Done a
this.
deal with the euro, and the euro knows that the dollar is the best currency in the entire world of the United States of the planet, and I'm king of the
The
planet.
United States of the planet. The United Planets of the solar system. The United Galaxies of the universe.
Intergalactic currency will be the dollar, because the dollar
Will be the Trump.
It will be the Trump coin. Trump coin is amazing. And
Oh,
it is
dude,
guaranteed.
I almost coffee out my nose there. I had to swallow very quickly. Okay. So, I bit the bullet. I'm just straight up taking a trade from here. Oh, I probably need to change that as well. What is this? What is this?
Okay, good. I wanted to make sure I wasn't actually full margining. I just put straight up one lot on, and I was like, ooh, I haven't actually worked out my stop here. And I was like, I may be full margining. No, I'm not. I'm all good. I'm actually only risking 1%, which is pretty gravy.
What is this? This is
I'm in an immediate sell.
100. One close to 200. Okay.
Actually, no. I'm risking 1%. It's just up
Yeah,
here.
I'm also on 1%. Let's do this. Let's make this one.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, baby. Let's make this one 15. No, yeah. Let's make this one 20.
Koresh, how many language can you guys speak? Fluently? None. I give English. I give English a good go. What's going on? Shh, no, I bought. Why did I buy? No, Will, you absolute moron.
I mean, for reasons unknown, Will has decided to be a muppet.
I just opened up a buy, not a sell, and I was like, oh yeah, I should be in good profit now. Looked at it, I'm like $13 loss. I'm like, right, well, how's that then?
Why?
I was like,
Why
price is
is
going
this-
down and I'm
Why is
selling.
this doing it?
Jesus, man, what an idiot. Sorry, Karish. How many languages can I speak? Yeah, no, fluently English. I can speak a bit of Welsh. You know, I spoke Welsh growing up, but I can. So I'm not. Yeah, I'm okay at a lot of different languages. I can understand better than I can speak. You know, so my missus is Cantonese, so I've started understanding and being able to speak a little bit of Cantonese. Welsh again, my dad, my whole family's Welsh, but my dad used to be fluent, his dad used to be fluent, so obviously being in Wales, I'm a lot better at Welsh. French, pretty good at French. My brother is basically fluent in Spanish, so he speaks to me in Spanish sometimes. So I pick up a lot of languages, but I'm fluent in none of them. Like I said, I'm barely fluent in English. But that's
However,
nonetheless. What about you, Rich?
I am fully bilingual, so English and Afrikaans, both languages equally proficient in, and I was learning a little bit of French and Swedish, and then obviously there's like these little sentences that you can say in other languages. Full on proficiency, two languages.
Yeah, like I can hold a conversation in French, I can hold a conversation in Spanish, and I can hold maybe just about hold a conversation in Cantonese. I can hold a conversation in Welsh, but I'm not fluent by any stretch of the imagination in them. Like you said, they're just enough to get by sort of thing. And even then, if when my partner starts really speaking like so when she speaks to me in Cantonese, she speaks to me like I'm slow,
An idiot.
like mentally slow. She'd be like, how she will speak to me like I'm an infant. Although when she starts speaking to like her family, for example, then I was at lunch with them
It's like a
once.
dog chasing a rabbit around a ring.
Like,
Just like
literally that. Like I
we
was, we were having food and they were all speaking to each other, and then I was just there like that.
dude,
just that.
if your
guy.
mouth is full, you can't speak. If your mouth is full constantly, you can't speak.
Yeah, I was like, just constantly got food in my mouth. And then every now and then they'd look at me and start smiling, and then Cece would say to me, "Oh,
Just to acknowledge that you still exist."
right, basically." And Cece would be like, "Oh, they're asking you this, they're talking to you this, they're saying this." So yeah, like when you're having fluent conversations with someone, you pick the language up a lot quicker. But unless you're trying to really speak it, you're not going to pick the language up as far as speaking it. So like when it comes to understanding, I was picking the language up really quickly, and it got to the point where I'd go out for food, on my own, for example, or I'd like after the gym, I'd go out for lunch, and then someone would come up to me and like ask me a question. Like I'd overhear conversations, and I'd be like, "Oh, I know what they're talking about." So I got pretty excited about that when it comes to my Cantonese, because again, Spanish and Spanish, French, they're all you can pick them up. They're all very similar. Cantonese is just beyond. It's such a difficult language to learn, and the tones alone, you could hear a word and go, "Oh, that's what that means," and you're like, "No, it means something like completely different." You're like, "Oh,
Yeah.
okay."
It's like this. Like Kavisha saying Afrikaans is almost Dutch. Well, let's say 90 to 92% of all of the words in Afrikaans is derived from Dutch. And then we've also got a lot of words that we've borrowed from other languages like French and English as well. There was a poem that my brother showed me, and it was basically, it could be read in both Afrikaans and English, but it would have slightly different meanings, obviously, but
Yeah,
exactly the same spelling every word.
dude, that's sick.
Yeah,
That's really
but
cool.
it's both English and Afrikaans. But the thing about Dutch is that if a person speaks Dutch to me, I can understand most of it.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, I remember having this conversation actually, because I remember jumping into a Discord call on like a games night, I think it was. Yes, love from Bangladesh, and it was you and your brother were in, and I was joining. We were gonna play some games and all, and I was like, "Am I having a stroke?" Because I thought you were speaking English. I was like, "What's going on right now?" And then I realized they're speaking Afrikaans to each other. But like
Yeah.
there was a couple of words, and I was like,
Ooh.
no, that's definitely not English. Is it English? No, it's definitely not English. But like, because at that time I hadn't heard you speaking a lot of Afrikaans, so I just instantly assumed that you were going to be speaking English to your brother. And then I realized you were speaking Afrikaans. I was like, that makes so much more sense. I'm not actually having a stroke. I'm not going crazy.
Am I smelling burnt toast?
Yeah.
Why does everything smell like oranges? What's going
You
on?
and you cooking toast? Yeah, no, literally that, man. It was. So yeah, no, it is pretty cool.
How do you say hi? How are you doing today in Afrikaans? So
bro.
you would say hi, hoe gaan dit met jou? Vandag, obviously. So vandag being today. Hoe is how. So how are you? Hoe gaan dit met jou? Vandag. Yo being you.
So you can understand how, like, if you're speaking, there's parts in Afrikaans that you could guess to be like, oh, that sounds like, oh, that's you, or that's how. There's some parts of Afrikaans which you're like,
What's this?
That kind of makes sense.
What is this?
Hand.
Hand.
Palm.
How do you spell hand?
HAND.
Okay. in Afrikaans, this is a hand.
Yeah, there you go then. Yeah.
And how is it spelled? H-A-N-D.
Oh, I was going to say H-U-N-D, or
It's spelled exactly the same way.
just slight different pronunciation.
Yeah, just slightly different. Anyway, NASDAQ is selling off, mate.
NASDAQ is selling off.
GU
NASDAQ.
is doing nothing. EU is going up.
I'm not in this trade. By the way,
Oh, I think MGN just actually shared the poem with me.
oh, no way. Obviously. Bring it up. Go on a screen share and bring it up.
Okay. I'll say it.
This is interesting. My first time making attendance. Dude, that's absolutely awesome. Think Tanker, you legend. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. And big welcome to the 5ers family. Hearing the MT5 opening sound scares me. I thought there was something wrong with my terminal. Dude, I remember being on call. I'm pretty sure it was with Rich. And I heard the MT5 terminal opening, and I'm very much like you. I was like, I've not got my terminal open. And yeah, or I think Rich was maybe closing a trade, and I thought, that's not my terminal, is it? So yeah, no, I get you, man. It's when you're trading on your own and you're used to your own sounds and your own terminals opening and closing, and positions opening and closing, and if you drop in signal, you have those weird little noises going on. So yeah, I get that. And then when you jump on a stream and listen to someone else, or you jump on a call with another trader and you're hearing their terminal as well as your own, it is off-putting. I fully agree. It is scary.
Azrael saying, Rich, share your chart. I close my GU cell and you enter the GU cell.
That's sick.
Well, okay, so let's just say this. Mine is not a serious trade. So do not take my entry as if this is a definite sell. Will and I are having a little friendly competition, and for us, we're just looking at whether or not it's something that we can take. I'm more than willing to take a loss on this because it's going to mean nothing, because I have no skin in this game. It's a demo account. But when it comes to serious trading, we'll definitely... Are you going to get emotional? You're going to start throwing stuff? Damn it! No, so it's just a little bit of fun between the two of us. I mean, Will and I used to do Friday competitions.
Yeah, maybe we should do like a Wednesday wobble competition.
Wednesday wobble.
Wibbly wobbly.
Yeah, we can do that. Anyway, here's the poem. So you read the English version if you want to.
Okay.
So you start here at the top and then you work your way down, and then I'll do the Afrikaans version.
Oh, okay. Yeah, zoom in a bit more. Oh, okay, too much. Okay, there you go. My stories begin as letters. My pen is my wonderland. Word, water in my hand. In my pen is wonder ink. Stories sing, stories sink. My stories loop, my stories stop. My pen is my wonder mop. Drink letters, drink my ink. My pen is blind, my stories blink. Dude, when I saw drink my letters, I was like, have I read that wrong?
So, in Afrikaans, it is, my stories begin as letters. My pen is my wonderland. Word water in my hand. In my pen is wonder ink. Stories sing, stories sink. My stories loop, my stories stop. My pen is my wonder mop. Drink letters, drink my ink. My pen is blind, my stories blink. So, this is where the difference comes in. My stories loop. So in your like loop would be it makes circles.
Yeah,
but in Afrikaans it's loop. Again. It's loop, which means walk. So my stories walk and my stories stop. So it's a little bit of
if that's the case, what is the origin language of this poem? Was it a South African poet, or was it an English poet?
No idea. All I know is that net 4 uit elke 100 mense besef that this can be read in Afrikaans and English. So it's only 4 out of 100 people. I actually don't know where the hell this is from.
Fair. Dude,
So
that's
this
actually
is
really cool.
Bryanston. This is Bryanston, so it's a school here in South Africa. So this is probably a South African.
Okay, so in theory, then the meaning will be origined in Afrikaans.
Probably, but
Yeah.
it tells
But
the
it
same
also
story.
means something in English, which is really cool. Yeah, that is really cool. Man.
Tells the same story.
Yeah, that's amazing. Like you said, it tells the same story, just in a complete different.
Yeah, the context is the same.
Yeah,
the context is the
exactly.
same. Yeah.
Dude, that's really cool. Courage saying, I speak English, Spanish, Portuguese, Persian, Arabic, Urdu, Punjabi, and a few more. Dude, you absolute legend.
Dude.
What is the multilingual? Or what's it called when you're multilingual? There's a name for it, isn't it?
Polyglot.
Is it a polyglot? You sure you're not winding me up now?
No, it's
Okay, that's
known
fine.
you're known as a polyglot if you know more than 3 languages.
Yeah, fair. Yeah. Dude, that's really cool, man. I seriously rate that. I wish so. Like my partner is, Mandarin, Cantonese, another language which I think is. I can't remember what language it was. She so Mandarin fluently, Cantonese fluently, another language fluently, and then English fluently. So yeah, she speaks four languages fluently, and it's incredible, to be fair. So it is one thing that I wish I was better at, was languages. Like I said, so I wish I could speak Welsh fluently. I'm not good enough at my own home language, which is depressing. English, I'm fluent at. French, Spanish, I wish I was fluent at, and then Cantonese. Cantonese, obviously, because that's where my partner's from. So otherwise, I'd have no reason to speak Cantonese. So yeah, they're the 5 languages that I wish I was fluent in, and I'm getting there. I'm doing well. I'm actively learning them.
Nice.
It's just,
I am actively learning.
It is hard. Do you know Bangladeshi language? I don't. A friend of mine is Bangladesh. He's a Bangladesh boy, and I was on the doors with him. So we used to just, 12 hours spent in a nightclub, in an office, you just start chatting. So we did start speaking about, different languages. So, but I never learned it. I don't actually think he even spoke to me in any of those, like that language either. The shiny yellow metal. I'm gonna leave that one to you.
Away massacant dis die Kaapse manier. Yeah.
Okay, no, I would have gone with something similar. It may not have sounded as good, but it would have been something similar. I speak English, Punjabi, and so what's Urdu?
It's another one of the. I think it's another one of the Indian languages.
Oh, no way. Okay, fair.
Interesting thing about
I've heard of all of those, but Urdu or Urdu. Guys, I'm butchering. I'm sorry.
The interesting thing about the Indian languages is that there's thousands of different dialects.
Yeah,
it's crazy. They have so many dialects. I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Urdu is one of the Indian dialects.
Oh, okay.
It's a language similar to Hindi, but has more Persian and Arabic influence. Oh, cool.
There you go. There you go.
I feel like I've got something here.
And Spanish. I want to learn Arabic and Spanish though. Yeah, Spanish is a really nice language to learn, man. It's like I said, my brother's practically fluent at it, and it is awesome to hear him speak Spanish, fluently. Arabic's never been a language that I've actually thought about learning. To be fair, it's never been one of those. So I had a friend from Dubai back when I was in school, and I think I was 16 when he taught me a little bit of Arabic, and all I learned was Mahaban, Ismi Will, Ombre Tasha. So I'm pretty sure that is hello. My name is Will, and I'm 16 years old. I'm sure that's what that means. I hope it is. For those Arabic speakers out there, please tell me that he didn't troll me on that.
Probably did.
It was probably like, I dread to think what he said, because he had one of those weird sense of humors. So, It wouldn't surprise me at all. But yeah, Mahaban. I know
Okay.
that Mahaban is hello. I know for a fact that Mahaban is like a greeting. So Mahaban ismi wel hombre setatashe. And that's
Okay.
literally all I know from Arabic.
Let's do some actual chart analysis. So let's choose one of two assets and then just run through them. What do you think?
Sounds good, man. Let's do it.
Oh, dude, Ty Keith can speak Swahili. That's cool.
Oh, hang on. My computer just muted itself. I thought, oh, Rich has gone really quiet, but it was like a progressive quiet. He was like, okay, so I'm gonna do that. I was like, oh, what's happening here?
I lost my steam halfway through that sentence.
Yeah, dude, it actually
lost
sounded like you
connection.
gave up halfway through that sentence. I was like, oh, okay.
All right. NASDAQ, it seems as though on the 15-minute, we did have this attempt. Let's start with yesterday's price action.
Yeah.
So why is it all the way over there? It needs to be over there. So yesterday, we had... So Monday, we had a gap on TradingView. We also had a gap on like MetaTrader as well. So Monday, we had nothing but bullish price action and then eventually came into this area of consolidation way up here for the New York session. Let's just remove that so we can see it clearly. And then we opened up Tuesday slightly higher than Monday's high. So we just wicked it up and then we started coming down. We came back into this area of this base area that we had here, and we literally wicked it once, wicked it a second time, and then kind of just stayed in this consolidative range, really struggling to push up higher. Eventually, we did break the previous high that we had, the previous day high, as well as the daily open with this candle over here on the 15-minute, which then we didn't really have much follow through pushing it higher. When we came closer to the New York session, we eventually started coming back to the daily low, which happened to be that line that I have over here, which was also the Tokyo low, and then volumetrically broke lower. So all of this upward momentum that we had here, this very lackluster momentum, failed out as we took a new high, and then eventually we start getting really good downward momentum pushing price lower. So we ended up the day on a negative, which was great. We eventually came back into that gap. We wicked the gap, did nothing with it, and then closed the day out. So today so far, we have tried to, I say, push up a little bit, and we didn't really do much with it. We have this 15-minute base area over here, which we've missed, and then we had this last high swing over here, which we've come to test and just wicked above. So last 15-minute, I can go down to the 5 to find another better area, but I think this will do. Yeah, this is fine. The 15-minute one is fine. Anyway, came into this area here, really started to struggle. If you look at the 5-minute, just this section here, just this little block, look at how consolidative this is. And then when we actually start getting momentum, it's off of trying to break higher out of this little zone that we had here. We eventually started pushing a little bit lower. We made a new downward leg, breaking this consolidation volumetrically. One base and then a continuation pushing lower. And now it seems as though we're creating another base. We've already broken lower than that recent swing point, broken and closed. And the next one is going to be this one over here. We do have these little swing points over here, but they're so close to this one that this is basically the last swing point before we started getting real nice bullish pressure pushing up higher. This is volumetrically pushing lower. We have all of these swing points down here that we can potentially come and test. So I'm actually thinking of taking a sell here. So
Okay.
3 minutes before this one closes, I think I'm going to take a sell right now.
I'll be honest with you, I'm surprised you didn't take one. I know that we're not under the 50 EMA. So while you set up that sell, mate, I'll just bring up why I thought that you would have been selling sooner. So again, you are on about the NASDAQ, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. We had this area here, and then we had this failure here. What I mean by failure is we got a wick above the highest wick point, but we didn't actually break and close it. So we had a wick above, we failed to close above, and then we started getting price to drop down. Got price drop down, closed underneath this low here, suggesting a shift in structure. Some would say some would say it's not a shift in structure. However, nonetheless, I personally
Nice save.
that was a good save, wasn't it? That was a how. Didn't finish it. Although we could count this as a break and close under, as we opened and closed this 5-minute candle post bearish candle here. So that being said, we have now got a shift in structure here, and then we've got a beautiful base candle. What I'm only assuming would be a base candle to Rich. I don't think
If this next one closes bearish, then yes, it's definitely a base candle.
No, I'm on about this one here.
Oh,
this one here.
Yeah, that is a base candle.
I thought so. Okay, yeah, cool. Because this is the only thing that differentiates how I trade the NAS strategy compared to how you trade the NAS strategy. Is I wouldn't trade. I don't think I'd trade this. I'd wait for. I like a bit more of a consolidation, whereas I know that you like a base candle. So I've started to learn that this would be a base candle now. So I would have thought if you were trading this, it would have been here. You like a 40 pip or 40 point stop. 40 or 45? Yeah. 40, isn't it?
40. I would have wanted to have been in there, to be dead honest with you, but we were looking at other things at that point in time. So
of course
I wasn't looking at NAS. And then sometimes you miss them. That's the thing. Is like,
true. Yeah. No, it will. Mate, literally that. I missed a really nice buy on gold yesterday. Luckily I also got in on a beautiful buy on NASDAQ, but yeah, so sometimes we literally do just miss trades and miss the markets. So that this would have been my opinion on your ideal trade. Would have been this here.
Yeah.
Although we're not, the only thing is we weren't below. Like now we're below the 50 EMA, whereas here when you would have opened the trade, we would have been on the 50 EMA, but we wouldn't have broken close below
it. We've got 10 seconds and then this candle closes, but I'm already in.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. I am already in this. However...
Yeah, so unless something really bad happens, like really all of a sudden,
Yeah, I've got 0.5% on this one, so it's not a full percent.
Yeah. Okay, nice. Yeah, fair. How to join the challenge? Which challenge are you referring to? If you're referring to the one-to-one competitions, unfortunately, the draw has already been pulled. The names are already there, and the competition will be starting on Monday. So this Monday coming.
Yes, indeed.
Dude, I'm gassed. I'm super excited for that as well. It's gonna be good fun.
Yeah, I can't wait. I honestly can't wait. I can't wait to see. I've seen all of the participants' faces. I'm going to be
I know what you will look like.
Yeah, I'm going to have a call with all of them. I'm going to book that call for Friday, and then gonna walk everybody through. Azrael Trades is one of them, so good to see he's in today.
Yeah. Dude, Azrael Trades is always in. He's an absolute legend, man. It's we get to know you guys on a personal level, especially the more often you're in, like Raphael, Azrael Trades, you got Henry, MGen, Usam, Kawish, all you guys, yes, I'm gonna stop there. That doesn't mean the rest of you we don't know personally. But all you guys that are in on the daily, showing up every single day, spending time with us, we do get to know you guys, and we do get excited when you guys win. We get excited when you guys pass accounts. We get excited of the fact that you guys come in, and when you guys take a bit of time out, like Louis spends, he does spend a bit of time out of the stream. But because he's been in the community so long and he's been in the stream so long, that when he does come back in, it's like, hey guys, sorry, I've been away doing X, Y, Z. We're like, yes, Louis, we're back. How you doing, my man? So we do get to know you guys, and we do, build a bit of a friendship with you guys. So, don't think that when you come on stream, we're just here. We don't care about you guys. We're not seeing you as, actual people. We're just seeing you as views. That's couldn't be further from the truth. We genuinely see, we genuinely have friendship with you guys. What are you looking at, Richard?
Sorry, it's just
contemplating something.
No,
Are
no,
you
no, no.
looking at that comment? I don't know. I'm trying to predict what's going on in his head.
No, sorry, mate. I just got a message from
Okay.
the studio department, just needing some clarification on a request that I made.
It's perfect for planning trades in the London session and having some good fun on the side. Yeah, do absolutely, man. Literally that. Usam, yeah, mate, love this stream. I follow 2 streams only. One, this one, and the 2 is the Beer and Bull traders for New York Open. Yeah, dude, that's sick. That is really cool, mate. I'm going to delete this now so I don't think that I'm in the trade. I'll be checking my trades being like, am I in this? Go, ooh, gold's bullish. Does that mean that euro? Oh, euro's got a little bit of uptick. What's the pound doing? Pound's doing nothing. Okay. All right. But yeah, no, 100%. I think it's awesome to see and develop that community with you guys here live on stream. It's great fun. I don't think I could trade off live stream anymore. Even if the 5ers never existed. Now, let's say we wake up in a parallel universe tomorrow and the 5ers don't exist, no prop firms exist, nothing happens. I would still live stream and build and develop that community, because I don't think I could do it without chatting garbage to people now. He really is MIT. Look at the concentration, guys. Like, look at that face. He's no longer in trader mode. He's in workman mode.
Yeah.
Sorry, mate. There's no trades going on right now, so I'm just trolling you. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll do a bit of a drop down on gold. Let's do some serious trading, guys. If you got anything you want me to take a look at, let me know. I feel sorry for Rich. I'm not going to troll him anymore. So the 1 hourly, as we can see, we've got this nice little high up here. We've got this low down here. This is the lowest point we've had this week. So this is the Monday lows. Now, oh no, it's not. We have got Asia session. So this is, okay, we have got market open, so this is, I suppose, Sunday, okay, Monday here. This is Monday 12 midnight, so Monday 0000 hours. So I suppose we have got this like Asia push up. We've topped out just above here at 43.69. We've put in this nice little retracement, failed to break and close at this below this low here, suggesting that there's a pause in price, suggesting we could start moving higher. The only issue is we've moved up into this zone here. We've pulled back beautifully, but then we failed to break above it, suggesting now that we are in a range and that price is consolidating. So ideally, for those swing traders out there, my areas of interest that I'd want to see broken would be 4305 for potential sells, or 4354 for potential longs. But even then, ideally for long-term holding, I'd want to see 4369 broken. As we drop down to the 15 minutes, start trying to get a little bit more intraday here. Honestly, there's not much I can trade. This was a really nice trade yesterday, but there's not much here that I can be trading. It's very choppy, very consolidative. If we get a break and close under the 43.17 level, I think that we could start seeing sell-offs. On the 5-minute, we have started suggesting price to become a little bit more bearish. As you can see, slight consolidation here over the earlier session of London Open. We got the break and close underneath this low here. Ideally, though, I'd love to see a 5-minute break and close underneath the 43.17 level. If we can get that, nice little break below here, pull back and continuation. I don't think I could break and close trade this. So my break and close strategy isn't valid right now because we're not in a consolidation trending. So a little bit like Rich's rally-based rally, drop-based drop. I like trend, consolidation, trend, either direction. So that's my goal strategy. That's what I'd like to see here. Now, if we are seeming to pull back quite nicely, but again, we've wicked this, but we haven't closed below. If we close below, then pulled back, this would be a really, really nice area of interest for me for potential continuation lower. Other than that, I think I'm going to say I'm bearish. I'm bear bias on gold. Unless we... But when you look at the 15-minute is really nice. We've got this low here. We've wicked below the low. Right now, I'd need to see a break and close above one of two levels, and that is either the 43.34 or the 43.32 level, and then I'd be bull bias. So right now, price is in the middle of, nowhere. There's a little bit too much of consolidation for me. There's a little bit too much of nothingness going on. I am not going to be trading gold in this section of London. However, maybe I'll see something in the later London session towards the sort of lunchtime crossover.
I just saw the thumbnail for Azrael trades for next week Monday, and dude, it looks fire.
Does it? Dude, why haven't you sent it to me?
It's not complete. It's not done yet.
Okay.
It's a
Bro, I better see it before it gets released.
Dude, it's a concept. It's a concept. We're still deciding how to and where to. Yeah. But it looks fire because I see it here. I at least see the concept. The concept is fire.
Yeah, mate, that is really cool. I love this though. That is our will, guys. Dude. Yeah, that's so fair. Hey, if you feel like it, do you want to check out the Nikkei for a second? It's a bit confusing for me, to be fair. Rich, would you like to check out the Nikkei?
I do have the Japan 225 up here.
Because I don't, and I would have to do a bit of typey in the search bar. I can't be bothered for it.
Tell us you're lazy, mate. Tell us you're lazy.
I am lazy. I'm a trader. Of course I'm lazy.
Without telling us you're lazy.
I'll tell you I'm lazy.
So I'm going to start on the daily with the Nikkei. So for those who don't know, Nikkei is the Japan 225. They are exactly the same thing.
Straight after, by the way, Karish. I'll check GU out straight after.
All right. So it seems as though we did have some analysis all the way back over here in January. All right, so we are definitely bullish on the Japan 225. The Nikkei itself is very, very bullish at this point in time. We did have one day. This was Friday the 26th, so that was 2 weeks ago. Or 2 weeks? Yeah, 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago Friday, where we had a strong sell-off and we came into this area of consolidation over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 days, a whole week of sideways price action. We reached that and then we started pushing higher. We did have a gap as well. We had a gap here, which was round about the high point of the 3rd of June. So that makes sense as well. If we go down to the 4-hourly. All right, let's remove these two drawings as well here. And let's just look at this. I feel like Dirk is muted.
I I feel like he did his introduction, but he was muted, and that's why I kind of felt like I wanted to.
Morning, boys.
There
No,
it is.
sorry.
There it is.
There it is.
Yeah.
It's so mean. We land the lamp to see if I'm muted or not. It's like on the back of my microphone. So-
Dude,
Yeah.
that's why me and Pedro have got the right idea. That's why you want to get yourself one of these.
And yet it makes no difference for Will because he's constantly the one that
Yeah, no,
has his
That's
has
nice.
his stuff
true.
muted.
But I love my Shure mic. It's such a nice microphone, and it's like you just plug it in and it works beautifully.
Yeah, fair.
Do you,
To be
I
fair,
have
I
a
do
question
love
for
mine.
you, Dirk.
Sorry?
In the mornings, do you test your microphone before you like just use it?
No. But usually with my recording app, I can see if it's working. Not because I got the
You can see the gain
gain
picking up, yeah.
animation. Yeah.
Yeah, fair. Oh, see, I've got to test everything in the morning because I've got this camera which has a microphone. I got another camera which has a microphone, and then I got this. So I got to make sure that I'm on the right microphone. So you'll see me every morning. And testing.
I should do that probably too, because I remember one time I recorded like from a script, and it was like half an hour of me talking back then for when we had this educational project here at The5ers, you guys might remember. And then I wanted to have a quick look at the video, notice like, oh my God, I just talked half hour with my mic muted.
Oh no, dude! I did the exact same on a video that I created a couple of weeks ago. It was about 30-40 minutes long, and I looked at it, and do you know the worst part is, you know how I just mentioned saying, "Oh, Dirk, you should get yourself one of these." You know, you can tell when it's muted because you can tell when it's on because it'll be on.
Yeah.
Nope, 40 minutes, and the entire video I could see it was grey. And I was like, wow.
And he refused to do anything about it.
Even when it lights up red, I can't seem to pay attention and see if it's on or not. But yeah, what I love about this as well, it came. So this, I got. In fact, you know, I'll pull it off. I've got a mic stand. Oh, I can't. Never mind. I got a mic stand that's like an
Can't be
arm.
bothered.
Yeah, it does just slide out, but apparently there's too much weight on it right now. It like connects to my desk, so you know I can move it about wherever I want to.
Yeah.
And then when I go away, I can put it on this.
Oh.
It is amazing. So I literally take this everywhere with me. It's amazing. I love it.
Nice. Any trading going on already? Or?
Will and I are having a little competition where we both entered. I entered a GU short and he entered an EU short, and we're going to see how it plays out when we get back. And it's just for the fun of it. There's no actual money on the table. It is just purely for the sake
Wait,
of.
what? I've put my M4 on this, man. You trying to say that you haven't put your house on it?
Well, no, I haven't, because I am not a Muppet.
Okay, enough.
Touche, my friend, touche.
Yes, so just for the fun of it, I am in a cell, and I have gone and doubled in, so I have about 8 orders in on this one.
Wow. I've entered 2 positions, and I thought, ooh, I'm being brave.
Yeah,
The bigger the gun, the bigger the fun.
yeah. I mean,
True that.
for as they say, shits and giggles. In this case, it's going to be giggles.
It's all shits and giggles until someone giggles and shits.
Yeah.
Radio.
Anyway, so we're going to hop off now, myself and Will. But we do have a few people that asked for some analysis, and we were busy going through the Nikkei 225.
Wow.
So I don't know when LJ hops in. He should have been in already.
I can see him in the background, but camera turned off, mic turned off.
Yeah. So I don't know. We'll he needs to hop in so that you are at least held company, you know?
That would be very nice. Okay, so you went over Nikkei already.
We were busy. Going over Nikkei.
I can see I'm scrolling through here most of the answers already, the questions already answered. Okay, why don't you guys
Either
just
way.
hop off, and then we are going to
Amazing. Awesome
each
stuff.
other again in 2 hours.
Sounds
Excellent.
perfect.
Dirk. I watched your most recent YouTube video about Aurora.
Do you like it? I entered a trade based off it in gold this morning.
It is very interesting.
I think
Very
it works really quite well as a confluence tool, of course, not as a
yes.
sole
Yeah,
indicator.
very
But
nice.
I've been wanting to get into footprint readings a bit. So I thought, well, it's in TradingView integrated. When you're a premium subscriber, at least on the premium plan, why not try to utilize it? Because it really gives you like a better look into what's going on there volume wise than just, drawing lines at obvious pivot highs and lows.
Yeah.
I do like it. I don't have premium. I think I just have essential.
Yeah,
I don't even have
and you
that.
cannot use it.
Yeah.
I used to have premium, but it just I couldn't be bothered with it in the end. Now I don't have anything. I worked out that as long as I don't get too pissed off by clicking like the cross on the ads, I don't actually need premium anymore.
I always like add to my subscription when there's Black Friday because they have like 70%
Yeah,
off or
fair,
something.
true. Yeah, true that.
So I have this rolling window of like 400 or 450 days on premium now.
Love it. Anyway, guys, I'm going to shoot off.
Yeah.
Me too.
If you could be so kind, my friend, to take a look on GU for Kawish. I did say that I
will.
would, but we
I
have
will
run out of
do that.
time, and I don't want to, jump too much into your session. So, Kawish, I will check out GU a little bit later on when I'm back in 2 hours' time. But Dirk will be so kind to look at GU for you. But anyway, guys, thank you very much. I'll see you in 2 hours. Peace.
Cheers, guys.
Hey guys. Alrighty, why I can see LJ in the background also already.
Yo,
Welcome, mate. How are you
it's
doing?
working. Is mic working?
Your mic is working. Yeah.
Oh, it is. Okay, good. Sorry, I just reinstalled all my sound drivers.
What are
in the
you?
background,
What
so
are
it's
you
taking-
wearing there, man?
This is for State of Origin.
Oh,
So-
okay.
Yeah, it's game night tonight. I think kickoff's in like an hour.
What is that? Football?
So,
Or American football?
Rugby league.
Rugby.
yeah.
Yeah, right. Australia is all about rugby.
Yeah, so we play it every year. It's like Queensland versus New South Wales.
Yeah.
And then play basically like 3 games, one in each state. So
Cool.
let me just getting blinded here.
Blinded. We don't want that. Yeah. All right. Couple of things
There we go, that's better.
so far.
Morning.
Morning again. I've been not so busy in the markets today. Didn't really find any setups. I did a trade earlier, or I entered a trade in gold earlier. Long. It was almost stopped out. So down here, almost like by about 50 cents, it went to my stop loss, and then it kind of reverted. Take profit somewhere where those highs from earlier this morning are nested. Did this based on some footprint readings that showed there should be a nice area of support. So ideally, we should go back to somewhere in the areas of 350, where I would then probably exit the trade. Other than that, not been doing much. I didn't really find any, let's say, great setups. Nasdaq not looking so good. So if at all, I would be searching there actually for a sell. But it's not, well, this one up here, this area could be interesting.
Yeah, I'm not too sure today ahead of the Fed.
That's the thing. That's the thing. I don't want to do too much today because of the Fed meeting, of the interest rate decision later. Although it's not going to be the interest rate decision itself is not going to be that interesting. I mean, that's basically set in stone, the result. I think more interesting, of course, half hour after this, when we are going to hear Kevin Walsh for the first time commenting it. And I mean, you and I, we've been talking about this on Monday a lot already. This is going to be very interesting. Like, how is he going to position himself? Like you said on Monday, it's probably going to leave both sides open, and yeah, but let's see. I'm especially keen on seeing how the markets are going to react to this, how the markets are going to read into this. How about you?
Yeah, I agree. I think he will. I think, like we were talking about on Monday, and then I was talking about it yesterday as well with Pedro. I do think that probably lean on that downside for the dollar. I think he will leave the door open for potential cuts or easing. But yeah, I think it's tough. I have a slight tilt that way, but yeah, I don't know. Don't know if I want to make a call on it beforehand. So Let me just jump in and then jump out because I think your sound is off for me. When I see on the stream, it seems fine.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, give me a sec.
I was muted just now. That's maybe why. We had, saw that already. Let me just do that for you now. That is, maybe I open a new layout for this actually. I'm going to have a look at the future. And no, we don't want Bitcoin. We want, what is it? 6B, I think, no? British pound futures. Yeah, that's what we want. And then let's have a look at how it is. So, quite a spike here we had earlier, right? Well, how's your position right now there, Kavish? You long, you short? Because just, by a glance right now, what I see here right now, we have kind of 3 zones that are kind of interesting. Up here, this is a pretty heavy resistance. I mean, this has been tested on the footprint charts 313 times. That's a lot. So just by the look of it, of course, we need to add more confidence to that. And zoom that a little bit out. My way to trade this at the moment, honestly speaking, would be something like this. If we see price going up somewhere to the middle of this band, I probably would short it. Maybe have a stop loss here and a target slightly above that. What is that? A 1.4 risk reward. So that is not too bad. If that happens, if it doesn't happen, if we go down straight away, and then this band, which is a flip, so that used to be a resistance, then got broken, is now becoming a support, could be interesting because it's also been tested 1,307 times already. So that's really, really a lot. But we got to see. At the moment here where we are, I wouldn't decide on either direction, honestly speaking. I would be really waiting first, are we going up into this supply band or are we going down into this supply band, and then decide, is this maybe a good area to short there? By the looks of it, it is. Has been holding up quite nicely for now. So the band means here there were a lot of, when we went up into this area, there were a lot of resting sell orders. So somebody put in sell limits at that point, and those were executed against buying power. Same for the zone we are right now. We are seeing a lot of selling power being soaked up by resting buying orders at the moment. But the pure fact that we are sitting right between these zones is something where I say I don't need to trade this necessarily now. So I, at least if you are scalping this, would really wait in this case. You're on the short, that might be the right direction. Where's your entry for this short, if I may ask, Kavish? Because it's either, for me right now, just by the looks of it, it looks a little bit like we want to try this again. And then if we fail there, because I suppose there are more resting sell limit orders up there, which are going to kind of soak up the market buying action that is going on there, I could totally see something like this within the next hour. So something down to 134 maybe. But of course, it depends on what time frame you're looking at. I'm looking at 15 minutes now. Picture could, of course, be totally different if we look at, I can look at the 30-minute, for example, right now. It's pretty much the same. Zones are pretty much the same. So we are somewhere in the pocket. And naturally we are, because the large spike we saw earlier was, of course, due to inflation rate, which came in lower than expected. So that's something nice if you're living in the UK. I think right now the market is just going to digest. I think it's not a symbol, if I would have to decide on 34.10. Yeah, so you entered a little bit below the supply zone. Not too bad. But if we really see something like a lot of action to the upside, and you'll see, should we continue into this band, so somewhere around 134.25, and you see like candle bodies pulling out of it, so you don't have a large wicks to the upside anymore, like you saw on this cluster, for example, then there's a chance that we continue higher. That is on the 15-minute chart, of course. Nothing to do now with, where are we going based on fundamentals and so on and so forth. It's just what I see here in terms of where are resting buy orders and resting sell orders likely to sit. My preferred entry, like I said, would be somewhere here around 134.25 and then fade down to 134 if possible. Of course, there's this demand zone in the way as well. I think your stop loss, I hope it's not too far away. So, because I think if we go into this area of 134.30 or 134.35, there's a chance we continue higher. Not of course, that's always easy to say, in hindsight, maybe not the optimal entry on this one, but, the markets might prove me wrong as well, of course. Trading Market says, go short when I speak, the market listens. You are the magician of the markets. You are like the airbender. You bend the markets towards your will. Yeah, this is what I see right now on cable. In general, there's still this zone up here, which has a giant delta. So latest up here, it could become interesting in cable, but I don't think we are necessarily going up all the way there. I don't think in general the markets are going to move that much today prior to the Fed announcement, to the interest rate decision earlier. What's gold doing right now? Coming back a little bit. Yeah. It's also, in hindsight, my entry was not so optimal here. Entered at 4,342.80. My stop loss sitting at down here at 35. Take profits up here. Let's see. Might have not been the best trade, to be honest. All right, what else to look at, guys? Throw it at me. By the way, later we are going to see also retail sales still. So that's for me as somebody who's into fundamental analysis, of course, an important number, retail sales, because the US retail sales always gives you a good indication about what is the state of a current consumer side in the USA, meaning, and because the USA is greatly driven by consumption, so like people like you and me buying, and this is the largest factor of economic growth in the USA. So a weaker than expected number in terms of retail sales for sure would put some pressure on the market as well. Although maybe from the point of interest rate decisions, it could be something that could drive the Fed towards being a little bit more on the side of interest rate cuts. But we'll see tonight. Like I said earlier, it's going to be quite interesting what Kevin Walsh is going to say tonight. So mark your calendar there. Be a little bit careful around this area, around this time. It's going to be 8:30 p.m. my time and Central European time. So yeah, definitely don't want to engage too much in trading there before that. Let me see. USM, Dirk, NQ short now, yay or nay? Let's have a look. All right, can switch. Let's zoom in here a little bit. So that's on the 50-minute. Let me quickly go down to the 5-minute also. That picture is different there. So just by the looks of it, the next pocket, it's honestly speaking, not very much what we see. I actually think I would prefer the 15-minute chart here. So what we're seeing right now is we have a zone here where we bounced off, where we had a lot of resting buy limit orders that were soaking up the sell volume. Welcome back, LJ. Now, of course,
I think it's working now.
for every sell you need to buy, so you don't have more sellers than buyers. The point is here, these bands mean you have a lot of resting limit buy orders that soaked up the volume. So by the look, however, it's not a great zone, to be honest, because it only has been tested 4 times. That's not a lot. On the other side, if we bounce back to this area above here, that would be the pocket for me, like from a scalping point of view, to look for a short position, because you had a lot of resting sell limit orders up here. So the hypothesis is always, once we return into an area like this, it's probably going to be the same. The people that had the sell limits were probably going to try to defend that area. But that being said, I would be extremely cautious about trades like this today, because of later on the interest rate decision and the press conference. After this, still, like, what is that, like 9.5 hours down the road, or 9 hours down the road. So still some way to go. But markets always tend to behave a little bit different on important days like this. That being said, I also said earlier, LJ, we still have retail sales data coming on later on, which for me is next to inflation data always the most important economic stuff to get from the USA, just because the US economy is driven so much by retail sales, by consumption. So that's an important number as well. So to make it short, I don't see, honestly speaking, any reason right now at this precise price point to engage in either in buying or selling. I would really wait either if we go up here, so around 30,560 to 70, that area, or if you look for a long position somewhere down here, 30,490. So that's not too far away. We're just 14 points from this. These would be interesting, but don't just lean, of course, on those nice fancy lines that are drawn here by this indicator. Of course, you want to see also price action, or you want to maybe do layover of the standard deviation channel to tell you when we are down there. Is that somewhere in an area that mathematically could be interesting? Let's see, standard deviation is more prone to the downside right now. So that being said, this up here could be more interesting than this down here, because the trajectory is going down right now for NQ.
I agree. I think today is going to be like a bit of a scalping day, overall.
Yeah.
Because like you're saying, like I don't really like any of this. Right? We didn't quite get to the all-time highs earlier yesterday. We've then shelved right off. And now we're just sitting in this like no man's land kind of area after Monday's kick up, right? Exactly. So I would say this is the hourly. If we go down to like the 1 minute, I can see like these kind of like small scalp kind of trades like this, where you just pick up, little bits here and there, but that's about it. So same deal with the Aussie. This is the only trade I'm in. Once again, yes. Of course, it's the Aussie. It's my go-to if there's something that I jumped into just a bit earlier. I haven't taken any other trades today so far, so that's it for me right now. Now this, I don't exactly expect to hold this the whole way. That would be kind of, if we do, depending on retail sales coming towards New York, and then if I do want to hold it following that, leading into the Fed, this is probably what I'm looking at. So it's the basically a drive up towards the lows that we had through this higher structure, and then also this, let me go to the 4 hour, probably see it better. This kind of general trend line that we had through here, which did initially catch us, and then we broke through it, tested the underside, came down, retested it once again. So it'd just be a pull up to about the 100-hour moving average on the 4 hour. So yeah, I'm not seeing too much though today, but this is all that I like. Again, we've had moving averages on the 1 hour have now positively crossed over. We've got this kind of lean with the 100 coming up and the 200 sitting in here. So we'll see, but same deal with gold. This is kind of what I was talking about with gold yesterday with Will. And yeah, we're kind of getting that playing through. We got to see the drive higher though, but I don't really like it. Like I'd prefer, since we haven't actually pushed on with any kind of like steam, I'd actually prefer to see some kind of pullback through here and then find that about 42.60, 42.50 as like a optimal buying area through here. But yeah, not too much going on right now, I think. I think you're muted, Dirk.
Yeah, I'm muted.
Unless it's my sound again. Like, I can't
just
tell.
wanted to scare you, like.
Yeah, God, no. I spent all last night reinstalling everything. And then tested out in like Discord and whatever it was working. And then today, I don't know, for some reason when I jumped into EV the mic is working fine, but the sound goes in and out being like static and crackly. It seems to be working now, but
I think sometimes it's EVMAX also. EVMAX, guys, is the software we are using here in the background, to stream. Tends to be a little bit buggy too. I did the same, by the way, 2 weeks ago. I updated like drivers, especially my GPU driver, which I had to completely uninstall and get rid of, and then reinstall because my GPU kept on crashing. It's so annoying, and it's frustrating because it's a RTX 9700, so it's really a good GPU normally. It's like, whenever there's high load, it just crashes out. Talk about gold. I mean, now it's looking better again. Almost hit my stop loss just by 50 cents. Scrape by it. I could see us go back into this area around about 50, maybe a little bit lower than that, and then come down again. That would be my preferred trade as well. That being said, I mean, I took this on a hunch, to be honest, because I thought, gotta be in something of live stream. I'm actually in this one, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because I wanted to be in some trade when I come into this live stream. Otherwise, I always feel like a bit like, cannot just tell everybody, I don't want to trade today because it's fat decision day. So that one looked for me the most attractive. I might pull out actually quite soon out of this one. Let's see first if we manage to go a little bit higher, or if this is going to be actually a series of lower highs. I'm going a little bit against the trend, which normally I don't like to do, obviously. So again, here I should have done the same. Should have applied, for example, the standard deviation to this one to kind of see where are we sitting in this pocket. I'm sure it's going there. It's the smarter trade is, if I see something like that, I don't know if you can see this well in the background, the standard deviation channel, to look for confluence somewhere at the +2, maybe even +3 sigma levels. If that lines up with a nice zone where we know that there were, for example, resting limit orders in that could be the better trade, because you can keep your stop loss very tight on this one, and you probably have like a 2 or 3 R to the downside in this case. But yeah, I'm in a long trade now, which I think just going to close this one out, sitting on a little bit of profit.
And yeah, the 15-minute standard div channel is it's pretty much flat. Like I'm seeing that across the board, right? There's no real conviction. Dollar yen's pretty much flat, sideways. Same with the Aussie.
Are you still the dollar yen trade?
I am still.
Me too, but it's so costly. My God, it's like eating up overnight financing like crazy.
I was hoping after the Bank of Japan yesterday we'd actually get some kind of push, but obviously I think we talked about this on Friday as well in the Discord call.
Okay.
Saying that it might not quite happen, obviously, because Ueda's been he's been in hospital.
Yeah, true.
So he's not there to deliver that major hawkish message. And then, and he's been out for a while. So I guess a lot of that, determination just didn't happen. I don't know. Unless we're waiting for the Fed.
I would have preferred actually to get stopped out of this and then have a chance to re-enter to the same side a little bit on the low. But I also don't want to hedge it, because then I get, effed on both sides because of the
exactly, yeah. yeah, I don't know. I think we'll see it coming through. It's also the nature of Japan itself. So normally, like if this was the US or something else, like they just get the deputy chairman to sort of run the whole thing. Just go like, yeah, you'll do it. That's fine. Like they're very much like, no, he's in hospital. We can't do this right now.
Yeah, it's look at
Perfect example, like the World Cup stuff.
yeah, really. Yeah.
And cleaning everything up. But yeah, Dubicor, the moving averages are a 50, 100, and 200. So yeah, there we go. So the blue guy here. They're not too faint.
No,
I made them a little bit more transparent just to make the charts a bit cleaner. But yeah, so it's a 50, 100, and 200. So blue, red, yellow, in that order. And then I always have this 10 moving average as well that comes through. And that's normally what I look at for when prices actually got some kind of momentum. It tends to shoot lower. You sort of get a bit of chop. So long as you don't actually break that 10, that trend tends to continue, right? And so that's kind of especially if you're scalping, you get the dip, take profit, re-enter at the 10, goes down to the next level, and then that would also be where you get that transition point there, right? And so hence we've now got a proper candle close, so you can break it, but so long as you don't get the candle close above, then it's still in play. Once you do get that break above and a close, then you've now flipped to the other side. So similar deal here, it would run up, you'd be long, come down here, jump in again, back and forth, back and forth. This is not a brilliant example because we're not really trending very much right now, but yeah.
With somebody desperately seeking for advice on pound sterling yen. I don't know if you have an opinion. It's one of the pairs I don't trade at all. And
neither. We can go over to it. First of all, my dollar yen trade. So yeah, this is what I'm in. Still sitting on this. This is from the 3rd. So 2 weeks now. But yeah, I'm hoping for something like this, right, Dirk? And then potentially if we get some kind of proper cratering, like I'd add to it. I don't know. We'll see.
That's my plan as well. Yeah.
But yeah, see what happens. It's all going to depend on the Fed. Otherwise, with it, like I remember when we were originally talking about this because I had the initial like hedge sort of point at like I think it was 35 or 45. It was 45, I think. And so we just came a touch above there towards 60. And I was like, same deal as you. Like I'm gonna hedge here and then we'll just shelve off, which we kind of actually did, right? And it did dip back into profit. Now we're just
not enough.
Sort of trading sideways.
That's the problem.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see. Pound yen, right?
Exactly.
All right. What do we have over here from before? Clearly you had something.
Maybe Faras Rabani, if you want to share also like what time frame are you in? I suppose you're probably in a position because you ask for our opinion. Maybe share also, what time frame are you looking at here? Where's your entry, your stop loss, your take profit? That makes it a little bit easier for us, because otherwise we might analyze something like the 4-hour or the daily or 15 minutes and you're staring at 1 minute charts or whatever.
Yeah, I will say generally, like I think it's pretty similar to the yen. We do have this kind of like, it's not quite a channel, it's a sort of awkwardly skewed wedge sort of running through here. But I think you get, something like that and you'd be looking for the kind of break of the bottom of the wedge. I don't think we're really going higher, especially after we had the CPI data for Britain today for the UK, which did come in a touch lower. And we've got the resolution to the Strait of Hormuz situation, the Middle East situation. So therefore, those inflation pressures definitely come off. Thus, the whole ECB, Bank of England duo going to raise rates probably just goes completely out the window, right? At the same time, you do have that pressure coming in from Japan. We did have really good Japanese data today. The manufacturing side performed brilliantly. So hence that does put in more inflationary pressures for them. So net basis, then you'd be looking to the downside. So that's the longer term view. 15-minute. Let's have a look. I'd say, I mean, pretty simple again.
Look at this. Gold would have hit my take profit now.
It's always the way, isn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd say pretty much similar deal with the 15-minute. Again, you've got one of these like skewed wedges coming up through here. So I'd say look for, you know, this to tap a few times, eventually break through, come and test that lower band that we just mapped out, and then potentially come higher. So there's upwards of like 100 points, and that also lines in with this low through here. That's probably what I'd be looking at for now. But I wouldn't expect it to just full collapse anytime soon. So on the 15-minute right now, I'd ideally see some kind of pullback to this area up here, about 21525, and then see some kind of short from there. That's
I mean, above
probably what I
the,
prefer.
what is that, 215.50, I think it is. That is a pretty nice zone of resistance up there. But it's like copy paste from US dollar, in my opinion. For me, also
Yeah.
the reason why I usually don't trade pound sterling yen, because it acts like a it does the same basically than dollar yen, of course, with a little bit of a different twist to it. When we have pound sterling news, like this morning for the better than expected inflation. But it's one of those pairs where I don't see really the necessity to trade it, honestly speaking, or like very rare, I think.
Yeah.
If you ask me now, when was the last time you did something in pound sterling yen option wise? Maybe 10 years ago. Something like this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's and it's that little bit of difference, but I always find it like bad difference, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's chaotic and a bit janky, a bit weird. So I'd be looking for some kind of move up into the moving averages that are starting to cross over and cluster here, and either you'll see this fail just before that candle open there. And then I would be placing, normally you'd want to place stop like up through here, but I'd be placing below the wick, right? Below, just above this this area through those highs over here. Because if we do start pushing through there, we probably go the rest of the way towards the top of the channel, and then see if we either get a double top with that, or we manage to kick above it a little. So that's what I'd be seeing. And then something like that, then either way.
It's not a megaphone, at least.
Not a megaphone, no. I do like the megaphone
I know you do.
setups. They're quite good, yeah.
You're getting a little bit of action on gold right now. So it's kind of interesting what we've seen. First of all, like I said, my take profit would have been reached, but Dumb Dirk took a little bit of profit only instead of going all the way. So this is what I was talking about earlier. I mean, it's pretty tight here again and not really tradable, first of all, because now we have resting buy limit orders that soaked up sell pressure. So we're talking about this wick on the 5-minute, so be aware of that. And then we have these two areas above here that are soaking up the market buy order. So we are kind of trapped, you know. But ideally, where I would consider like taking a short now is if we reach the middle of this supply band. So at around 4,356, and that would probably look something like this then. Stop loss just over the 4 sigma with a, what is that, risk reward ratio of almost 3. But that being said, you know, Fed today, we're looking at a 5-minute chart. It's like very cramped. almost seems to me like we're seeing like institutional positioning prior to the Fed there is going back and forth. Not really something you want to trade. Normally, I would prefer a setup like this if those two bands here, this demand zone and this one that isn't yet decided, what's going to be. Is it going to be demand or supply? If those weren't there. So if we just would see this band up here and the band down here, that would be a clearer picture for me. It's going down already. So anyway, it would be too late for the trade as well now. Yeah. I shouldn't look too much at the 5-minute charts. Never going to end well.
I mean, today that's probably all you got. Today it probably is actually a good day for it because it is more snug, more tight, good sort of scalping day, that kind of thing.
I specifically looked into this and created this indicator, that reads the order footprint because I really want to utilize the Black Arrow account.
Yeah. No, keep testing it, and I'd be curious as well.
What are do you know in the contract sizes there? Is it like the mini futures or?
Mini and micro, yeah.
So they copy that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's good.
So I think depending on the account size, there's like a max number of minis, max number of micros. Yeah.
So I probably should do that, like scalp the gold future or something like that.
Yeah. But yeah, guys, smash the like button as well.
Smash it now, smash it hard, subscribe.
Especially if you like mango. Join banana.
Yeah, come on. Everybody is team banana, of course.
No.
B-A-N-A-N-A. Banana.
Yeah, that's because you guys are crazy. You guys are bananas, right? That's it.
Oh, guys. Yeah, what else?
Did have this. This is an interesting question.
To grow $2 with a very tight margin, what pair or stock is suitable for me at the moment? Well, you have $2 on your account and you're trying to grow that, or?
Yeah, so I assume, obviously, if it's $2, what country are you from? Because I would say save up the money rather than trying to grow $2. Spend your time working, trying to build a little bit extra of a saving, and then probably just pick up one of the 5K hypergrowth or something.
Yeah.
That'd be your best bang for your buck, or a bootcamp account, and then you'll actually get that 20K input. But how much are they? I forget now.
I mean, the thing is, I think there's still this offer, if I'm not totally mistaken, that if you buy a 5, 10 or super bright, man, 5, 10 or 20K account and you fail it, that you get another one for free or something like this. Is that still valid?
Yes. Correct. I think that's valid for the month or until, I could be wrong, until the end of the
World Cup.
The World Cup challenge. Yeah. So if you're a new user to the 5ers, you can pick up one of those accounts, and if you don't pass it, you fail it, you will get another one if you're a first-time user. So let me just check how much so I forget what they are now. Yeah, you've got, $19 you can get a 2.5K high stakes, or $22 you can get a 20K bootcamp to start. Now the bootcamp, once you pass it, you will have to pay the remaining fee, which
you can get a 2.5 high stakes account as well for $19.
Yeah, which you'll have to pay $50 only when you pass. So probably the best way would be to go high stakes. So yeah, if you can probably just keep saving up, just work wherever you live, save up that $19, then you'll get a 2.5K account. You're gonna have a much better time doing that. And that, obviously, that's much better bang for your buck, leverage on your capital.
I mean, I get it, and we've discussed about this many times here also, that maybe not with $2, but if you have $500, for example, on your account and you trade this, you can pretty much have the same discipline and do the same trades that you do with a 50K account. But it's annoying to do that. I yet have to meet somebody who has the iron discipline to trade an account small like this for a year or two, just to get the track record on this account. I think the way to go is, and luckily we have these instruments today, buy a 2.5K or 5K, which for me, for beginners, might be the sweet spot, evaluation account. If you blow it, okay, you spend like $19, or what is the 5K account currently, or $35, you didn't spend $500 on it. And I think makes more sense, and the reward is also immediately there, because if you pass evaluation, if you get funded, you get like 75 to 80% of the revenue you make with this account right from the start. 80%, sorry.
80%, yeah. And as you go through and you pass, you also get the refund for the purchase.
Exactly.
Price as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah.
That's the way I also always do it, like, for example, with an automated strategy that I'm testing right now for the NASDAQ, I run this on a 20K high stakes account. And I run this until I've 150 trades in, because then I can compare, is reality, does reality equal my back tests and forward tests? And if not, okay, well, then I just spent money on a high stakes account. Not too bad. I didn't blow through 20,000 on funds of my own money, or let's say 2,000, because the hard stop maybe I would also have at minus 10, at 2K, so at minus 10%. But it's much nicer to do that, because you are testing within a realistic environment, and while that is testing, you still can utilize your own funds for some other stuff.
Yeah.
I wish we would have had something like when I started my career, something like this.
I was just gonna.
I think I would have known many, many less accounts.
Yeah. Because I still blew a bunch through various periods. I had, sort of the capital to burn in a way, but you shouldn't be burning it regardless. But you start trying to like push and eventually you're gonna come up with different market regimes. You get slapped about, and then you got to learn like, oh, okay, that's why that happens, and
Yeah, really.
Yeah, and trading through your first like crises incidents as well, and that kind of thing, or shock events, and that sort of stuff. So prop is definitely the best way to get your best bang for your buck. Return on investment. Because if you can turn that $19 from the 2.5K, you get it's a 250 target. You get 80% of that. You're going to get $200.
Yeah,
that's a 10-to-1 return, right? That's the same as making 1,000%.
And
essentially,
right? Nice return on investment. Yeah. Plus, I mean, depending where you live in the world, of course, it's like that potentially can be life-changing money, like on a monthly rate.
Yeah. I think for most people, like even if you're in a, sort of, I always hate this term, like first world country, but you know what I mean. Developed nation, whatever.
Expensive.
Even having, that kind of capital injection it's not life-changing, but it's definitely life accelerating.
Yeah.
Like you get that kind of payout, you've now got this like extra $10,000, $8,000, whatever it is. If it's on like 100K, you can do that a couple times. That's a huge boon.
That's nice.
Yeah.
I think it is life-changing, honestly speaking. Not the money itself, maybe, but the fact that this feeling like,
what it can do for you.
I did this myself,
Yeah.
Nobody else helped me. Well, helped me. Nobody else. I was not dependent on somebody else doing this.
Yeah.
This is what it makes it work for me, honestly speaking.
I agree.
Of course, there's the other side to it. When you go through a drawdown phase or something like this, and you want to beat yourself up.
Yeah.
So if I get the $19 where I can get the account, well, you go to the homepage. You'll find all the links you need in the description of this live stream, and you sign up there. Then you buy the 2.5K account, for example, and then it's a two-step evaluation. You go, at least for the high stakes, at So a two-step means step one is that you need to get a profit target of 10% with a maximum loss of 10%. And if you do that minimum profit a day, you get, if you succeed in this, you get to step two, where you have 10% maximum loss again, but this time you only need to reach 5%. And if you do that, you become a funded trader. And once you are a funded trader, you know, you always have this maximum of 10%. Depending on how good you do, you can scale up. So you start with 2.5K, later that becomes 5K, 10K, and so on and so forth. I think for high stakes, the max is 500K, if I'm not mistaken. Well, you have it on your screen. And then you get 80% of the profits you make there. So that really is like, back in the days where I started, you needed to get a track record, and then you went out shopping looking for investors, which was a pain in the butt, I can tell you. Because rich people are rich for a reason, not because they like to give away money. They're usually on the more stingy side. And the nice thing is, like we are seeing right now here on LJ's screen, is if you're a first-time client and you buy an account like this, you even if you blow the account, you get a second chance for free. And that's pretty nice, in my opinion. You know, it's like, oh, you know, I didn't blow through $19. In reality, I just paid actually $8 net for an account like this.
Yeah, so find the links below. You can sign up, and then, yeah, I'll come through. This is sort of the payment page. I just had to check I wasn't doxing myself somehow. You know, my credit card details or debit card, bank card, whatever.
Would have been not fun, man.
Yeah, I just had to check. But yeah, so how it works is if you guys want to see the criteria, you just click this button at the top, and then there's some of the classic version, the standard version. So one just has a slightly different target. So it's a 10% first target instead of 8%. It does cost slightly more, you can see. So the $19 one for the 10% target is slightly cheaper. The classic with 8% is 22. So there you go. And yeah, same with the bootcamp. Like, it will explain all the things. So it's 95 to start, and then you only pay the 205 if you pass, right? And then you've got the hypergrowth there as well. Hypergrowth is obviously much more expensive, and typically for more more experienced traders, I guess.
Yeah, or the bootcamp also. But the bootcamp is nice, you know, if you really want to scale all the way up to, what is it, like 4 million, the max,
4
I
million,
think? Yeah. You know, that's the way to go then, obviously. But, you know, if you're just starting this, go with the cheapest account options where try yourself out. You know, don't be sad if you blow through an account. It's all part of a learning curve. Like I said, I've blown through probably 20 accounts in my life. Some of them big, some of them small, until, you know, I really understood that risk management is a large part of trading.
And that's personal accounts as well, right?
Personal accounts, yeah.
Yeah,
Only personal accounts.
Prop ones, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Prop ones, I actually haven't blown any yet. I had some.
Any?
Yeah, and I haven't blown any prop accounts. One is on the brink of being blown because I'm testing something there. And but other than that, I have a couple of accounts that I cannot trade anymore because I forgot about them, and then they timed out eventually, which is like, it happened to me on a 100K bootcamp account, for example. I forgot about it. Then, even though you get like the email reminders every now and then from the The5ers, I was like, you know, that's like $300 down the drain just because I was so stupid forgetting about it.
Yeah. You got to put them in like a spreadsheet or something and like check on it every now and again and be like, oh, wait, did I place something on that one?
For me, it's always, you know, I have this cockpit kind of like web application cockpit where all of my accounts are like unified, aggregated. You know, so I can have a look at it. And if the account is not on there, there's a high chance I eventually forget about it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I brought up Pound Ord for difficult. So Pound Aussie, I think we spoke about this a while ago. I don't have any of the past drawings on here. I must have cleared them all, I think.
Mate, I need to go to the toilet really quickly. Be back in a minute.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. So pound Aussie. Now, if we go out to week, we've had this dip back lower, right? This comes in with we had some of the better. Well, part of it was mixed. Some of it was better for the Aussie. So hence we've seen that pressure on the downside. Plus we did have a bit of a sketchy time for the UK for the pound data recently as well. Plus the back and forths with both the central bank and the entire government, put it that way, in the UK, right? But I do favor overall so this is on a weekly chart. You can see we've pulled back into here. I would favor another push higher on the pound Aussie in the long term. That also goes back to the fact that the Aussie, as far as the RBA, so our central bank, we won't be raising rates any longer. Though, also now comes in the face of the UK, they won't be lifting rates. Bank of England, surely not, right, at this point. Especially after today's inflation data coming in a bit lower. The Strait of Hormuz situation being over. So that does put that in a bit more of a locked sort of stalemate type position. And there will be negative carry on the upside. So that will definitely stem that push higher. But I think this is pretty decent position to buy in, honestly. So after today's data, of course, this is the hourly. We've come back into this 200-hour moving average. We've been riding that through here. And then you've got the technical structure through here where we had this sort of double tap, a slight push through, slight new low, but no candle close, right? It's just a wick through there. And then we pushed higher. So I don't mind this for longs overall. Same on the 15-minute. We've got the moving averages here positively aligned. Let's go. I haven't actually thrown these on here for some time. Good old standard deviation channels. So yeah, as far as today, maybe you get like a slight further dip towards this lower band and where the 200 is on the 15. I wouldn't mind that as a potential pickup, something like that. Then the question is, can we actually break through this center point and hold it, right? So we did have that snap through, but of course got completely erased. So if we can break above there once again, then of course we're heading to this next top area. That's definitely straight, guys, don't worry. It's a very straight line here. So I'll be at about 1.9070 up there. But yeah, so buying on dips, I don't mind at the moment. The only thing would be, if we go back to the hourly chart, of course, if we start to close firmly below this 200 moving average through here, then of course we're going down. And just as you can see, standard div channels are definitely showing that right now. But yeah, that's because we've had this like sustained sort of, kind of just a general pullback, right? Consolidation, slight retracement, nothing crazy. I don't think the momentum has directly shifted just yet. So, but yeah, I would say there's probably better pairs out there to have a look at overall. Because if we do fail up here, then we could see a much deeper drop since we have that carry aspect. Positive carry for the Aussie, lower rates for the pound, so you get negative carry on the upside, positive carry on the downside.
Yep.
And of course, that's just going to be these lows that we saw before, right? You see that break, and you're probably coming off pretty quick down to that bottom section.
I mean, if you look at the deviation channel, just isolated, could be a good spot for a short here. But
that's what I was saying. I'm split though. I don't know if the momentum's going to shift just yet. It's hard because I was saying as far as the central bank difference, they're kind of split now, kind of even. But
Yeah.
we do have that tilt with the higher rates for the Aussie. So thus, yes, I think eventually, like if we can't get this push up through here, then we do come off. But lower time frame, I don't
that is-
mind it as something like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the question is just you have to, get a close above this area here at about 190.20, right? Which we did stick above, but no firm close. So, yeah. So it's kind of split. That's what I was saying. I think there's probably some better
Yeah,
better,
I mean,
assets out there.
my hatred of a pound sterling, it's just I don't like to trade pound sterling. Doesn't matter.
I've never liked it.
It's like
Ever.
GU shorts. Okay.
GU shorts.
No.
I do like GU shorts,
I don't.
I will say. However, we have the Fed.
Yeah.
With the Fed, I don't like GU shorts. Okay, right? If there was no Fed meeting and such, then I'd be like, yeah, this doesn't look. I mean, it doesn't look amazing, but I wouldn't mind it. Again, it's pull back into this zone. We got this kind of megaphoning. I need to like change the colors of this somehow because we've got.
All the megaphone is there again.
Yeah, hang on. There we go. Let's make it. What do we make it? I don't know. Green. Is there a hotkey to just instantly change the color of stuff? Because I don't know.
I don't know, man.
Like, right? Yeah, you don't know.
I've been using TradingView for so many years now, but it's like I always do everything by mouse as well and not with shortcut.
Yeah. Because basically we had, I was saying before, yeah, so there's been this general trend line through here. We tapped in, tapped there, came through here. That held up again, rallied higher. This was non-farm payroll. It must have been, yeah, Friday the 5th. So that would have been non-farm payroll. Came back down through here. We've basically tested the underside and sort of wandering off. So yeah, the only thing is with the Fed, I would probably lean on upside. I think from here, like if the retail sales are actually a little bit better, we could see a slight dip down into this one standard div channel, potentially the two, make a double bottom through there and then run higher. But yeah, it's not super clean. Not super clean. I think the euro actually looks a little bit better for the long side on that same thesis. The pound is just sort of messy. Let me just get rid of the standard div channel for, okay, that didn't really clean it up too much, did it? It's still messy ass through here. But yeah, this was the structure I was looking for the other day when we were talking. So bit of a dip down, test the underside, and then come off. We just haven't driven all the way down to that bottom portion. And we may not from here. Like we could just rise higher.
Yeah, euro dollar.
I don't like it though.
For me also, I prefer that also on the longer term charts.
Yeah.
Because I like here pure from a technical standpoint, like what one of my systems is telling me. We have this nice, really textbook crossover of a slow stochastic with an exponential moving average. At the same time, I got the notification of a strong buy signal. It was on the -1 sigma when this happened. I couldn't enter this trade sadly because it happened very early in the morning, and this is not automated stuff. And I didn't dare to jump onto it on Monday anymore. Probably I should have done that. But I can totally see euro dollar, depending, of course, on the Fed tonight and the press conference, going up to somewhere around 116.70. Ultimately, maybe even higher. And
Dude, I feel like I need to just lean on the Fed decision, right? Just call it, like, I feel like I do this all the time. I'm like, sometimes I punch it, sometimes when I'm like a bit more 50-50, but I'm like, nah, I really think this is the angle.
The thing, if we still would have Jerome Paul now, I pretty much probably
so much
could
cleaner.
sketch out what he's going to tell you,
Yeah.
and how the market is going to react to this. With Kevin Walsh, I mean, I've studied him a little bit, like, and to kind of create an hypothesis, probably what we're going to hear, which is very close to what you sketched out on Monday already, and to kind of that he leaves the pockets open with a slight lean towards, there might be potential rate cuts, just to please Donald Trump, of course, as well. And but I don't know yet. That could be a surprise, also in the tone he's saying. And I don't like, when it comes to trading, I don't like surprises, because surprises
Same.
always mean you are somewhere left or right of a fat tail, which normally, in 75% of the time, leaves me in a bad spot. It's for what reason ever, it's at least personally for me, it might be different for you, LJ. It's like when these surprises come, I'm usually not on the good side of it. Good side meaning like,
Yes, dude, Dirk.
it's
100%.
I don't know why, it's like,
You think, flip a coin and you'd at least be, somewhere roughly even. But yeah, somehow I agree. I always end up on the poor side if I do take those surprise positions. But I guess that's the nature of a surprise. Like, hence the other stuff, you're going to be trading it cleanly because you know what it is. So then it's hard to that's the nature of a fat tail. I mean, we're just talking about, this is so obvious, but at the same time, it's like,
and
even just by pure chance, you get on the right side. You'd think sometimes.
Yeah, you would think it's like 50-50, but it isn't. But that's the mean thing, and this is something you learn very quickly, that we don't have a market doing something like this when it comes to a normal distribution, but that these parts here, this is what we call fat tails, are much higher, much more likely to happen than you would by pure statistical analysis assume that they are like. I looked in for some time frames, at least I looked into this for some pairs, and on some pairs they are like 700 times more likely to happen than what statistic tells you, which means like every so and so many bars, you're likely to get a fat tail event, which is, if you don't have stringent risk management, is always the part where accounts fail, when accounts are blown.
Yeah, exactly. So that's where you got to get like standard bell curve and then create like a further stretched out sort of curve, and then get that like crossover between the two. And then that's normally where you find those really good pockets, either at the ends to buy or to sell tops of a market at extremes, and also that center portion for like retracements and such, like a move away from consolidation, right?
The problem is also, if we have these fat tail events, it's like against our ingrained nature to act there. You become very euphoric or very, very scared to act, because these are really these events, when, I don't know, gold crashes down suddenly by 10% in a freak accident or something. And when you're like, you kind of feel like paralyzed to press the buy button. But this is actually when you should press the buy button. And it's probably, what kind of like society or evolution teaches us, be a little bit defensive.
Yeah. So I saw this as well. First of all, hang on. Yes, like a toddler with a crayon. Dude, 100%. These are my Picasso drawings, right? It's become like a ongoing sort of meme.
It is.
My Picasso drawings. So yeah, dude, 100%. Just drawing with a crayon.
But still helpful. Come on.
Yeah. Because it's just trying to map out the quick stuff, When we go through so many charts, it's hard to, structure some particular bits and pieces. And yeah, just before you jump into the Renko chart, so LJ, the megaphone pattern you are seeing, are you using the high and the low? Yeah, essentially the megaphone sort of pattern is when you're getting high highs, but also sort of lower lows, and you get this big expanse. And it tends to be when the market is very indecisive, and then depending on where the prior momentum was, you tend to reverse it. I'm trying to think, what was the chart that we had? I might have cleared some of it now. I thought it was on the NASDAQ.
I think on Monday you used it on the Nasdaq, no?
I did. Okay, here's another example. So this is like the Aussie. Let's go out to 1 hour. It's going to be a little bit difficult because there's a bunch of stuff on here. But yeah, so this is where you get those high highs, but lower lows the whole way through, and the market's kind of indecisive. You're pinging from one end to the next. It tends to be the end of like whatever the prior trend was. So of course this year we've had, I'll go to a larger time frame and then I'll hide all this stuff because it's going to be a bit messy. Yeah. We had this big run up in the Aussie. It's been absolute stormer. And then now we had the rate hikes priced in, and you can see this megaphone through here, which is when the prior trend is sort of starting to falter. You tend to see that all the time, and then eventually you crack through the bottom of that, and then you've got a new decision period. It doesn't mean you're just going to like fall out of bed. It just means the sort of consolidation at these higher areas. So the force of momentum, the velocity has decreased, and you tend to get a break outside of it, and then some kind of slightly lower consolidation. So yeah. And then we've got this longer trend line through here, and then hence this is breaking underside of the megaphone. Tap below that, we come up, touch the underside, and now we're waiting for the next impulse. So if we do get that slightly more dovish Fed, we could be moving back into here, and then we either re-establish the prior momentum, the prior direction, or it fails and we drop lower. So it's now basically it's in question. Hopefully that described it well. I don't know if I did, but yeah.
So the megaphone pattern is like kind of an expansion pattern, or?
Yeah, kind of an expansion pattern, and it tends to just tell you that when we're pushing up through here, let me zoom in a little. We're getting kind of these new highs breaking through, people looking to see whether, especially, let's go to my other Aussie chart. Let's go out to the weekly. You could definitely see that there was scope for us to just push right up towards 74, 75, right? And people will be looking at these continual breaks of highs as though that momentum is going to continue. But when you're getting those lower lows as well, it's telling you that people are starting to exit. They're willing to jump out at these highs, and then it's driving price further and further. And normally there's some other catalyst, whether it's data or something else, that is also creating those break of lows, as well as the counterpart, which in this case is the US dollar, which then might have some countervailing data coming through. Hence we get driven back up, but it's lacking conviction overall. So when you look at this, we're definitely still to the upside, but the local run has fizzled. So it's not completely dead, but it like fizzles out. Put it that way.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
And then you have the same deal on the low end, right? So you'd see something like this through here. Oh, this being green is now not helpful. It's even more difficult to see. There we go. We get that kind of situation where we've had this big bearish run, ping-ponging back and forth, and then you break into the new direction. And so that basically has to be confirmed and tested. which then did get confirmed and tested by holding up these lows, and we didn't break back into the megaphone pattern sufficiently. So yeah. Dude, yeah, early pen. I've got it at the side here.
Oh, that is.
Oh, New South Wales just scored literally as I brought this up. God damn, what was that? I don't know. I can't see it here. I've just got it to check the score, but dude, we can't lose this. We can't.
So you are Queensland or?
Yeah, Queensland. Yeah.
Okay.
Where was the other question you brought up with the Renko?
Here, I think this one. Oh, how
Yes, yeah.
helpful is Renko charts and how to use them with candlesticks? Yeah, I'm first of all a big fan of Renko charts. There are a number of reasons to them. First of all, because a lot of my trading is done through options. I'm the writer of the options, meaning I sell the option, get the premium for this. And Renko charts kind of help me to take out the noise of the market because they just update if there's a certain price movement. If that is within the next 1 minute, it's within when the chart changes. If the price, doesn't get to the new block boundaries within the next 2 weeks, then the chart doesn't change. So it takes out a lot of the noise of a market. And what I like to do is that I, for my option trading strategies, that I kind of look at where are we in terms of total trajectory at the moment. You can, for example, see this euro-dollar chart goes all the way back to July 2025. So for the size, which is 20 pips, I've set the Renko bricks here. It didn't display. If you would display this as a hourly or daily chart, would be much, much bigger in classic candlesticks. So why do I do this? Because I can define by this where, judging by this total move, are we right now. I can see we are pretty close, to the zero sigma when it comes to standard deviation. So for options, my strategy is at the moment that I play two sides because we are in a sideways trend, long-term sideways trends at the moment. So what I might do is, I write the call down up here and I write the put down here. Now, this of course is not really something you can translate to trading a prop trading account. There are no prop trading accounts for options, especially not for long-term options. So you can translate that, for example, also into a scalping trading strategy. So what I will do here is I have a longer term Renko-based chart, which goes back to right now to the 14th of June, the standard deviation channel I have for this. So that one purely measures price. And then I have a 5-minute chart aligned up to this. And what I'm looking for then is, first of all, I want to see that both the deviation channels align. So this one is like a sideways trend on the 5-minute right now, maybe slightly upwards. The Renko chart on the right is basically a sideways trend. It's not a very good example right now, in my opinion. Let me quickly go through others. This one is the opposite. This one also not. Today is one of these special days when nothing really lines up very much. But ideally, I would like to see, for example, an upward trajectory in the standard deviation channel based on the Renko chart, and also an upward trajectory on the 5-minute chart. Because what I can do then is that I can place trades that are going with the overall trend of that asset. Meaning, if we pretend now this is an upward, both standard deviation channels are pointing to the upwards, I could look for entries on the lower, the -1, the -2, the -3, or the -4 sigma level. If those align, for example, with certain moving averages like LJ likes to use, then I would take those trades. It's important here, I don't want to trade against the trend, I want to trade with the trend. So first of all, the trajectory of a deviation channel on the Renko chart and the lower time frame candlestick chart, they need to align. If we see, gold is a good or bad example, as a matter of fact, right now. There we can see the Renko chart is still saying, well, we are in an uptrend right now, whereas the 5-minute chart says, no, we are in a downtrend right now. So these don't align, thus I don't want to trade them. It's basically a tool for me not to time like when should I buy or sell something, but to look like, is the lower time frame aligned right now with the longer term picture of the asset? Because if they are aligned, I can kind of like let statistics work for me. Because then there's a higher chance, above 50%, that eventually the trend will go again into the direction of a longer term trend. This doesn't cover, of course, those phases, where we have a regime change. These are the phases that most matter, when the long-term trend kind of changes, maybe from up to sideways or down. But, that's the thing, where most traders fail, That pocket of regime change is extremely difficult to measure. I don't think, honestly speaking, you are able to measure it at all, at least not in real time. You can only measure it in hindsight. Like X bars ago, the regime changed, and you don't know until like 20 bars or 40 bars or 100 bars are on your chart. And this is usually also where you start losing money then. Because as a trader, you always want to do like what is obvious, what is most likely to happen next. And you cannot do this during regime changes. So I jokingly said the other day when I was talking to a friend about trading, I said, like, whoever figures out how to measure regime changes in real time is going to have a Nobel Prize, probably.
Yeah.
And then everything is going to be arbitraged away again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because it's hard because it's like I don't know, when it's darkest before the dawn, right? It's dark, and then all of a sudden it's light.
Exactly.
You don't really get this like sort of pre-warning. All the pre-warning would tell you it's still dark, essentially, and then suddenly light pops up. But yeah, you can get a slight indication as it's starting to come over the hill, the sun, right? But yeah, it's very difficult. I don't know.
I've spent a lot of time trying to figure that one
Yeah.
out. And like with different approaches, be it like taking into account something like Fibonacci levels, trying to measure what is the overall cycle of an asset that goes into the direction of John Ehler's work, for example, which I'm a big fan of. But it still only shows you like 50% of what is true. There's always this lag. And I don't think it's possible to get rid of this lag, honestly speaking, as well. So the smart approach for at least risk-on assets is like something like Bart is doing, who runs like systems that, for example, on gold or on the Nasdaq, only take long trades. And this is one thing how you can kind of overcompensate this. Of course, you need to accept then that in regime changes, like let's say we have a year where the Nasdaq is only going sideways or down, that your systems are not going to work or lose money. That's where risk management can in. But this is based on the fact that the economy is probably going to continue to grow overall over the next 50, 100, 500 years. Maybe a smart solution to this. It's a simple solution, but it's really a smart solution. It doesn't help you with Forex pairs, those, because those are all over the place when it comes to regimes, except yen pairs.
Hence, the best you can do is like nowcasting, like we do, here, like every day,
Exactly.
every week, like, and then you just got to ride the waves, is the way I put it, as they come. So.
Good question. What do you mean saying arbitraged away? Is it something that
Give me
retail?
1 sec.
Yeah, sure, of course.
Yeah.
Is this something that retail traders have to take into consideration? What do I mean by arbitraged away is like, let me do an example. Like back in the days when, for example, the relative strength index was invented, and it had an edge over the market simply due to the fact that nobody else was using it. It was like knowledge that the zones of above 70 or below 30 worked on certain stocks, for example. Once that became common knowledge that this works, it kind of offsets the profitability of a strategy like this, because people start front running it. Nowadays, you have algos front running it, and so on and so forth. So once a trading strategy becomes common knowledge and it's, accessible to everybody, it's not going to work anymore, because there are always people that will front run this trading strategy that are faster and also smarter than me, for example. And so once you find a working trading strategy, what you want to do is you don't want to share it with people. You want to keep it for yourself, because that way you can make sure that not a million people are using your own trading strategy at the same time, doing it smarter in a way, executing it faster, having less slippage, or front running you. So that's extremely important. And yeah, this is one institutional arbitrage bots doing something validated more, or the opportunity will be neutralized. That's the point. And yes, you have institutions, and when it comes to crypto especially, you have bots harvesting that exactly. There are quant traders out there are hedge funds out there who exactly are specializing in this. They know, oh, this is a strategy commonly traded by retail traders. Like I made the example with RSI over 70 or under 30. So I'm going to either front run them or I'm going to fade them, up to the point that the strategy does not work anymore. This is something that can make you money, but you need to have hardware and a setup that's extremely low latency, meaning you need your trades probably executed under a nanosecond probably nowadays. I don't know, really. I used to have a friend who was specializing in something like this, but he eventually gave it up as well, because he said the cost of the mechanical setups, meaning servers, and where those servers are stationary, is just too high for the edge. You know, I cannot invest like $10 million to earn like 200,000 a year or something like this. So once you have an edge, and once you find an edge and find something that works, keep it to yourself. Don't share it openly with other people. This is, honestly speaking, between you and me, also the reason why we as presenters here, we never exactly share, oh, this is the rule, this is the rules for entry, exit, and so on and so forth for our strategy. Because we know if we would do that, it wouldn't work probably the next day anymore, our strategies.
On a retail basis, like your strat's not going to get opt out completely, right? If you do some massive thing, you get a whole bunch of people, like on YouTube, you're selling course, that kind of stuff. Maybe eventually, but it probably won't be eroded by people signing up and retail traders jumping on the train. It'll be some institutional guy who sees this and sees these other people trading this way, and then arbs it out themselves, right?
Exactly.
Just like how meme stocks used to be a thing for a while, institutions all became aware, and now it doesn't happen anymore, because they're also playing that game too. It gets hedged out. So the another way of thinking about it is it's like a gold rush, any kind of strategy that's working. Other people kind of pick up on it, and once everyone's doing it, there's no money to be made for the individual anymore, because it's split amongst so many people. So just like in the early days of social media, you could jump on, talk about absolutely nothing, or have a YouTube channel, and you'd blow up just because no one was doing it. And so you immediately automatically got massive. Same with TikTok, same with all these kind of things. That's a good example. Whereas now, if you want to jump onto YouTube or Instagram stuff or whatever, social media things, it's very saturated. So it's very hard to actually break above the rest unless you've got something really unique. That's kind of what the trading strats is kind of like, right? So that's why all the big institutions try and keep everything very closed book. There's lots of NDAs and all sorts of rules where you can't take that information or data somewhere else, and if you do, they're going to sue the heck out of you, right?
I had this in 2016. I almost signed up with a quant shop, and I didn't eventually do that because of the NDA. The NDA was basically saying if you work with us and you quit your job, or you get fired, or you quit by yourself, you have like you cannot work for a different quant trading boutique for 1 year. And 1 year is a lot of time in that space, like a lot of things, especially nowadays with AI, that of course was not like that relevant in 2016. It's like really, it's like you basically have to sit on your hand and you cannot do anything. You cannot earn any money. You cannot utilize what you learned within this quant trading because they are going to sue you into oblivion.
And so the same thing even with retail trading. If you do have a strat, and putting it out there, it's not going to about your strat necessarily, but sometimes people then do want to keep developing that and potentially raise money. But if you've just put it out there, you can't go and do that, because why would someone specifically raise that money on you when they can go and copy it and do whatever, right? Yeah, so...
Man's friend saying you cannot possibly get rid of a leg. However, the time cycle analysis like bull run, consolidation, halving, and bear run paired with time might give an edge, but not a sharp one. Yeah, that's the case for Bitcoin or crypto in general. Absolutely agree with you. I'm surprised that this concept of 3 years bull market, 1 year bear market still works so well in Bitcoin up to now. I also would have thought, with Bitcoin now being over $1 trillion in market cap, is it still at this price? I don't know. Around that number at least.
Around total. I'm not sure.
In total, I think we are still above a trillion. But anyway, that exactly this would have been arbitraged away, but it's not. You can only get always a close approximation, like when is regime going to change? And I really, it's like the one thing I really like to think about a lot. This is like the type of thing that keeps me awake at night. That I think about, how can I measure regime change? I know it sounds super nerdy, it probably is, but it's...
It's like that meme, when there's like, what's that meme when like the girlfriend's lying there and then the guy's in bed like awake and the girlfriend's like, I bet he's thinking about some other girls or something, right? And it's just you just thinking about regime change.
It's my wife always laughs at me. It's like, how come you were up like at 4 a.m. in the morning and on your mobile phone already? And when I tell her, I was thinking about math, and then she just shakes her head at me. It's like, oh man.
Exactly. Oh my god. We did have a Bitcoin question earlier. I can't find it now.
We did.
It was a while ago. It was somewhere, but basically, do you think we're actually seeing the bottoms here? Because I think the funny thing is with the Fed, like if we do get this opening the door to the potentially more dovish side, leaving that open, because I got to say, Kevin Warsh, he doesn't like the level of communication the Fed has had. He's gone back and forth between being sort of hawkish, dovish, being against QE. You'd see that as very hawkish. But he doesn't like the whole forward guidance aspect. So if you don't like forward guidance, essentially what you're going to say the whole time is just both sides are open and I'm not telling you anything.
Yeah, this is right? Probably so what we're going to hear.
Yeah, exactly. Like we were talking about. So from where we currently are, that would arguably be dovish, especially in terms of relative positioning from Jerome Powell and the kind of over communication, the very direct sort of lead ups prior to the actual meeting, that kind of thing. So we could start to see this actually push. I don't know. Again, it's one of those regime change questions where we're seeing it right now, but you don't know until we go a bit further. But you're like, oh, that was it already. I think we might be looking at that. I think we could potentially have the bottoms here.
Yeah, like you said, it's like one of those questions, that you only can answer in hindsight. There are two layers to that, in my opinion. Like, I can always look at what happened in the past and what we're seeing right now. Like, especially, what are we now? Around 50% of the top. That's normal. Bitcoin, like 50 to 85% in a bear market from the last all-time high. That's quite normal. And my go-to model used to be this one. I've talked many times about this one, like kind of a logarithmic regression on Bitcoin. Logarithmic is the key phrase here. It's not a normal regression because that would, so don't use this and use it on a normal scaled Bitcoin chart or crypto chart. You need to switch on and down here that the scale is logarithmic. And what this tells me is simply there are usually around 360 to 370 days from the last all-time high to the bottom of the market, which would put us somewhere in October or early November of 2026. If the price is going to be then at around 65,000 or 55,000 or 50,000, I don't know. All I know is this is probably what we can expect. And after this is slowly going to pick up steam again. Arguably, I have kind of the feeling that Bitcoin is a little bit out of the focus, or crypto in general, on media. I remember, I don't know for other countries, but here in Germany, like the large newspapers that are always like to report in the past, like, oh, Bitcoin crashed by X and Y. Now nobody cares anymore about this. Seems like everybody just cares about AI. And this makes the feeling a little bit different of a cycle, but I also think it's a chance. Because if you still believe that, Bitcoin is doing what it was invented to do, meaning mining a new block every 10 minutes, difficulty hashes are adjusting according to the programming of Bitcoin, which still works beautifully, well, I think then this is the time slowly where you should start buying. I don't know if the low is going to be now or what we saw actually in the beginning of June, where we were trading around $60,000. Long term, I think this are going to be good prices to pick up Bitcoin, not for scalping, not for day trading, but for longer term investments. Because fundamentally, Bitcoin is still working. And I know, usually I always get the argument when, but quantum computing is going to crack the SHA 256 encryptation of Bitcoin. Yeah, true. If quantum computing actually starts working, that is a real danger. But guess what? Our whole banking system relies on the same encryption. So there's a much larger pot, to dig into this than caring about Bitcoin.
Yeah, it will be defensively placed into the system beforehand, and it'll probably be actually, because there's the other argument that that's what will defend it rather than what will attack it.
Yeah.
Especially by the time we actually get there. Yeah, and like you said, you've got bigger problems if.
Really, Then the whole financial.
Oh well, it doesn't matter because my bank account has been wiped out and I can't buy any Bitcoin anyway.
Exactly.
The banks are destroyed.
Everything goes to zero suddenly.
Yeah.
Really. Oh, we have so, guys. Thank you for participating so much in the chat today. We really, really appreciate that. What always makes it fun if we can cater a little bit to where your actually points of pain is. And I'm dorkish. I love it. Dirkish.
That's brilliant. I forgot to answer your other question before I saw this. So they are SMAs, so simple, not exponential. And they're not on any fixed value. So it's just the moving average of whatever time frame I jump to, because I like to look at them on different frames. I do have a chart in CTrader that does have it'll have the 4-hour 100 or the daily 200, etc. on the 15, just to show me where that is. But on here, no. Because again, it gets my chart's already too clustered. If I had too many things going on everywhere, it'd be a nightmare. As
it's become one of these memes, that with a chart clustered in lines and averages and everything.
Or that meme. The more lines, more drawings, more indicators, the more screens you have, you can lose money even faster, right? I agree, Infinite. I think overall, I think Kevin Walsh will end up leaning dovish. And so there was some stuff on Bitcoin which I'll mention to you shortly, but just tapping over to this. So this is the current rate expectation for tonight for the Fed. So basically no change, 99.6% priced in, which is essentially as good as you get for certainty. Now the thing is, if we go over to September, we still have a 27% chance of a hike, right? It was 33% a week ago before we got the resolution to the Middle East. And that jumped up from 17% 1 month ago. Because, of course, then we thought that the whole situation was actually going to resolve itself pretty quick. We've now got that. Now, I think 27% is too high. So hence, this is what I'm looking at. If Kevin Walsh does leave open that dovish spectre going out to September, I think this needs to come way down, right?
Yeah.
And then hence is where we get that dovish outfit from. So I don't think we'll get heaps of information. It'll just be one of those very broad type things. And then I must say, I wouldn't be surprised coming into end of the year that we do actually potentially get that kind of drop in rates. One potential rate cut, something like that, which right now is priced at 0 for December.
I think probably Walsh is going to get scolded by Trump today already that they don't cut the rates.
If he does, as long as he leaves the door open, I think he'll give him the grace, right? I think he's had too much trouble. He's had enough trouble lately. I think he's just going to leave it chill. We've got the 250-year events going on for America. I think he needs a bit of a lift. I don't think he's going to stir the pot so much anymore, especially now we're looking towards the midterms, that kind of thing. But yeah, so if you go looking out towards October as well, we've still got 33% in October and 5.4% for a 50 basis point.
Okay.
Hike in October. So I just see that as wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That scenario,
why
you need
would-
like a job market
You know?
booming like crazy and inflation going back to 6% or something like this to justify
Yeah,
rate
and-
hike.
That's a good point as well. I spoke to Pedro about it yesterday. I forgot to mention to you on Monday. One of the other big things that people have forgotten about with the recent jobs number, why it was so good, guess what we have going on right now? Right, the World Cup.
Yeah.
That lifts, that's so many jobs and gives a temporary boon, right? And I've only seen very few people talking about this. When I say people, I mean like large institutional players or various talking heads, that kind of thing. Like people just not. It's one of those things that's right under your nose, but you kind of forget. It's one of those random seasonality effects, which it doesn't get excluded for seasonality because it's an event-driven aspect, which is only every 4 years. And so yeah, it does come into it. So I think that's also part of the good jobs number for sure, and then hence we'll see that drop off once the World Cup is over.
Plus, we are going to the next month over month inflation reading. So the one we're going to see in July is probably also going to be higher because it's going to take into effect that retail raises its prices just because you have a lot of fans in metropolitan
And accommodation from hotels, that kind of stuff, it feeds into that. Yeah. And that's where you get the split between CPI and the core PCE, which will be very different. Yeah. So, all right. So yeah, the other thing I was gonna, I don't know if did we talk about Bitcoin on Monday? Maybe we did.
No, we
I don't know.
didn't. On Monday, we didn't talk about Bitcoin at all.
So this is the other thing I was looking at, Dirk. This is the weekly, right? We've tapped very nicely into this 200-week moving average here. So with our good old bull bear long-term moving average support area, I'm kind of wondering if this is now a push back up towards 90k and a bit of churn and then back up to the all-time highs. So that's why I was kind of saying, like, this kind of feels like it could actually be the bottom. There are these spaces out here that I think we mapped that out back when it was like last year sometime. I'd look for when we were up above 100 to actually come down and retrace to. Gotten close, but not all the way there.
Yeah, that's the thing, and because I don't know that, the only thing I know
You don't
is
know?
like,
You don't have a crystal ball?
I don't have a crystal ball, a crystal Bitcoin. I only have crystal Ethereum. It's like, but this is for me the reason, like, why I DCA. I use these prices to slowly get into. I started buying at 75K already, but like on a weekly or monthly basis with a little bit, because I need to slowly get into this. Because if there's one strategy, at least when it comes to crypto, it's like trying to time the bottom or the top. It's never going to happen. My average way out of Bitcoin for the tranches I bought from 40K all the way down to 60K in the last cycle was at $95,000 or $93,000. So I also didn't catch like the 128K top on there. On the way down, I'm going to play the same thing again, because if let's say even at this price right now, I would go all in at 65,000 or 63,000 US dollars, 64,000, and we end up with a next cycle high at $200,000 within 3 years from now. That's an extremely good return on investment, no? Like you don't make like 300% or 200% like within 3 years on normal assets.
Yeah, not very often, no.
Not very often.
So that's one of the things, like with DCAing, I think people, I can see my charts lagging. I might have to reset it in a sec. Sorry, guys. On my screen, it's fine, but I can see on the...
It looks fine. We can see your mouse moving on the screen.
But is it... I don't know. Anyway, I'll figure it out later. Regardless, so one of the things though with DCAing, like people often they still want that like bottom fishing element, which is not DCAing, right? Dollar cost averaging people still want to wait for that, and then this does pop from here, and then they miss it, and then they end up getting in much higher. And they often don't want to get in just up here. They end up getting up right towards the tops.
Yeah.
Because they're like, oh, we'll pull back again, that kind of thing. So, yeah, if you are going to jump in, buy those split pieces over time, but don't go for the absolutes. That's the entire point of dollar cost averaging, right? It doesn't mean you're bottom fishing. I just hear so many people saying like, oh, I could dollar cost average even lower. It's like, no, that's
not the point.
That's the opposite of what we're talking about, right?
Yeah. These catching the bottoms, catching the tops is like something, yeah, maybe it's nice because if you meet up with your friends, you can brag about it. I got it in the bottom. But it's like 8 out of 10 times.
You got tapped in right on that, right?
Yeah.
But that's very rare, and it was by a hair, right?
Exactly.
So yeah.
CA is bad. What makes you think that it's like, no matter, not only on Bitcoin, but also on other risk-on assets, like the best strategy to, over the course of, let's say, 10, 20, 30 years to build up wealth, really?
Yeah, definitely. And like that doesn't mean you don't partition some large capital on the side. So when you do get some, the market falls out of bed, right, and we do get a massive crash, you don't have anything to buy it up.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
It's meant to be just putting in small slithers along the way, where you're just like, a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit here. And then when you do get the massive dump, say something on like, if we go to a NASDAQ even, and you had this like the Trump fall, right? You can park the truck and just buy everything.
Yeah.
Right? Or during where even was COVID? Dude, it's so funny. Like this was like COVID, and then we just had the massive rally. So crazy, exactly that. But you just buy gradually all the way up through here. Then we get this big dip off. Then you punch, huge amount in. And again, this comes back to that 200 week moving average type situation. Buy it up, and then you run the whole way. That's where you save like the big chunk to invest. And again here, bang, back into that 200 week, all the way up. We had the dip around Trump. You start DCAing around here. You see that we flipped the script. He decided to reduce the rates. We didn't get all the way to the 200 week moving average in that situation. But then maybe we got some extra truck to pile in as we're going up. Boom. There you go. So,
But LJ, everything is a bubble. The bubble is going to burst. We are going down to zero. It looks exactly like 1929.
yeah, I remember, like, this was literally, when we had inflation through here after COVID, and everyone's like, the stock market and NASDAQ is going back down to like 2008 lows or whatever. You know, it's like neck minute. Look at that.
Boom.
So imagine if you freaked out during COVID, sold everything, and in 6 years,
You not only sold everything, you invested then what was left of your money into toilet paper.
like,
Yeah, that's
Dude.
crazy. No?
that is crazy. This is definitely a spectacular run, to be fair, but you always say that, but we see it all the time at the same time, you know? Every time it's spectacular until the next spectacular run. So,
That's the hard part, no? When the Nasdaq is trading at 30,000, you cannot imagine it being at 60,000 or 90,000. That's
Yeah.
what it makes so hard.
but yes, Shane, I did see that before. Yeah, nice. We're coming back. Don't worry, we'll get there. Hopefully.
Rugby.
We're we'll do it anyway. Also, I love this. Best thing about hindsight trading is you get to see the license plate of the truck that just hit you.
True.
That's brilliant.
That's true. Yeah, sometimes trading feels like you are plucking 10-cent pieces from the street, and there's like this, plowing steam engine following you, running you over at any moment.
Yeah. Dubicor was saying before earlier, so 1 hour crossover is your trend it's not a confirmation, it just it basically identifies that yes, the momentum over a certain period has started to move in new direction, right? So it's a part of the puzzle. It's like you're looking for like, I don't know, 10 input pieces, you've got like another input piece, right? And some of them have more weighting one day and have less weighting another day, depending on what's going on. So that's what makes trading hard. I think that there was a clip I saw from I don't know, some professor at like MIT or Caltech or something. He was talking about like, yeah, so I'm a physicist by nature, by trade, by profession, whatever. Physics is easy. Once you learn it, it doesn't change on you. Trading is very hard. So he went from physics into trading. Trading changes all the time. Gravity at one point was 9.8 meters per second squared, and then the next day it just changes to 15.
Yeah.
And then it's 4. And then it's negative, right? And you're floating, right? So that's how trading is. So it's one part of the puzzle, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is why you should, every morning before you trade, ask yourself the question, what regime are we in right now? What is my expectation when it comes to volatility? How, in general, what are the markets looking at the moment? Is this a day where everybody's basically waiting for Donald Trump to tweet something? Then maybe, it's like something, I should be very conservative maybe today because this is a factor I cannot factor in. Or is this a day where everything is kind of normal, where my expectation is we are going to probably stay not at the fat tails of our Gaussian distribution. We are going to stay somewhere at the top. Then I can maybe be a little bit more aggressive, but I still need to be prepared that even intraday this can change very quickly. And this is also the reason why most people fail to create automated trading strategy that give them so-called passive income, all the time, because they try to find kind of a holy grail that works in every regime, which it doesn't. Big part of what I'm doing, at least in an automated way, is really thinking about measuring or trying to measure. You cannot measure it completely. What is the current regime? If the current regime is X, well, then I have this, and this trading strategy that have a higher chance to work. If a regime is Y, then I cannot use these strategies. I need to use others. Probably, this can be best described as discretion. Like as a human being, you would kind of subconsciously, through experience, factor that in, and when you not know, but you have a kind of like a hinge, like a kind of like a devil sitting on your back, telling you, hey, this is the right strategy for today, or it isn't.
Yeah.
Experience.
Exactly.
Yeah. Experience.
Yeah, it's experience. It's time when you get that feeling for things. I think Stanley Druckenmiller has talked about it a bunch. Like very successful macro investor. Obviously, they have all the resources. Multi billionaire himself from returns, plus obviously the money he's managing. But yeah, sometimes he'll just say like, I got a hunch, I got a feel for something. And he'll just go and deploy several hundreds of millions, billions of dollars on just like, I think this kind of feels right? So it does, there is merit
this is
in
the
that. And it
best,
comes from experience, right?
This is the best insult I've ever gotten in my life. Love it. I love it. And you're right.
Dude, actually, where's Garden Designs? He needs to change that photo that he made, right?
True.
You instead, just like Rich, you got to be a Lego man.
I need to be a Lego
instead,
one.
up the top. So you got to be an evil Lego man.
The Lego guy where somebody forgot to put on the hair. Maybe I should have like, well, it looks like something like this, Hair's supposed to go onto this. Oh man, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. Sorry.
No, that's completely fine. That was brilliant. That was hilarious.
Passive income actively managed. Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't you love all those influencers who tell you about, just create a passive income? Yeah.
Yeah. Get out of here. Yeah,
What they don't tell you is the amount of work. What was that about Trump? Sorry.
So the thing about Trump, Trump, I know, tweeting again, unbiased trader brought this up. So Iran MOU is not final. If I don't like what I see, we'll strike again. Come on, Trump, just accept it.
Oh my God, it's the same insanity every week, really.
Oil prices, I don't know. It's such. I think it's just trumping Trump. Because again, saying I'm heading to Paris and then back home to the US. He's going to discuss details at a press conference today. So I guess that's something to watch out for. We'll have the Fed. We'll also have Trump talking. I assume he'll probably be talking before the Fed. He normally doesn't generally do stuff that late, but like who knows at the same time. I guess the other takeaway is what do we have?
Is that like here? Strait of Hormuz will be open in the next day or two. That sounds like the guy who is still owing you money and always tells you like, oh, you're going to get your money back in the next day or two. Trust me, bro.
Yeah, tomorrow, man. Don't worry.
Just give me 24 more hours. Don't break my legs.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Richard. Good to see you.
I will say the Nasdaq didn't move too much. When this actually came out, it's literally just this tiny candle. So anyway, but yeah, hello, Rich. Welcome.
What's up?
Sorry.
I'm in a Nasdaq short at the moment.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good one, yeah.
My first one was a bum. It went right direction, or at least I guessed the right direction, but entry was horrible. And then
Hang on, let's go
it
over.
stopped me out, and I decided, screw it, I was going to jump in again, which I did. So
What
this
was
was
your
the
entry
original
then?
trade.
Yeah.
This was the original trade. We started breaking lower after struggling to push higher. Started getting some momentum. I would have loved to have been in there, but I didn't. I ended up getting in over here. It stopped me out, and I decided, no. If we're going to get another bearish candle, I'm taking a sell. So my second entry was this one at 3175.02. That was the entry of that one. It's hit TP2 already. And moved stop loss to break even, and now I'm just waiting. Now I'm just waiting for it to play out.
Wait, what was your entry price on the second one?
3175.02.
Oh, okay. You are on the CFD, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah, nice. Yeah.
It's unfortunate
Are
about
you-
the first one.
Trading the futures one still, though, Rich? Or is this
Yes.
separate? This is just on the CFD.
So, okay,
do you take
so
on
what I
both?
do with the futures account is I don't trade the London session on the futures account. I will
Yeah,
trade either just before or during the New York session. And then I try and focus as much as I can London session on the CFDs.
Yeah.
And the only reason is because if we're on stream, it's very difficult to get a trade on CFD, then go to futures, get the trade there, make sure everything's ready, talk to you guys, make sure everything is. It's like balls in the air juggling, just too many
like a
things.
recipe for disaster, really. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially
So
when
I
the
decided-
sizing
Yes.
is different. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I decided one for this session, one for the other session, and then it's just leave it as is.
It's sense.
That's fair.
I still haven't actually properly placed a trade on my futures yet. I will. I just
Do it.
Will is there as well. Welcome back.
Hello, people. I am back. I slid through the back door.
You look like you've been hitting stop loss a number of times today.
Gee, thanks, Dirk. I mean, wow.
I don't know. You have like the sad aura right now.
Oh my god, bro.
Will is sadness today. He's a sad panda.
Dude, I'm actually really excited today. Me and
just teasing you, of course, man.
yeah. No,
Dirk's
no,
out here
screw
doing
you,
like
Dirk.
the Fortnite,
Screw
like
you.
whatever dance
Yeah.
on Will's body. Just like,
God damn. I'm actually
Teabagging him.
I'm buzzed today. I'm super gassed.
How's
my
your
God.
EU trade going, Will?
I'm about $90 up.
Oh wow, you're actually up. I
Are you
went
short,
into I went into drawdown and it's just kind of been sitting there.
Oh shit, no way.
It's-
Yeah,
it's done
mine's
nothing.
okay. No, I'm $84 up now. I was just $92 up.
It's done nothing the whole day. Not a single thing.
Welcome to the world of Kevin Walsh.
Oh no.
actually,
No,
hang on,
don't tell me
question.
that. Yes.
see how your profit, like, why is it not showing the decimals?
What do you mean? It's in points.
Oh, it's set in points. Oh, okay, that's why.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
So
I was like,
if
Which is a
you,
weirdo,
if
he
you
said.
right click on it, you can save profit as money or points.
okay.
So if I go to money,
see.
then you'll see the decimal points.
Yeah, right, okay. Yeah.
Did you think
was
that I
wondering
had
outside.
unlocked some sort of secret code thing within MetaTrader and you were like, oh, I want that?
I didn't know you are able to do something like this.
Yeah, no, I was going to
Dude,
say, I
how
didn't know
can
you could
you
do
get
that.
to do that
Yeah.
and I don't?
What absolute horsery is this? Anyway. Yeah,
I never realized
GU, it's just nothing. I used to do this, but then... Or
Okay,
actually, I
I've
still
just
have
hit
it like this,
quit
but
1-to-1 now.
but I do that. So in the beginning I used to hide the P&L and I would just look
Yeah.
at the points
Which
and I
makes
would
sense.
know that I would know that okay, I am looking for 10 points as an example in movements. And then I see okay, I'm at 0.2 or whatever points it is at that point in time and I can say okay, I'm about 1/5 of my way to stop loss.
That's fair.
If I didn't look at like the screen itself as an example. It just kind of, if you're looking at this floating P&L, then you're like, ooh, $50, $100 down. Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, or you take profits too early because you see like, oh, I'm
Yeah,
$300
$100
up,
up,
$500
$200
up.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
you realize that your $300 is not even 0.25%. And you're
Exactly.
like, yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's one thing I really dislike about MetaTrader, and it's the fact that it locks this information. So you can't move it around to hide certain information all that well. So if I want to move it, it's going to try and curb fit everything into the screen itself.
Yes,
I know what you
can-
mean. Where it tries and
Whereas,
and the only thing you can do is like zoom in to get rid of it.
Yeah.
But then
Yeah.
you still want to see the other stuff. You just don't want to skew.
Yeah,
the
you can
current bars,
deactivate
the
our
current
auto
bars.
scroll, no?
Dude, I've just looked
No,
at
it's not.
you now.
It's not the
Wait,
auto
that looks-
scroll.
yeah.
Okay.
it's the
The relevant size of the bars. So, for instance, when you get like a massive like
yeah. I know
downdraft.
what you mean.
yeah,
and
You have like the spike, and then the rest of your chart is going to be screwed up
Yeah.
basically because
Yes.
you cannot
so
Yeah.
flawlessly like
you
zoom
this, you could go to the 1 minute and then minimize until you're happy with that, but then you kind of like miss details,
yeah.
Yeah, it's 2010
anyway.
software.
Yeah, very, very old, very annoying. So that's why it's here. And it's, you can zoom. Can I zoom in a little bit more, please? Just give me a little.
No,
Can I-
you bloody can't.
I keep pressing the plus
Nope.
button and it's not
Cannot,
zooming.
sir,
Minus.
cannot.
Can't,
A zoom like this is forbidden.
how dare
trying to
you
fix
zoom so much? I would like
You
to
shall
zoom
not
just a little,
bid
please.
that much price.
Yeah. I don't
I
care about
forbid
this
it.
wick. Can I hide it? No. No, you can't. It
Yeah.
has to be a part of the window. It has to. Well, but why? Because we said so. Oh, okay. In that case.
Alright.
I know you gotta dip out, Dirk, but
Yeah.
I feel like we were talking about this before. But I just like maybe like real quick.
Well,
I
isn't
guess. Yeah, what do you say? I would say like your cash will be tied up for a long time. Like that's kind of the
luckily,
point of investing. Like,
exactly.
if
I want
if
this.
you're putting in cash that you need now, that you're not investing it, right? That you shouldn't be putting that money into longer term investments. That goes against the
Principle of investing.
the entire principle. Yeah, it's meant to be tied up.
Yes.
So I don't know what if you had any other comments.
the,
Dirk,
the
'cause
second
especially
part,
you do-
the second part, and sorry, Don Vogel 3849. I don't want to personally insult you, of course, but the second part. However, if you combine it with momentum strategies, you can accumulate at the optimal time and trigger price. This sounds like a advertising slogan for yet another bad trading robot. Sorry, but it's like this is like very generic. At least you need to share some more details, like what gives you the edge there. It's like
And-
this is like okay, yeah, momentum. Okay, what like combined with an RSI, and I'm only going to buy when we are below 30, or what does that mean even?
And at the same time, it's also exactly what we said, right? So hence that momentum strat would be positive momentum, right? Stock market tends to go up with the 200 here. That's your point to accumulate.
Yeah.
And then we run higher. You
But
accumulate
that's not a
again.
momentum strategy, no? That's a trend following strategy.
Yeah, trend follow. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Ha!
So it's counter momentum, I guess. But
Yeah.
the overall trend is still higher. So, yeah.
Absolutely,
But
and it
if-
can be
and
as
the
simple
thing
as
is-
that. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you're gonna go with momentum, like I guess then in what he's saying, like you're gonna try and jump out here, close your entries, get back in here. You also have to think about things like tax. You just created a tax event, right? So like yes, you took profit here, but now you could pay 50% tax. Jump in here with half your money, or whatever tax bracket you have wherever you are. And then ride it again. Like you're just gonna create a nightmare. Just buy it and hold it, and
And that is like under the
it.
assumption that you're able to time these tops. There's a high chance, that you think the top was like 5,000 points lower already. And then there's a high chance that you FOMO into it at the very top because you missed out so much performance. This is why we see these V-shaped recoveries, especially on the Nasdaq. You know, these are all the fund managers that are trying to do the same and that miss out. And eventually they need to FOMO in because they cannot explain to the investors, you know, why the Nasdaq has performed 50%, but they were sitting on 65% cash during all this time.
Yeah, exactly. So hence, you know, if you want to pick tops, like trade it, but that's not for investing, right?
Yeah,
That's
that's more something for scalping, day trading. You know, I can see that there, but for a solid long-term investing strategy, it's very hard to lose money long-term with DCA.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, Dirk, I know you got to go.
Yep,
so.
gotta go. See you guys again next, what is today? Wednesday? Next Monday, that is already. My God, time is running. Almost half of the year gone already.
Next week, Monday, is the 1v1s. So Dirk will get to see firsthand whether or not LJ or Will is their money's worth as a host.
Finally, I'm going to
or
see
they need to be replaced.
if you are real traders, if you're a real man.
Yes.
Lucky I don't participate in that.
Yeah.
Last time I got my ass handed by Jonathan when we did this. All right, guys. Take care.
Have a great
it was
day,
great
Dirk.
fun. Everybody be careful tonight with the Fed decision and everything that Kevin Walsh is going to say that. Let's see where we stand next week or tomorrow. Bye-bye.
See you later, Dirk. Have a good one. Peace, brother.
Cheers,
we
Dirk.
also got FOMC as well later on at 7 p.m. haven't we?
We do.
Yes.
I'll probably still hang around with you guys for a bit. I might just jump in, jump out. You can see my screen's doing the laggy whatever stuff. So I'll come back.
Dimus problemus, my friend. Dimus problemus.
Excellent.
See you guys in a moment.
Sir LJ Docklock.
.LJ.
All right. It seems as though GU is hopefully starting to get a bit of momentum now, but I see EU is also doing the same thing.
Yeah, I'm about $180 up on EU. I'll probably close out if I can get to $200 because that'd be a 1 to 2 hour.
I'm currently up 83-ish bucks. 83. I think my first first TP is $40 and then $32 for the second entry's take profit. That's for 0.25% to be removed. I didn't actually count up how much profit, if this whole thing gets hit, what's the total profit? Let me do that now.
Oh, dude, G looks nice. Yeah, G looks nice, man. I think you've held through all the garbage. I think you're in a good stead now for some profits. Yeah, G looks really nice for shorts now. I think those who entered shorts, because I know a couple of you did enter shorts on pound dollar. If you manage to hold through this absolute bull doohickey, then I think you'll be okay now. Euro is looking good. Like I said, Euro was a lot cleaner than the pound today, personally speaking, in my opinion. But gold's done nothing today. I do not like gold today. I haven't touched it. I haven't considered even trading it. Nasdaq was bloody beautiful. I'm pretty sure I remember I overheard you say, I was making a coffee. Pretty sure I overheard you saying that you actually took a trade. I can see why. Like, this looks stunning. So I'll break down what I'm seeing in the Nas, and then I'd love to see how you traded this, because you know we got these tops here, nice little consolidation here, breakthrough. Like I said, you know, this is a nice little base that Rich could have been trading, but he didn't. And then I did say, however, you know, we were above the 50 EMA, and then we came down, broke and closed under, pulled back. Here it is. Here is the money shot today for me on NAS. Unfortunately, guys, I wasn't even trading this. This was like half an hour after I jumped off stream, so it was a shame. But you know, we had beautiful consolidation here, and I've drawn the pattern out to the right hand side as well. You know, we got beautiful consolidation here. We got a break and close under the consolidation, and we got a base. You know, you could have put your entry on the candle that closed because it was a perfect candle close as well. It wasn't too much of a volumetric candle, and it wasn't a just about close. It was that perfect in between. The only issue I would have had is, I would have felt like this is counter trend trading, so it would have had to be a 1-to-1 for me. But that would have hit a TP. If it was trend, like following with trend, then a 1-to-2 would have been a little bit more down here. And we would have hit a break even, but I still think that this could go down. I still think this is a really nice trade. But for me, I would have much preferred the 1-to-1 on NAS. But the pattern itself set up to perfection. It was a perfect break of a consolidation. So it was literally consolidation, trend, pullback, consolidation, break, trend. So this was really, really nice opportunity around 11:30 UK time. And like I said, for those of you who are confused to what pattern I'm looking for, I've literally drawn it up here. So we've got the perfect, move. So impulse move, pullback, consolidation, impulse move. Really, really, really nice. So when I saw that, I was like, I hope Rich has gotten in on this.
So I went in twice. The first one was that one that I took on while we were still on stream, and that one ended up running back up to stop loss, which was this one over here. And then we pushed lower. We broke these swing points over here, closed properly underneath them, and I thought, yeah, we're going to continue pushing lower, but I failed to think about the fact that we're first going to potentially push back again into this base area over here. So you can think of it as like a break and retest of the highs of Tokyo. So we broke lower and then came to retest it and then tried to push lower. So this was a very preemptive entry. I got stopped out very quickly. So this was a 0.5% loss. I kept the percentage the same for my next entry. I just said, look, this is what happens when you're impatient. You didn't wait for the retest, the confirmation that this is indeed the direction that we're going to go in. Got stopped out, that's fine. But I believe in the direction, so I'm going to get in again. So I waited for this first bearish candle to close. You effectively had this base area over here that got tested, literally wicked. Like so close. There was like a pipette's difference between the two. And I thought, you know what? Perfect. Let me get in there. And if you put it all the way across, you'll see that it did end up getting respected by this candle over here as well. So, yeah, TP1 got hit, TP2 got hit. So this was 0.5% loss straight. This so far was also a 0.5% entry. So I've locked up 0.75% of 0.5%, which is 0.375%. So I'm still down for today. I'm down 0.125%, so a quarter or an eighth of a percent, a quarter of the normal amount or the normal entry is 1/8. Moved it to break even automatically once it got hit TP2, and it does seem as though we're going to eventually hit stop loss on this one, which is fine. It's still a 0.125% down day, which is fine.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, that is not bad at all.
No, exactly that. Dude, even a 1% loss today, it depends on your risk management, of course, and it depends on what your strategy says, but even 1% down for the day, 2% down for the day isn't that bad, but again, if 2% down for the day is, if your average is sort of like you risk 0.5% per trade or 0.25% per trade, then 2% down for the day, that could be defined as bad, because that the amount of time it's going to take you to earn that back could take a lot longer. But if you're risking 1% per trade, 2% down for the day isn't that bad. So for example, with yourself now, with how you risk, what you have just described now really isn't that bad.
No, I think this is fine. I mean, even if it will come now up to stop loss and then start pushing down, I won't feel negative about this.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you've had a second attempt at this now, so if it does take you out again, this is your strategy's way of saying, look, we've tried this twice now, let's not keep punching at this.
Yeah, this was a slip in discipline, this one over here. So regardless of the outcome, if this was a win, I would have been negative about it because I did not follow what I was supposed to follow here. This one, regardless of the outcome, I would have been happy with because this one followed the plan. And it's that mindset shift that I'm trying to do and maintain going forward. It's the same with when I do the futures trading as well. That one is a little bit different because it's a different session. There's a lot more volatility that, runs during that session as well. And you can't trade it the same way with slightly lower volatility, slightly lower momentum during the London session. I have to let this one run, where the other one, I need to be very quick about my decision, and I need to decide, this is what I want. If I reach this point, I'm done. And if I don't reach it, then I get out. Otherwise, I might miss the move, and then I'm going to feel like maybe I must FOMO in or try again in that case.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, no, I rate that decision a lot, mate. I thought I could scale in on Euro. I don't think I'm going to be able to, though. Hopefully now this just, like I said, just absolutely melts. We're $8 away from what I want to take as a TP as a 1-to-1. I'm risking 0.5% per trade on this one, so we're nearly $200 up. We're $192 up now. If I get to 200, then I'll take out manually, because that'll be my nice little sweet spot for a 1-to-2 on this trade idea.
Yeah, if both of these 2 points get hit and I decide to close all of the positions for the one trade here and then all of the positions for the second trade on this one over here, that would be a $280 movement, which is one.
Okay, maybe I'll hold mine open a little bit longer then.
I mean, it would just be 1%. It's not even a great, like, even now, this is a 20K, so we're
fair.
now at
Okay. Yeah, I
we're now
forgot
at
you're
0.5%.
trading on the 20K.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I feel a little less bad then. Maybe I'm like, okay, yeah, fair.
Fabian Daniels is asking, when are the 1v1 battles starting, guys? Glad you asked. We are going to have the 1v1 battles next week, Monday. It starts. Monday, there are 2 gentlemen that will be going up against Will and LJ from the Queenslander. I've already had a look at the thumbnails. They look good.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look good, mate. I'm going to send one to you,
Nice.
mate, but you can't share it.
Okay, sure. Do it.
Yeah,
I'm curious. I'm keen.
I'm really looking forward to seeing LJ's reaction, because I've seen it, and it's I'm not going to say, not even.
Wait, I don't know. Now you've got me skeptical.
LJ, I want you to message.
Will's like,
me.
I want to see your reaction.
Yeah, I want
gonna be
LJ to
chopped,
message
just
me
like
his thoughts.
garden designs.
You can't
image.
talk about it at
No,
all.
but yeah,
like,
yeah,
you're
that's what I
allowed to
mean,
have a
like-
look at it.
Don't talk
Look
about
at
it.
it,
Just,
and
like,
then-
message me.
Yeah, I won't. I
I
won't say
want to
anything.
see
Good.
poker face. I want to see LJ's poker face. You're not allowed to go, oh man, dude, what about... Sure. I
Yeah.
just want poker face.
I'm waiting.
It's
I was going
sent.
to say, he's either waiting or that is a seriously good poker face.
I've already sent it, mate. It's in
Where'd you
Discord.
send it?
Discord.
Oh, on Discord. Oh, I was looking at WhatsApp.
Yeah.
My bad.
By the way, I've just taken out $200 on... Oh, shit, no. I forgot. I lost that $13 because I was buying by mistake. So I'm $170 up.
I'm currently sitting on the 124-ish, 125-ish. Just hopping around that area right now.
Yeah, nice.
Raphael saying, I shouldn't have closed my GU short. No,
Raphael,
dude,
no, you closed it, my man, did you?
So
Let me...
here it is. Don't attach an emotion to you opening, closing, or anything with the trade. You made a decision. Stand by your decision. The next time you have this decision point for yourself, just accept it.
You got to ask yourself, why did you close it? Like, if you closed it for a reason that you were happy with at the time, it doesn't matter what happens after, because at that moment in time, that was the best decision you could have made at that time. You know, you have just made the decision that right now this is my best possible opportunity. You know, so hindsight trading is it's a wonderful thing. But the worst thing you can do is hindsight trade on a decision that you are already happy with. If you, however, or nonetheless, or contrary to that, if you did exit due to an emotional decision, this has become LG's personality trait.
I'm sorry. We we were losing. Now we've gone up. All right. We're now winning by 2 points. We got to win this. So sorry.
Oh, I love that. Love
As you
that.
see, the guys are hyped in the chat as well. So sorry.
All the Aussie boys coming out hyped as hell. Yeah, like I was saying, Raphael, if you're happy, or if you weren't happy with the reason you exited, like if you exited due to emotion, then you've got to ask yourself why, and what can you do like next time, what can you do later, what can you do tomorrow, what can you do whenever your next available opportunity comes to rectify that, what can you do next time to solve that issue?
Yeah. It's a difficult mindset shift, that.
Dude, it is. Any mindset shift
becomes
is a difficult mindset shift, because that's, it's not what we're programmed to think. We're programmed to think a certain way, and if you're trying to program yourself to do something that you're not used to doing, that's difficult alone. But if you're trying to reprogram yourself to run towards the storm, A, your brain doesn't want to do that anyway, and B, it's different to what you used to. So you've got like a double whammy of difficulties there.
Yeah. And especially if it's something that you feel like is against your character, when you're doing something that you're not entirely comfortable with from the get-go. Exactly this. I would definitely keep to my analysis and stick to it. Because here's the thing. The market is going to give you whatever the market wants to give you. Mm-hmm. You have zero control over what the market's going to do. You can try and force it as much as you want. You're just going to come out of this disappointed. But the stuff that you can control is when you enter, when you exit. Take ownership of that. Say, okay, I'm not going to close the trade right now, and regardless what the outcome is, I'm going to own that decision and say, you know what, I decided to close, here's the reason why I decided to close, and there you go. The next time you feel like I don't really like the fact that I closed it there, then you need to ask yourself, why didn't I like closing it there, and what can I do in future to kind of put steps in place to say, maybe I should let it run. Maybe the decision that I took there was not the right decision, but I claim ownership of that decision. I made a mistake. And then you move on. You learn from that and you move on.
Yeah, the one time you're going to keep on making that mistake is when you don't learn from it. And that's why it's good to journal and it's good to reflect. And yeah, a lot of people reflect every day. I don't personally. But it depends on how many trades you're taking. If you're taking 10 trades a day, maybe reflect that day. If you're taking like 1 or 2 trades a week, you can like leave it until like a Sunday or a Saturday. Give yourself something to do on a weekend, So that's when I do my self-reflection. But it is good to have some form of reflection on the same day on what actually happened, even if you don't do an in-depth sort of analysis on your whole journal or your whole outcome of that trading day, of that trading week, whatever it may be. It is always good to look back at it, journal, understand why you did what you did. Because if you're not looking back on it, you can't quantify it. If you can't quantify it, you can't learn from it. If you can't learn from it, you can't change from it. If you can't change something that's not working, you will never improve. It's that domino effect, or as I call it, an upward spiral.
I actually like that, upward spiraling.
Yeah, because everyone talks about like spiraling out of control. Everyone talks about, losing their head, losing their mindset. Like, how about a positive spiral? How about positive? Like, we all talk about like positive.
I agree with this, Will. I agree. Keep going, but I agree. By the way, I want to hear this.
It's like when people talk about, consistency, there's 2 types of consistency. And a lot of people say, oh, I'm very consistent. That's a positive thing. But you've got to remember, it's also not. A lot of people say,
context matters.
Yeah, context matters 100%. Like, I am spiraling. It's like, oh, no, that's so bad. No. I'm not spiraling out of control. It's not negative spiral. I'm positive spiraling. I've got the right mindset. I know I'm in flow state, should we call it. And the same goes with consistency. And I talk about this a lot with consistency. Oh, I'm a consistent person. Cool. Are you consistently shit or are you consistently great? Like, because I can do something really negative and I can do it all the time and I'm still a consistent person, or I can do something fantastic all the time and I'm a positive person and then it's great. So consistent context matters. Are you a negatively consistent person, which is going to cause a downward spiral over a long, your equity curve's going to drop? Or are you a positively consistent person where you're going to upward spiral, meaning your equity curve's going to increase? You've got to ask yourself these things. When someone says to you, I'm consistent, doesn't mean they're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a snowball effect, right? So you can have that snowball effect on the positive side, and especially once you start gathering momentum. I guess in this situation, since we live on Earth, that momentum would tend to be on a downhill, which people would associate with like negative connotations. But no, the main thing is that you've gained that trajectory. You're picking up speed. You're picking up more as you go on, and it grows and grows and grows and gets better, and you become this absolute like weapon, force of nature, where you can just blow through things. I think if you're on like some negative spiral, like you can clearly, you're in the position where you can identify that. Just kill it dead. Right? You got to take. People always say like, nah, you got to drastically like lean off stuff. I always see the best. It never works for people. They keep
So what are you saying?
this thing
Cold
that
turkey?
drags on for.
Yeah.
Huh?
So you're saying cold
Really?
turkey, just straight up cold turkey, mate.
Or as close to, right? Maybe like you got like a couple pinpoints in like a week or 2 weeks, but not like 3 months or whatever.
Yeah.
But as close to cold turkey, right? So it's the same thing. Like you want to put out a fire, get rid of all the oxygen, fire dies, right? The same thing with a human. Yes, there are certain things where it is sensible to actually lean things off, right? Depending on what the exact situation is. But normally, I feel like a lot of the time it's just like an excuse for people to not take that action.
Yeah.
Right? You could just nib it in the bud right now and just start going the other way. And there you go.
100%.
Right? Just get to work. Just do it.
I think the key word
First
you
one,
mentioned
yes,
there is
taken.
excuse. Oh, nice. Awesome stuff, man. That's their beauty. I think the key word that you've just mentioned there is excuse, mate. And a lot of people want to, oh my God, look at EU.
Did we just get
anyway.
news?
I don't know,
no.
maybe. Because that
No,
was...
no news. It's
we-
this. If you look at the Dixie, we're just kind of retracing to the
we
relative
found some
retrace
nice
point of the
momentum
Dixie.
then. Yeah, really nice momentum. Anyway, yeah, like I was saying, LJ, I think you've hit the nail on the head there with excuse. And I going back to your downwards, that downhill, everyone has got negative connotations. Me and my brother, obviously, we got running together. We used to go out cycling. We used to train for triathlons, and we come up with the saying, "It's all downhill from here."
Yeah.
And everyone in like stereotypical everyday life will always go, "Oh, it's all downhill from here," meaning it's always going to be bad. When me and my brother were on the bikes, we would love "It's all downhill from here," because it's all
Exactly.
downhill. Yeah, it's all downhill from here. My dogs are going nuts at someone. I think the postman's here. So it's all downhill from here.
Poor postman.
Yeah, poor postman, dude. I know. All downhill from here means that me and my brother get to take a break. We stop pedaling for a minute. We take a bit of a break. We go into the highest gear and we just, catch our breath as we go downhill. So and that's it can have positive connotations, and like you said, it is all about context. And the biggest thing is when it comes to context is your attitude and your speech towards it. A lot of people will actually make it sound like they want to do the work. They'll make it sound like they're going to do the work. What will actually happen is they're building an excuse up. They're making themselves feel better with dopamine rushes instantaneously. They're making other people feel like they are doing the hard work and they're really going to make an effort. But what they're actually doing is people like yourself, LJ, who know and can see through bullshit, will be able to see that that's just a dopamine rush and that's just an excuse.
It's giving yourself the pat on the back before you've deserved it. Right?
Literally that,
Yeah.
yeah.
And so, I like that you picked up on the downhill thing, because at the same time, Sorry, hang on. At the same time, yeah, that's exactly where you hit that cruise point. You've done the work, you've climbed the hill, and now you get that cruise position
It's all
where
plain sailing,
you can
right?
keep
Yeah,
picking up
it's all
speed. It does get easier, even though it also gets harder at the same time, right? So
Yeah, it's your little like it's your moment in between rounds in a boxing fight. You know, it's when the bell goes. It's that 30 seconds to a minute that you've got just to catch your breath and sort of refocus and realign yourself. It's not a well done, you're done. It's a congratulations, pat yourself on the back and realign. You know, get ready, take a breath, get ready to go again.
you're at the next milestone. You know.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like a video game. Like, you know, it's that old thing of, you know, behind mountains are more mountains.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You beat one
Yeah.
level, you got to go to the next level. It's harder.
Yeah. Checkpoint
To the
reached.
next, to the
like,
next, to the next. That kind of
Yeah,
thing. So,
exactly. Got a question here as well from Fabian Daniels saying, question for you, Will. If you're consistently profitable, do you continue to journal and review? This, you know what? This is a fantastic question that I think I've only been asked once before. I truly believe you are the second person to ask me this in the entire time I've been trading. Yes, I do. Always, always, always journal and review. Always. Because if you don't, then you lose the quantifiability. You know, you lose the ability to actually understand and measure and determine, you know, a forecast or determine where things are going wrong. You know, you lose sight of potential and lose sight of tracking and profits, whether it be, you know, process profits or whether it be P&L profits, it doesn't matter. You lose sight and lose track of absolutely everything. Think about it with a business with KPIs. Businesses have KPIs. Why do they have KPIs? If they, let's say, for example, a clothing brand, if I owned a clothing brand and I wanted to see how many hoodies that I made, and then I was like, right, okay, I got to do marketing, I got to have KPIs, I got to do this, I got to do that, I got to do sales pitches, and then boom, I start selling hoodies. If I take my foot off the gas and I put my feet up, and then hoodies start declining, I don't know why hoodies are declining in sales. You know, so what you need to do is, you know, you need to track performance. You need to track what is going on in the markets, why you're losing trades, why, like, what are the markets doing, what's going on fundamentally. Always reflect and review on your trades. The one thing I don't do once I became consistently profitable, and the reason I say consistently is because, you know, I'm a very profitable trader. However, and I will allow myself to say however on this, however, I have moments of unprofitability because the markets move in cycles. You know, I have my profitable months. Now, next year, my profitable months may not be the same months. So when I count myself as consistently profitable is across the board of X amount of months, X amount of years. The minute I see that equity line go under what I call suboptimal, that's when I'll say, right, okay, I'm losing consistency here. Not that I'm becoming unprofitable, but I'm losing consistency enough to force me to go back and review something. So now that that's been clarified, what I don't do when I'm consistently profitable is backtesting. It's boring. It's absolutely mundane as hell, and I don't need to do it. I've got a strategy. I will consistently forward test. I'm always forward testing. But for as long as my strategy is above that suboptimal line, I will not backtest because it's a waste of my time. Because why am I going to change something? Why am I going to fix something that's not broken? So that's the one thing that I will stop doing once I become consistently profitable.
I would
I
add
think
to this as well that
you go,
the time that you're supposed to be doing your journaling shouldn't be dependent on your outcome. So if you're journaling when things are going bad, you should be journaling when things are going good as well. Because you're trying to reinforce the good behaviors and you're trying to challenge the bad behaviors. And you can only know what it is that you're doing right when you're paying attention to it. Because I think a lot of people go wrong there in that sense, is that when things start going in their direction, they stop doing the things that led to them actually being where they are now. Because they look back and it's like, well, I used to do journaling in the beginning and I figured out a lot about my trading, but now that I'm profitable, I don't need to do that anymore. You know what you're doing now is you're slacking. You're changing the process. What's going to happen is you might start losing a few trades now, and you're going to wonder, oh, but what changed? Oh, but what changed?
That's
And it's
too
the fact
late.
that you stop. Yeah, and it's too late. That the habit needs to have been there, and you need to have kept going on with that habit. I honestly think that it's great to continue even when things are going good, to continue with the same habits that you formed when things were going bad.
Yeah, no, 100%, man. I couldn't agree any more with that. You know, there's a saying, you know, you can what's it? Bloody hell. What's the start
This
as
is
you mean
war.
to carry on. You start as you mean to carry on. If you start your journaling because you're in a bit of a rough patch, like you want to quantify everything, you want to track everything, you start as you mean to carry on. So therefore, even when things are going well, you carry on that good habit.
Yeah, we used to have a similar thing even in rugby. Like, right, you'll play on game day the same way that you trained, right? So people
Yeah.
sort of slack
Yeah.
off
Otherwise,
on
what's the
training.
point
Like,
in it?
yeah, we train every week. Like, who cares? Whatever. Game day is what matters. But no, you got to train just as hard as you're going to play on game day to actually keep up that consistency. I would definitely say, especially the first couple years, all the way up to like the first 5 years that you're trading, like keep up that journaling stuff. Yes, it may sort of decrease a little bit over time. You've got down the basics and that kind of stuff, and you'll get a bit more refinement. It doesn't have to be as discreetly particular, right? But especially when you're starting out, that's what I did back in the day, because you don't know what you're doing, right? You're trying to figure it out. So how do you figure out if you're actually moving in the right direction? And if you are moving in the right direction, why? Or if you're moving in the wrong direction, why? Right? If you're not journaling that or taking down some kind of data per se, you're just off in the wind, right? So I think that's very important for the first while, and I would also lay that down to exactly how I picked up very fast is because I was very critical on every single piece, and I used to do that daily, right? That at the end of every single day when I finished trading or whatever, and then I do a deeper dive on the weekend when I could then go look back through the whole week, right? And I did that again and again and again and again, and I found what worked, where things were optimal. Even if something was working, I'd find something else that worked that was even better or more optimal, and then you move towards that, right? Start to lean more on that. And then over time, once you're in that like 3, 4, 5 years, and assuming you're actually doing well then, and you're making profit, then you can start to maybe do it like monthly or something like that. But I think you should still always keep at least like a monthly refresh, just a check-in with yourself, just like you would
check-in is
in
great.
general with anything else.
Yeah.
A check-in. Yeah.
Dude, I couldn't agree any more with that.
It's a solid habit, but it's realizing that habit forming is difficult, but it's harder to maintain a habit than it is to create a habit. Creating a habit has its own challenges, but you become complacent more often when you've already created the habit. Let's say like going to the gym. You go to the gym every single day for a month. That whole month, you are so stiff and sore. But when the stiffness and the sore from every session kind of starts subsiding, you're like, well, I can actually do this. And then what happens? You start becoming complacent. So it becomes a lot easier for you to stop going. Because then you start creating excuses, or you start creating this narrative that like, well, I'm at this point, I don't have to go today. Or I'm at this point, I don't have to go tomorrow. And then slowly but surely that consistency, that habit that you were forming starts, cracks and whatnot start forming in that foundation that you've laid down.
I think
So
Fabian
don't
Daniels
stop.
has this. to a T, you know, and what you're referencing then is almost like you said, motivation, you know, habit forming comes a lot through motivation. You know, you get motivated enough to create a habit. Now, when that motivation dies off, complacency kicks in as well. You know, a habit isn't formed when you want to do it. You know, so what I mean by that is when people feel motivated to do it, you know, like motivation will get you started, consistency will help you finish, build those good habits. Yeah, absolutely. You know, when you want to do something, you will do it. But you're not going to always want to do something. You know, like me and my brother, we were wanting to go to the gym. When was it? I think last Wednesday. We were tired. We felt groggy. We felt ill. We messaged each other and we were like, are we going to the gym today? And he was like, oh, I don't know. I was like, should we have like an extra half an hour sleep or an extra hour sleep, see how we feel? He's like, oh, I don't know. And then we both literally at the exact same time said, F this, let's go. And we both dragged ourselves up. That is where habit forming is created. It's where motivation isn't there. It's when you don't want to do it, but you understand the bigger picture. You understand the plan and you understand why you're doing something. That is where discipline is formed. And where discipline is formed, that is habit. You know, that is where habituary is formed as well. You know, once it becomes habituary, that is where discipline takes over motivation.
Be careful with that one, habituary and obituary.
Yeah. Yeah. Big difference.
The one should not be leading into the other one there, my friend. I've closed out. I've closed out on this trade over here. Best not stay in much longer. We were struggling.
What did you take net for the day?
179.72.
Yeah. Okay. I need to.
Where's Will at then?
I'm
You guys were competing, right?
I'm 174. I've re-entered a trade. It's a complete degenerate trade, but I will not be beaten by Rich. So I need like another.
Sorry, give me one second.
I need like another $10.
Oh, it's not sharing. Oh, the biggest disappointment right there. God damn. I forgot I came back in. Hang on.
Right,
Oh no.
There you go.
Here we go. We need this. Yes. Come on.
Queenslander.
We're doing it. We were losing at half time, and now we're up. We're big up. What is it, like 36 to 18 or something, or maybe 40 to 18. We were losing 12-8 at half time, so we've got up. I'm sorry guys, but this is big over here.
We understand.
This is
Well,
this is
You know what,
big deal.
we understand. You go for it, man.
Yeah. Anyway,
you need some things to like boost your, just emotional state every now and then. And it's fine to have things that you enjoy, that you're very passionate about.
dude, we've always got a bunch of Aussies in here, and this is like every single year. This is a big countrywide thing, and like I've said before, like even outside of Australia, like people watch this. So yeah, it's a big deal. Anyway.
My Nasdaq trade is busy making its way lower. Hopefully, it can hit TP3. In which case, today would be a green day, not a, as of right now, red day. Technically, if I closed right now, I would be in profit for the day. But we're not playing that game.
No, you've got more downside there, I think.
How long do you think, LJ? How long do you think? Will is probably like, these guys are such assholes. They keep interrupting me. Why do they keep interrupting me?
How long? What do you mean? How long? Like
3-0, Will.
Distance or?
For God's sake. I'm 90% I didn't even knock it off either.
You know what I am dead sure of? I know that Richard Wells is colorblind, that he struggles to differentiate between red and green, but I'm 100% sure that Will is colorblind as well, and he cannot differentiate between gray and red. He can't.
Yeah. Dude, I'm a dog. I just see gray and white. You know, I don't actually see color.
50 Shades of Grey, white, black, all of those like that.
50 Shades of
monochrome color grading.
Yeah. Why
Yeah.
do you think I had that grey and that grey, white, and black background a couple of months ago? I thought it was actually pink and blue.
Dude, that is hilarious. That is funny. I wanted to know from your side, LJ. We were talking about FOMC, yourself and Dirk were talking about FOMC earlier. Can you just quickly summarize? Because I wasn't at the PC or anything. I would love to hear your inputs into what you suspect may or may not be on the cards tonight for FOMC.
Yeah, sure. So we were talking about FOMC. So tonight, obviously, there's going to be no rate change. That's basically priced in. Central banks in general don't like to void whatever the market expectations are, just the same way that we saw the ECB raise rates last time round, literally 2 days before we got the Strait of Hormuz situation ending, right? But they kind of put themselves in a corner. Now we do have the transition of Jerome Powell to Kevin Walsh. If we go a bit further out, though, to September, we still have like a 29% odd chance of a rate increase. I got to say, I think this needs to come down. So we've come down from 33.5 since the Strait of Hormuz situation ending. Prior to that, when we first got the inclinations that things were ending, it was 17%, right? So we jumped from 17 to 33. We're still sat at about 29. This was actually 27% when I was talking to Dirk.
Yeah, I see
before,
yesterday
which
it was
is
27.2%.
Interesting. Yes, yeah. So I think it was 27.6 just before, like a couple hours ago when we were talking. So this has actually lifted a bit, which is curious, I will say. Now, the thing with Kevin Walsh, obviously, new Fed chair. Traditionally, you could say he's kind of hawkish. He doesn't like QE. He doesn't like the degree of communication with forward guidance that the Fed has. So he's definitely going to wind back all of that. He is, however, very friendly with both the Trump family and a bunch of Silicon Valley, right? Very wealthy himself. He's the wealthiest Fed chair we've ever had. His net worth, reportedly, I don't know, 150 million just in stocks and shares and bonds that he had to liquidate. So the Google number is often much lower than the true number. I'm sure he's...
Did he have to liquidate?
Worth 400. Yeah, he has to, yeah.
Okay, so is that like one of the, if you want to be Fed chair, you can't have investment?
You can only in, not in direct companies. So you can invest in something like an index, because it's distributed across a broad enough base that your single actions are technically not going to influence a direct position in like a stock or something like that, right?
It's stock biases that you need to kind of like prevent.
Yeah, it's more,
Makes sense.
particulars. Yeah. So, and he's the, his partner is the daughter of Estee Lauder. If I'm
So
correct.
rolling in the
Estee
dough.
Lauder? Yeah, so obviously multi-billionaires there. Estee Lauder, like the... Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's Estee Lauder. It's one of the makeup whatever companies. Anyway, I'm not up on my female makeup brands entirely. I forget what it was. But anyway, so with that said, like you would have thought he'd be more hawkish in general. However, he is very toe-to-toe with these guys, and he also doesn't like the entire over-communication that the Fed has had, and he wants to wind that back and potentially also reduce the number of press conferences, so we'll still have the same Fed rate announcements, but not the follow-up conferences. And he also wants to limit how much the rest of the committee can actually speak beforehand to give that kind of forward guidance. Now, if you're going to do that, currently where the market is positioned, we're positioned quite hawkish for potential rate increases. That also goes against the Trump family association and Trump's interests. And also, if you just want to say you don't want to communicate very directly, you're going to leave it very open to both ends. Right now, the market is pricing a much more hawkish overall tilt. So if he leaves it more just to both sides, that slightly gives us a more dovish prospect. Right, so we do also have the July meeting coming up. So he could use the meeting tonight as just like a introductory and then go heavier at the next meeting. That's the only thing there. So if he just stays flat neutral, gives the prospectus of where we're going at the next meeting, now that we've got the Middle East situation done, that would be the somewhat outlier per se. But in the longer run, whether it's this meeting or the next meeting, probably going to get a slightly more dovish tilt overall. So what that means for things like the NASDAQ for stocks, that should actually mean we press higher. I will say it is interesting that just like I was saying before, this pricing has gone to 29.2% in the Fed funds futures from 27.6, I believe it was. And I was talking with Dirk, which is not too long before the actual meeting. So, yeah. Essentially, I have the tilt of slight opening for the dovish side, but it's still a very somewhat 50-50 element. Obviously, dovish side will be better for stocks. That means interest rates heading lower, dollar down. If we stay flat neutral and it just delivers what the market is expecting, we could just stay solid. I don't know. It's a very difficult piece. Anytime you get a new Fed chair in general.
Yeah.
So.
My NASDAQ trade just narrowly missed TP3.
No. Oh, dude, that's tragic.
You should see it on MetaTrader, mate. It is ridiculous.
Heavy.
So on my MetaTrader, I have both the ask and the bid line, both of them kind of like just playing around as well, which always indicates the spread.
Oh, and one of them went over.
One of them went over, the other one didn't. And I'm like, oh, come on.
Sounds about right, mate. Sounds about right.
So, yeah, that sucks.
In finality, Rich, I will say, Dirk and I were both talking about observing the current price action across assets. There's definitely a lot of jostling of positions from institutions. Large players trying to either dump some positions or hedge or whatever their particulars are. So I think the general sentiment, even from institutional side, is very 50-50. But I would be leaning, given the current positioning where we are, that we do get a slightly more more dovish opening than where we are. Which then, that means some of these lows that we might be seeing now could potentially be the lows that we see
and then
for today.
Potential,
when we pick up. Yeah, so this is like the buying opportunity, essentially. But yeah, not strong confidence, just that if I had to, gun to my head type thing, forced to pick one. Yeah, that's where I'd lean. So.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that that breakdown and the summary. It makes sense. It does. I'm quite interested to see whether or not he is going to be as vastly different from Powell as we suspect he might be, or if there's going to be this gradual kind of change. We're not going to throw the the baby out with the bathwater all at one go. We'll tap it off a little bit at a time. I don't know. I that's what I'm interested in seeing, because if this is the market that we're going to have with Kevin Warsh at the as the Fed chair lead, I might need to make some adjustments to my trading style.
Yeah, I agree.
Because it's not as, let's say, momentous, the movements. So getting a little bit more of unsure movement in NASDAQ, or it could just be like simple, straight up. We're kind of reaching that point where
To the
there's
upside,
only, yeah,
it just goes to the upside. So hence he
Yeah.
leaves, like, there's uncertainty, but it's always to the up.
yeah. So
You know what I mean?
instead of me trying to grab both sides, I can only grab one side, potentially.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm going to have to jump off. Rich, I did send you a quick voice note. I don't know if you managed to read it in time.
Yes, and I denied your request.
Well, tough. See you later, sucker. One thing I will say just before I go, though, I am buying the Euro. Euro USD. It's a complete degenerate trade, but I won't let Rich win this.
You have to close. You don't close now, I win by default. Because then
No.
you're trading after. Yeah, we said until the end. So you're at the end. So
No, I've got until past. What if
You're
I
not
stay on
sure.
stream, but I gotta leave?
no, you can stay on, or you can leave and close your trade.
I
Choice
need.
is yours.
Can I stay 5 more minutes?
You're gonna take the L, Will?
Dude, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna. Screw it! I'm gonna have to take an L. I hate you, Rich. This isn't over. Anyway, guys, I am gonna. All jokes aside, I'm gonna have to love you and leave you. Tomorrow, I'm with family, so I won't be seeing you guys tomorrow. Unfortunately, have a fantastic rest of the week. It's going up now, you bastard. Anyway, have a fantastic rest of the week, guys. Stay safe later on when the new Fed starts speaking. FOMC later on as well. Enjoy. No, why? Anyway, guys, I'm gonna stop sharing. I'm just gonna go now. Peace out, people. Make sure you like, make sure you subscribe. Hopefully you enjoyed the insights. You're very welcome, my friend, for those insights as well. If you do have any more questions, these two will have all the answers you are looking for. I can almost guarantee it. Anyway, guys, for now, peace.
Cheers, Will.
See you, man.
We still have to have our default for the loss of last week. Yourself and Will. You need to decide. Is it going to be a unicorn or what are we going to make? What are we making?
I feel like you won, so I guess you get to pick overall. You know, I feel like that's fair.
Okay, I'll leave it up to the wife to decide what is going to be the trading card. Everybody else to come and collect.
God damn it. I'm gonna regret this, but I will say with this comment, astronomer
Abdurrahman.
I'm just gonna say astronomer. There we go. Can't complete the whole thing.
Abdurrahman.
But yeah, if you go back in the stream, about 2.5 hours, I believe, we were talking about Bitcoin quite a bit. So that's probably the best place to go. Just in this stream, go back 2.5 hours. You'll be able to find that. I was talking with Dirk. So Dirk also has his own YouTube channel, which is the good, the bad, and the Bitcoin. He definitely does a lot of crypto stuff as well. And we were both talking about that back and forth, about the general direction and fealty, like what's going on with Bitcoin. So the 2 cents piece is that depending on the Fed tonight, this could end up being the lows. And we do actually see forward momentum coming higher. Bitcoin is the only risk on asset that hasn't really rallied. And so if we do get that, this could end up being the lows. But yeah, jump back through there and you'll get everything you need. We went through a bunch of time frames, hourly, 4-hour, daily, now time. We went to the weekly, that kind of stuff. So there you go.
Interesting. I had this area down here marked up. I've just adjusted it now. but it did look like a good reaction. We did sweep these previous lows for 2 days, basically. Friday and Saturday, the 5th and 6th of June. So, and then a bit of a reaction, and it doesn't look bad. This is still scary, though. Like how volumetric this movement was, though. But like you said, we can potentially see this as the lows maybe going forward. I do have the low of the cycle for the 5th of October. So we'll see. Then we should be going into a new theoretically bearish cycle again.
Precisely, yeah. So we were talking about, do we get those deeper lows that a lot of people have been looking for? Like down deeper into that 50, potentially 40Ks?
I don't know. I don't think so.
But we're now starting to pick up, and we might, and I think the other consensus is very much that Bitcoin, regardless, when it does pick up, it's going to just run, and everyone goes like, nah, we'll get pullbacks, and just runs and runs and runs and runs. Right? That's my expectation for sure. So
no, I'm agreed in that, in the sense that I don't think 40K is the low.
Yeah. Like, just to touch on it, obviously, you can jump back, like we were saying, astronomer, but this is the 200-week moving average. Coming through here quite nicely. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a positive outcome from the Fed, and we do see positive in terms of that opening up the dovish spectre, especially now that the Strait of Hormuz thing is kind of done. We did look at what Trump was saying before, which
I think
what was this? It was somewhere anyway.
He said something,
but yeah, so
9 minutes ago.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah,
1
he was
hour.
saying that,
1 hour 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's not quite finished. If he's not happy with it, might go back on things. But if we do get that push through with the both of them, get a bit of a pickup, slight pullback, run back up towards about 90K, consolidate around there, and then ultimately push to the all-time highs, and then probably well beyond. Right, so this could be that long-term section that is the bottom. Just like we've seen in the past with the 200-week moving average, that tends to be where we oscillate around here and then just leave it in the past, you know. And especially with the current conditions.
Are you in this trade?
Very much we can see that.
The one that's on the
yeah,
table?
that was the Bitcoin trade. We mapped this out back in during December, where I had like a limit order to buy there, which I did get into, which is a long hold for stuff.
How's the spreads been on this? Or did you not take it on? Well, you
no, I did. Yeah, I didn't buy it. I bought it like directly.
Okay, cool.
So it's like a back pocket,
back and hold
savings, type of thing. Yeah.
Okay, so you didn't do it on any CFD account or leveraged account. Makes sense.
Because you're going to get killed on the
I mean,
like a long hold on longs, right? With that. Yeah. So
buy and hold is not that
On the
great
spot.
for swappings.
yeah. So. But yeah, no worries, man. No worries. Yeah, jump back there, and if not, as well, Dirk will be back on Monday, as well, next Monday. So if you have further questions, like Dirk's definitely like the main one to answer this stuff. Like I definitely have some idea. I always jump into crypto, keep updated, but Dirk very specifically does a bunch of this stuff. So jump into the stream on Monday as well.
I think this Nasdaq trade is done.
I would agree.
Yeah, we're getting to that portion of the day where it's already like 2 o'clock my time. So we're getting closer and closer and closer now to the New York Open, which I tend to start seeing. Like, I'll give you an example from yesterday.
Yeah.
So if this was the bullish momentum that we had, roughly around 2 minutes past 10, we start taking whatever movement we had in one direction and we start looking at what New York's direction is going to be. And then you get the same idea here as well. So it was a little bit flat on this day, but round about 2 o'clock, we attempted to push lower and then we just started spiking quite a bit. So it tends to reverse ever so slightly in the opposite direction of what we were going for the majority of the day. So we were going there, and around about 2 o'clock, we started pulling back a little bit, sweeping these lows, and then eventually going up. So I think that this trade is done. It's sad that I didn't hit the TP down there, but I'm not going to close it.
Not going to close it? No?
No.
Okay. You might
Straight and simple.
you might have a
Straight
second
and simple.
chance actually with the. I mean, with retail sales are meant to come in a touch lower.
I think it's going to be in the next, 20 minutes? 20-something minutes? Yeah.
I gotta say, I don't think they'll actually come in lower though. That's my only thing. So I think we do just go higher from here, especially coming into NFP. And yes, we do have Trump speaking before the Fed. So
Yeah.
and he did just send some tweets being a bit
He did.
bit
I
unhappy.
mean, yeah, I mean, this might not be the last of today's movements, but it's definitely the last trade that I'm taking today. I can tell you that much. No more trades for me today. I'm not trading FOMC. I'm not trading when Trump is tweeting. I'm not trading when Trump is awake. No, thank you.
Yeah, that's fair.
Why not set break even and take a partial? It is already at break even. So stop loss. Once my once TP2 gets hit, my stop loss automatically moves to break even. So that's why the red line is there. So it's break even.
Yeah.
And I do take partials. So TP1 is a partial, TP2 is a partial, TP3 is a partial. Unfortunately, TP3 was not swept, not taken.
Hair.
Like-
Dude.
Yeah, I'm
ridiculous,
not
I gotta
allowed.
say, like-
I'm not allowed to say by how much of a hair, but it is thin margins that it missed it. But it is what it is. And why do I not close, you ask? It is simple. If I close now, yes, it might be a profitable day, but it is against my strategy. It's against how I manage my trading. So, like LJ said, it could just as easy start pushing lower from here. And if I just left it, like imagine I put in all of my trades and I walk away for the day and I come back at the end of the day and I see what it did. That's what I'm trying to replicate. It's that enter, let it be. It's just so simple.
Yeah. I think that's fair.
Okay, so
Hang on, first of all,
congratulations to Queensland.
winner, chicken dinner, dude. Ah, yes, because we lost the first game, so we had to win the second. Now we go to the third game. I put up 4. That's 3. Which is going to be
It's okay.
here.
We're assuming the pinky was not supposed to be a part of it. We're assuming
which is
that.
going to be here in Queensland, so we'll see. I might have an invite to that in 2 weeks as well, so I might
Nice.
not be able to be on stream on that Wednesday, but
Just let me know
be
beforehand.
yeah, yeah, I will.
Mixie, how much you made, Richard, in money, not percentages? Well, I'm not going to answer that because it's my own personal
million.
account. So that's like me asking you, Mixie, what's your salary? It's personal. I will only talk in percentages. I will not divulge how much capital I have made or lost, because that to me is just this is what I do. This is my livelihood.
It's also
so-
not relevant. It depends what
Yeah, it
country
doesn't
you live
mean
in.
anything.
Like, you could make whatever in this country or that country, it's going to be completely different, right?
Yeah, I mean that's like relative to
relative.
where you're living, but like it's still the idea of me rocking up to anybody in the street and saying, "What's your salary? Tell me your salary right now."
Yeah.
It's how I see it.
Yeah. And it
mean, like,
doesn't make
it's-
other people feel good either.
No,
Yeah.
no. So it's personal information. I will refer to it as the percentages of that trade. He's broke. Yeah, you can say that. You are definitely entitled to that belief, mate. You're definitely entitled to it. No, I just think that it's just a personal thing. Like it's my income, and I don't discuss my income with anybody at all. So,
Dude, no, just start listing your what's your full name, your address, your
social
phone number,
security number,
social security, whatever your passport details are, like give me-
underwear size, shoe size, the whole shebang.
Yeah. Can you,
No, you-
personally send me like a front-facing photo of you like this so I can, right?
Preferably with a white background.
Yeah.
Don't smile. No sunglasses, no hats. Perhaps, Yeah. No, I'm not somebody that's going to talk about my finances. I'll talk about percentages. That's as much as you're going to get out of me with regards to my trading. I'll give you percentages, and I will give you win rate and expectancy. That I'll give you, but I will not talk about money. Diamond hands,
Diamond
Dirk, I
hands,
call.
Dirk. That's definitely it. That's definitely
Has to be.
Dirk. Also, did you see before? I don't think you did.
Did I see what before?
You weren't watching the stream when we were on.
No,
You said you
no.
weren't before.
No.
Dude, Dirk got
I
called
had
like
some stuff to do.
Lego Man 26847 or whatever.
Oh, like the parts number. Like the parts number for...
Yeah. And Dirk
Oh,
was
dude,
like,
that's
this
crazy.
is the best insult I've ever had. Like, this is so good. And I was saying, with the photo that Garden Designs did,
Yeah.
we need to, because you're the little Lego man, we need to reframe Dirk with just a Lego
Swap
man
us
head.
around, yeah.
Yeah.
You know what Dirk should do as a Halloween thing is he should create take a little container, like a little round container, put it on his head, stick it, and then paint it flesh color, like his skin color.
Yeah.
And then he can literally be a Lego man.
Yeah. We definitely have to do something for Halloween.
Yeah, the
I reckon
Halloween stream.
That'll be
Yeah,
fun.
we can do that.
Yeah, for sure. Oh man. What do you mean, unbiased? How am I bullying? I'm bullying Rich right now. I'm not bullying him.
No. It's, we should stop bullying Dirk, I think.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, fair. Yeah. No. It's in jest, obviously. Just like Dirk was saying, he was like, "Dude, this is the best insult I've ever got." We were both like laughing.
There
it
are
was great.
some insults that just even yourself you cannot be angry at them because you
Yeah, well,
yourself
it's the
can
same-
see it.
Same
Like if
deal when
someone
I was.
insults you and you're like, yeah, fair. Yeah. I'm not even angry at that. Like you you got it.
Yeah. It's like when I draw on the charts, like we had someone else as well say before, you're like a toddler drawing with crayons. And Dirk was like, yep, that's how it goes.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, that's kind of the meme now. My Picasso drawings.
Yeah, LJ and his Picassos.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, in this case, you might even be up there, I don't know, with like a Salvador Dali, like doing things just a little bit too abstract. Just like, is that supposed to be a human?
yeah. No, it's Bart Simpson.
Yeah. I wanted to mention this. So we had maybe I can bring it up here and then you guys can see it.
Yeah.
So
It's a cool
we
background, by the way.
had. Oh, it's the Baldur's Gate 3 background. Yeah, I'm a massive fan of Baldur's Gate. It's Baldur's Gate 1, 2, and 3. Anyway, I wanted to. What did I want to do? I wanted to do this. I wanted to click there. Did I click there? Did I miss it? Do I need to click here? There we go. 10 years. There we go. I wanted to get to the leaderboard. So yesterday I had a meeting with my manager, and I thought that it would be a great idea if we could get whomever was in the top 3 here, like the podium positions at the end of this, onto the live stream, and we just talk to them and kind of like an interview, like you would with, for argument's sake, a success interview, like a trader's interview, but our version. Like for argument's sake, the champion here is currently Brian Law, which is on Trade the Pool, but on Trade the Pool they can go and have an interview with him, kind of like his approach, his mindset, how does it differ from his regular trading, and so on and so forth. I think that would be a great idea. And then we can obviously have, in this case, contender right now, which is EP, and then also Mohammed Mustag. We can ask the two of them whether or not they would be willing to come and join us on stream. And and I have a little bit of information about this person over here, about EP.
Okay.
Yeah. This is a lady.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There you go. Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes. So, right now, doing really well.
Yeah.
Doing very, very good. And for people thinking that, oh no, women don't know how to trade.
Of course not.
Not
That's,
afraid.
that's a stupid take. That's a dumb. That's
It's
a dumb
so
take.
silly, mate. It's so silly that people have to kind of like put these divisions in place. But I would very much like to have any of the top positioned people on the live stream and just have a little bit of a chat with them. I would love to pick their brain.
Unfortunately, I'm not there. I think I got like 67% profit or something, but not quite.
You ended up being, I
9,900
think 665th or something like that. 664th. I remember you showing, yeah. Which is still good. Just not
out
good
of
enough.
30,000. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I started later. Like I went, okay, are we treating this properly? And the thing is, the first day you showed me, I hadn't opened the account yet, and someone, like we were saying, people up like 2,000%. I was like, oh god, dude. All right, I got to try and catch up.
So to give you an idea,
It's
the person
impossible at that point.
that was first had $4 million in their account.
Yeah.
You remember?
which,
I think we spoke about it yesterday. 1,510 trades for a total of 4 million in profit, which is kind of crazy. I just want to pick their brain and kind of understand from their point of view how they see competition trading versus actual trading, or let's say non-competition trading, barrier for entry, these kind of like. I would really love to pick their brain for that kind of like stuff.
Yeah.
So
I'd be very curious
I
as
think
well.
that'd be cool.
It's a good idea. Yeah.
As soon as Rich said it's a lady, LJ's eyes nearly popped out. No, a woman? No way. Yeah, I think that's gonna be really good because it'll give us a clear understanding of the approach, because you can see the stats, you can see the numbers, but you don't know the mental aspect of it. Like we can assume certain things, but I would love to get like concrete, like a concrete answer where they say, you know what, I don't care. I was just full sending every trade, and it's just like, yeah, but you have a 94% win rate, and it's just like, yeah, so I'm a really good trader. Okay, so how does that go over into actual trading? Have you tried your own account trading, personal accounts, prop accounts? If the answer is no, then I'm going to be like, oh, are you serious? I would like to see you do it on whichever account. Can you imagine that? And then see whether or not there's like changes to it. Bit of a psychological experiment, if you will. So yeah, I think that will be cool.
I agree.
This trade is cooked.
Fabian was saying before, stream from the match, LJ, no excuses. Well, maybe I don't know if I could really do that because it'll be very loud, but I might, if it does happen, I'll jump in on my phone and say like, hi guys or something and show you around or whatever.
And then get promptly kicked out.
And be like, see you guys. Good luck. You know, so.
No LJs were
Oh, yeah.
harmed in the making of that little clip. Him sitting there with a hot dog in his one hand, a beer in his other, or like, I don't know, like elbowing a beer and a hot dog, and then camera, and like taking a bite of hot dog and taking a swig of beer.
yeah. That'll be it.
What are your predictions for Portugal versus Congo? Oh, dude, Portugal. 5-1.
5-1. You just said a random number, didn't you? You have no idea.
5-1. I have no idea, dude. It's like, what's my prediction? I'm predicting 5-1 Portugal. Portugal 5, Congo 1.
Yeah.
I have been watching the highlights, though. I'm not going to lie. I have been paying attention to the highlights. And do you know who blew my mind? There's this goalie from Cabo Verde.
Yeah.
Dude, that guy saved them. He absolutely saved Cabo Verde.
Yeah. Yeah, fair. I haven't watched all the games,
this guy.
but
Vohina or Vozina.
let me
Dude,
look it up.
Go
Yeah.
and have a look at it. Go and have a look at it. It is so good. Ronaldo 7-1, you say? Okay, so you think Ronaldo is gonna have? He's 40. Yeah.
Oh, I did. Yeah, no, actually, yes, I did see this guy. I
Insane.
saw like a clip about it. Yeah, and yeah, dude, he saved that many
Insane.
goals. Just
Yes.
Yeah.
He was the wall. Yeah, that goalie was pretty amazing. Like, legitimately. They were on
Yes.
his goal box so much, and he was just all over the place. And I was like, wow, that was a really good save. Next save, wow, that was an even better save. And it just kept getting better. I was like, what is going on here? Like, this guy is so good.
I did see that. That guy was badass.
Yeah, that is legitimately badass. I enjoy
And yeah,
that.
what he's 6'2".
40.
So yeah, he's got the height and the reach.
And the reach,
you know?
but like still
Yeah.
40 years old, mate. He's one of the
dude,
oldest
that's big.
participants. And some of the goals that he saved, it didn't even look like the striker had a chance of hitting the goal
Yeah.
with him in the way. It wasn't like, oh, that was a close shave. Here comes the ball, and he's just like hitting it. No, he actually had like full hand, like just got it. It's my ball.
Yeah.
No,
Mine.
yeah, mine.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
so good. I was thoroughly entertained by him, and I'm voting for South Korea as they're my dark horse team to win.
Dude, what about Australia or New Zealand? Come on.
No, they've already got someone voting for them, which is you. So South Korea is my team, dark horse team, and that goalie from Cabo Verde is like my player of. Like, I want to watch them play again, just for the hell of it.
Yeah, that's fair. We won't get the whole way, but we'll make a good distance. Like I was saying, we just need to beat the US and whatever. That's fine. That's all we care about now. That guy that was trash talking Australia in the US has become enemy number one. Right?
Public enemy number one.
Yeah. Interesting stat though. New Zealand has not lost a game in a World Cup for 44 years.
Yeah, but that's because they haven't been in the World Cup in the last 37 years.
No, they have. They've been throughout, but they've only ever drawn. So then they haven't made it to the next round because of draws. But that's just a cool random stat. It's like, oh, fair enough. You know, you've had
We're
wins
not great.
or draws.
We're not great, but we ain't shite either. You know, that's what New Zealand was probably saying. It's like, yeah, we're not bad. We're not bad. We're not great, but we're not bad. I I don't watch football, to be dead honest with you.
Yes.
Rugby. I like rugby. I like American football. I like esports, that kind of like stuff. Not a fan. Or I won't watch football. However, the World Cup has always entertained me enough that I'm willing to give it a watch more. Yeah. No, Rich, not that
fair.
mean.
That's kind of like state of origin, like you were talking about, right? So a lot of people that don't watch rugby league traditionally, you always watch state of origin every year. Yeah. So same with like girls that obviously don't follow rugby, but state of origin, everyone gets hyped up. So yeah.
Yeah, I think it's where you grow up. It's definitely colloquial. It's like it's your culture. It's in your area. It's what you were exposed to as a kid. So, but you do get these influences, like where they start branching into other countries.
Yeah.
Like, for argument's sake, America, which was like, no, we don't play a game called football or play a game called soccer. We play American football, which is derived from Union rugby, Aussie rules.
Originally,
Yeah. So
And it was-
American football is
back in
derived
the
from
day.
that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The history of it is very interesting. But if you go and look at, like, okay, so they refer to football as soccer, the same as we do in South Africa. But now soccer or football, the non-American version, has now become actually quite popular in America as well.
Yeah.
So it's just because you were not exposed to it doesn't mean that you cannot either fall in love or have a pretty good team or something like that when you start building it up. You just need that exposure, and then you can just fall in love with it and be like, oh, I love this, and then carry on going forward. To me, it just never piqued my interest.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Even with rugby league here, which is what this is, not union, it's league, right? Do you want to hear a crazy stat? Australian Rugby League, right, is bigger than the Wallabies, so Australia, New Zealand, and South African Rugby Union combined in revenue. All three of them combined, rugby league here, and it's about 30% more.
Jeez, that's actually quite a
And I was surprised. I was like, I thought it might be comparable to the three compared, or maybe a bit lower, but it's not just above. It's like 30%, 35% above. I was like,
Is that like their
Wow.
their annual investment in it?
no, this is revenue. This is like profits generated, and all the rest.
Jeez. I
Yeah.
would never have thought. I honestly thought that, let's say, Union Rugby would have been way more.
So would I. But I guess that's why Union's been on the downstream for a while. They're trying to pick it up now. So
Yeah. This is an interesting question. I know it's got nothing to do with trading. We are waiting for the FOMC and the New York Open and whatnot. But this is an interesting question. Who would win, rugby or American football? So it's understanding that they're not the same game. There is a lot of similarities between them. But American football is a stop-start kind of game. So there's pauses, there's set pieces. You do a set piece, there's a pause. There's a set piece, there's a pause. And the game itself is can be dragged out. So it is pretty much 15 minutes per quarter, and there's 4 quarters. So it's 1 hour of play. But that 1 hour of play can be extended with all of the time in between the set pieces up to 3 hours. So it can be 3 hours long. Rugby is a continuous output. So
no breaks, nothing.
the breaks that they do have is like when they're setting up a line out or a scrum or something like that.
Yeah.
But it's generally it is a much faster paced, more what's the word? Endurance. It's more like an endurance sport when compared to American football, which is stop, start, stop, start. It's like fast movements. And the other thing is, with American football, you have 3 teams. You have the offensive team, the defensive team, and the specials team. And these swap out depending on what portion of the play is happening. So if you are defending, it's a defensive team, as an example. But within rugby, your offense and your defense is the same people. So they don't get rest. The other thing is, it's way more physical. Rugby is way more of a physical sport than American football is. They have all of this armor and headgear and all that kind of like stuff, which incentivizes people to like really hit them hard when they do hit them. But they have, in my opinion, softer people.
Yes.
Because if you remove that armor and you have someone run into you like that, that's rugby. So physically, I feel like the rugby players are more agile, they're faster, they have better endurance. But there's one thing about the American football is that their ball handling skills, the ability to throw, their set piece movements, it's a bit more tactical. And I like that for that tactical side of things. So not the same, not really comparable. It's like comparing baseball to cricket. It's not the same.
I would say you should see just how many Australians that play rugby that then get immediately imported over to the NFL. I also had that option back in the day, but didn't want to move to America.
Oh, dude, you would have made bank. You would have made so much bank.
For that same reason. And yes, you can make a lot of money.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you can see case in point, and they look at these guys that come over from Australia that used to play rugby or AFL, and they're just like, dude, how do they do this? Like, they just get imported straight into the first div. They're playing on the field day one, right? Because they're like, how do you kick like this? It's like, yeah, we've been doing this our whole life.
Well, they wouldn't be drafted immediately. They would go second or third.
Yeah, there is like a progression thing.
College football players get preference with drafting, and then like rugby and whatnot, you would maybe be 4th string.
Yeah, but the imports, it's literally straight through. These guys are like 19, 20, literally off the footy pitch here, and you're just straight to America. You're like. And then they basically put you into college as well at the same time. But these guys are playing pro, not in the college league.
So the way that they pick things, the way that they pick things, they would definitely not go first in. It's not how their stuff works. They'll get into the training camps and they'll be 4th string, but they won't be first draft. They won't be in the first team. That kind of like stuff. It just doesn't happen. Yeah, because they get
I know what you're saying. Yeah. I can. Yeah. I forget their names, but I can find it later. But either way, yes, just like what you were saying with America, they got the pads, all that kind of stuff. And it's a bit softer because you can run into the thing with far more confidence that you're not going to get concussed.
It sounds horrible when it happens. Like it's like loud noises, it's plastic against plastic.
Pop your shoulder out because you got shoulder pad. Like you can, and they've got like leg pads on like their quads.
They've got
kind of stuff.
Shin guards, quad guards. They've got the like from like above the sternum, like rib cage up, shoulders, and then a helmet and a mouth guard.
Exact example. And they're like, oh, we can play rugby. Yeah, it's fine. I will tell you that the rugby league team, we had the Roosters, which are like just like a local team as part of the countrywide thing. So it's not like the national team. They went over to the US and played America. I think it was yesterday or the day before. They won 98-12. So we've done this a number of times. Like US, it's no shot. Right, the US is just not good at rugby at all. I had one of my mates when I was playing footy back in the day as well that went over to the US to play Union. Their team sucks. Mm.
They had one of the fastest runners in the World Cup. I think
for like the sevens.
No. Like the 15 aside World Cup. like the two
Yeah.
renditions ago.
I
They
think he
had one of
came
the
from
fast-
sevens. He was a sprinter
Yeah.
that went to sevens and then went to the
Yes.
World Cup after.
Yeah. Not New Zealand. An American guy. I think his surname was Williams. That guy was the
Yeah.
fastest. Holy crap, he was fast. But yeah, just because you've got speed doesn't mean that you can beat the big guys like South Africa and
Yeah.
New Zealand and whatnot. I think they lost like 104 or something to South Africa. Anyway,
All right, just give me 1 sec, Rich. We'll be back in a tick.
yeah, no problem.
Just gotta pop to the
To the little boys' room. Yeah, no problem, mate. No problem. I can hear Victor giggle in the background. Giggling. All right, so this trade that I took earlier, as you all can see, we eventually hit this break-even stop loss. So it's a shame that TP3 got missed. It literally was fractions, absolute fractions. And this would have then resulted in me having a positive day. But it ended up... Hello, Victor.
Hello. It's always a positive day as long as you can breathe.
Are we becoming sentimental, Victor? No, I was just pointing out, yeah.
Yeah, I'm. How are you doing? Let's start with that, Richard. How are you doing? I'm happy. to
I'm
see
doing
you.
well. I'm doing very well. I had a good night's work. I really struggled to sleep the day before. Just mind does not work when you don't sleep all that well. Had a very good night's sleep last night. Woke up this morning, felt good. It's just cold here at the moment, so I've got a beanie on. I've got a nice hoodie, and it's the dead of winter now for us. So
You look comfy.
I'd be snug as a bug in a rug.
Yeah, you look very comfy. Comfy to look at.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
Do I inspire
Victor.
the idea of comfort? Am I the pinnacle of comfort right now? I might be.
How are you, LJ? Queenslander. Is that a team?
so well, yeah, Queensland. That's the state I live in. So we had state of origin today, this evening, which is like a basically it's Queensland versus New South Wales, right? So New South Wales is where like Sydney is. Queensland is like Brisbane, right? And so each year we play this best of 3 match.
Rugby,
right?
I
And then,
suppose.
every 2 weeks apart. And it's like a state versus state, mate versus mate type thing. And the whole country gets big up with it. It's pretty much as big as the almost like the World Cup. But it's every year here. It's like a massive event. So we won
It's-
as well,
oh,
Victor.
Congratulations. So,
We were down at
it's
halftime, 12-8,
okay.
but we won 44-26. I think it was.
22, I
So,
think. Yeah.
22?
think,
Yeah,
And-
something like that.
And it's rugby, right? Just
24.
confirming here.
Yeah, rugby. So rugby league, not union, but league.
I suppose those are different competitions.
Different rules, different game entirely.
Different games. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm not
Al-
too familiar,
almost
as you
like
guys
you'd
can
have,
see
like-
on. Go ahead.
Futsal and soccer, they're like they're similar but different. So, yeah.
I suppose. Okay. All right. But what you were trying to explain is that this match, this yearly match, this is like a highlight of the year in that sport, right? That's one of those. On both sides, the fans get frantic. They get all hyped up on this particular championship, best out of 3. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
chaos. And we lost the first game, so we had to win this next game to go to the final, which the final will now be played in my state, right? So they do each of the matches in different states. So this will be the decider on the next game. So it's going to be
tiebreaker.
It's gonna be big. Yeah, the tiebreak. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's one
Yeah,
apiece. Yeah.
I see. It's similar to El Clasico, right? When you have Madrid against Barcelona played. They both of them same country, but they get all revved up on a certain game, and they do it over and over again, all over every time. I don't know how many times a year, but to them that is the match, even though it may not be the finals of the competition, but that is the match.
Yeah.
Which is always good to see how the fans when they come together. I mean that spirit in the stadium as well. I mean that's very moving for those who haven't been to any of these soccer, big highlights games or matches like Champions League and so on. It's an experience on its own. I mean, it's had nothing to do with the experience you have by watching it on a screen. Does not compare.
Yeah, it's a different atmosphere in of itself. Yeah,
it's a whole new game. I mean, as a fan, to be part of the stadium, the crowd, the roaring, you can actually feel it in your body as they are screaming and doing all kinds of vibrations.
It's that
The
rumble.
whole stadium, that rumble. That's exactly that rumble is actually you feel it in your bones. It's a very deep experience actually. Yeah.
So
It's,
good.
it's an addictive feeling. Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of addictive feelings, I was saying that this trade eventually hit stop loss. I am down 0.125% for today. First trade was a 0.5% loss. This one reached TP2, locking up 0.75% of 0.5%, which is 0.375%. Unfortunately, missed TP3, came up here and hit stop loss. So I am done for today. I'm not going to be trading during FOMC or during Trump's little talk time. So that's me done. And at the same time, I think I'm also done for today on stream, because I see that we have a lovely gentleman in the background, Mr. Samir, also ready to hop in. And Victor is here. So now Victor and Samir can carry us through to the end of the stream. Yo, Samir.
Hi there, it's Amir.
Perfect.
While we are expecting
Guys.
Samir's response, Richard, you're giving the good example. I like that. I like that a lot. Where is that what is it that makes you stop? Is it because you just had one loss? Is it the percentage that you lost that hit your some kind of level that for you is a sign you need to stop? What is it that makes you stop?
No, it's just that I want a very specific amount of volatility and momentum. And generally, when we have stuff like FOMC or Trump speaking, there can be uncertain amounts of volatility or momentum. And I don't want to be guessing if I'm taking a good trade based on good analysis or if this is a impulsive move that I'm trying to catch, like trying to catch a falling knife. So in this case, today is marked down as a okay day. One trade, the second one that I took, followed my plan entirely. So that's great. That is a green check mark for me for that one. My first trade, I was a little impulsive. I jumped in on that one a little bit early. Gonna mark that one down as a whoopsie. So today is a one bad, one good. So it balances each other out. If I'm gonna try and take back this little bit that I had lost, it can potentially lead to more losses, and that's going to be probably the outcome, because I would then want to try and trade emotionally instead of analyze and think of it logically as I'm trading. So this is me just deciding, you know what is to come next is probably not going to be what I would be looking for in terms of my trading. So I think it's just best that I step away and do something else.
I think it's an amazing example. I'm looking for the right word while you were explaining, and I'm still looking for it as I'm talking right now. But that idea, that attitude of less is more of about being reserved, conservative about it, instead of going for it all the way and pushing for the last drop and squeezing the lemon to its last drop, is something that resonates with me. How I see success. Success to me, at least in Forex, is not by being too eager, by pushing the day, it's actually by being selective, by being conservative and having being more eager to say I'm gonna wait instead I'm gonna wing it. I'm just gonna try it out. That to me is the opposite, right? When I try, I gamble it, so to speak. I don't have the complete checklist checked, all the criteria is met. That's typically when things start going south, and whenever even if I skip a day, skip a trade, lower my risk. That's the period where I thrive. It sounds contradictory, but the slower I go, the faster I reach my goals. And you know what, and what you only had a 0.125 percent down, and you said I'm stopping. I like that because that's not a number. A lot of people will say, it hit my max loss for the day at all. I mean, that would be just the beginning. But I like that. I like that, being very conscious about not only not focusing on the profits, but also on the risk that we're taking when we're pushing things and going for the extra mile. Do I trade FOMC or not? A lot of stuff probability. Yes, you can make a lot of money, but are you prioritizing risk or not? I would argue, maybe go skip it or lower your risk. It makes a lot of sense to me. I like it.
Yeah, for me, it's the idea of the decision that I'm about to make. Is this going to harm my overall progress? Not just the P&L, what I've done on the account, but like the mental work that I've done. Is it going to harm that? And if the answer is I'm not sure, then I don't do anything. If the answer is no, then obviously I can go ahead and trade it. If the answer is yes, that's a definite no. So it has to be a definite no. This is not going to harm it at all. In that case, I can then say, okay, cool, I can try this. But in general, if I feel like this is, I know what I'm good at and I know what I'm not that good at. And if I'm going to try and play around in the I'm not that good at this thing, I might do more harm than good. But yeah, that's just me. Anyway, I wanted to say to everybody in chat, thank you very much for joining us so far today. We still have another hour and 10 minutes left on the stream. Please engage as much as you can with Victor and with Samir. Ask them questions. Leave us a thumbs up. Leave us a comment if you want to on the bottom of the video, if you feel you would like to. And then share and subscribe if you haven't already. All right, Victor and Samir, I'm going to love and leave you guys. And I will see you all tomorrow for a last trading stream for the week before we reach the 1v1s, which is happening next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, which I'm very excited for because I'm seeing the thumbnails and the videos starting to come through and they all look fantastic.
I like that's that. Awesome. Thank you, Rich, and thank you for making our stream as awesome as it is. Thank you. You guys cannot see Rich, but he is in the background showing signs of, I guess, gratitude, you would say, and bows, physical bows, I see. All right. Samir, how are things on your side of things?
Actually, I was trying to log in and my Wi-Fi, I don't know, somebody probably cut it my wire from outside, any vehicle or anything, something like that. So I'm streaming on the hotspot. Hopefully it is fine. I'll get it fixed. So far, I think it is fine. Am I?
Well, you froze, but it was fine just a minute ago. Now you're back again, I think. So I suppose it's going to be...
Yeah, I think today it's going to be the issue because I'm streaming on the hotspot. Tomorrow I'll try to fix the Wi-Fi. I am sorry for that, guys. Yeah, so now you have to deal with it today. So
it's okay.
Yeah.
That's live streaming, right? We unexpected things happen, and we deal the best way we can. But we're two here today, so hopefully it will not be an issue at all. What are you watching? I'm watching EU, which I want to share something with everyone watching.
Thank you, Victor.
Let us know what you're considering for NAS, FOMC is today. We have no, we didn't have, this morning we had the pound CPI number coming in at 8, at least my time. And between now and then, there was at 2:30. I mean, that is 20 minutes ago. And orange folder news. Maybe I should put my screen on so people can follow along. Let me share my screen to begin with, since without that, it would be a little bit difficult to see what I'm talking about. Let me switch quickly to mine. And yes, so as you can see here right now, so we had the, at about 20 minutes ago, 26 minutes ago, we had the CPI, I mean, in the morning we had CPI on the pound, but in the dollars we had retail sales, orange news, and there is, in about 30 minutes, Trump is going to be speaking. So we want to be watching the news, I mean, the market for the volatility. But actually, the highlight of today is going to be when we have the interest rate given by the FOMC statement, which is going to be in about what is that? 5 hours almost, and 2 minutes. That's going to be the highlight. What are you watching today, Samir? Before I come back to one of the setups that I'm looking for on EU. What about you? What are you looking for?
So I am looking at US 30 today. It is looking very interesting for me. In the morning, I caught this sell from here. Let me discuss about that first. Then I can talk about what I am looking at now. Even I'm in the trade right now. Right now my trade is running. I will explain the reasoning behind it. But the morning trade, it was just the supply. Price came below, retested this area. And I was like, this support area is not tested. So maybe we can test this support area. So this was very simple buys. I took this trade around this green candle here. My stop loss was above this. And I was just aiming for 1:1, 1:2 risk to reward here. Amazing trade. Just was a good trade. Actually, it is this trade was taken on the future side. But I just got one account. And as I mentioned, I'm not touching the live account that I have with the 5ers. So I made a decent amount in that. So the trade that that is running right now is this sell. I am expecting price to go to the downside, and my trade was somewhere around here. My stop loss is this, and my take profit is I think 1:1.5, something like this. So right now I am in the trade. I am expecting price to give one push to the downside, and then of course we can continue this momentum to the upside. So I'm just looking to catch that leg. It will also indicate the third touch of the trend line. So trade makes sense to me. I'm in the sell here. So let's see if we get a pullback. That will be good. But overall, I am looking for some kind of buying opportunity. But this is just the buys. I don't have any entry pattern for that. I was having entry pattern for sells. So I took the sells. I'm in the trade. Stop loss, TP, whatever happens. So I am accepting that. And as for NAS, I do think we are going to cover this range. But yesterday, if you remember, anyone, if he or she was, seeing yesterday's live stream, I was focusing on this fair value gap, and price tapped that, and look at that. You can also watch the recap. I ended the stream with my words by saying, if anybody is looking shorts on NAS 100, definitely go ahead with it. Very amazing trade. I didn't capture it. I was noticing, I was just paper trading it. Why? Because I already secured some profits in, I think, this leg here. So I was not really desperate to catch any trades. But this is the fresh trade for me, US 30. I am in the sell. Let's see what we see. And let me give you buys on NAS 100 also, what we can do today. For that, I have to go to the 4-hour time frame. Okay, very interesting. We kind of tapped at this gap. We just wicked into that gap. Okay, this candle is having no wick. So if price came down till here, I will not be surprised. But for that, we need to find some confluences, what price can do. Okay, price took out the high, closed below, Yes, it closed below the body. So definitely selling pressure is there. Right from the resistance, it tried to reject. So I do think this is our top wick and we can go down. This is just the daily time frame right now. The story might can shift as we find more confluences. Where we will have more confluences, I will stick with that particular bias. Daily wise, I have to take this in consideration that selling pressure is there. We might can fill the gap. This is the point number one. This is the daily story which we are seeing. Let's go to the 4 hour time frame now. Okay, 4 hour, we tap that fair value gap, try to reject. Point number two, can this fair value gap be rejected from? Possibly we can see another leg to the downside. Can we do that? For that, we have to go more lower, try to find confluence to the downside. Now this is the 4 hour fair value gap. I will delete it. I will just keep this 1 hour fair value gap because this makes sense. Why? Because this is at least to the 50% mark. So I will keep this on. As daily is bearish, 4 hour is also kind of bearish. Can we expect move to the downside? Let's try to focus more on the lower time frame. Okay, this is the 15-minute. Now 15-minute is not bearish. 15-minute is showing this is some kind of upward trends to me. I am not looking at this leg. I'm just looking at this particular leg here. So 15-minute is not giving any selling opportunity right now. This is the fair value gap. I definitely will like to see price tap here. And then if anybody is looking for shorts, you can expect some shorts around this area, but for that also we need confirmation. This is point number 3. Do I like the shorting idea? It will make my trading some kind of reversal trading as per my VWAP strategy. So I want to trade continuations and I will look for buys at least till here. I know daily is bearish, 4 hour is bearish, but I focus more on the confirmation. Which side have the more confirmations? For me, 15-minute is showing more confirmations. We are rejecting from here. Trend is up. VWAP is bullish. Fair value gap is not tapped. So maybe we can get another leg to the upside. And right now we just broke this structure. I think we can just go right from here. Let's see if we do have any area which we can trade from. Okay, let's go to the 30-minute. We do have this area, but then the VWAP will be bearish. I don't think so. We're going to hold this area. Then we will like to, basically, I will like to find for shorting opportunity here. So now let me give you a few trade ideas. I have plotted my levels. I am aware about the rejections areas from where price can reject from. Now I need to see where I will position myself in this current market condition. So let's draw some drawing tool here. So what if we pull back, retested this area, show some rejection, try to go back up? Trade idea number 1 for me. What if we push back up, no retracement, and from here we started to shift the momentum, and I would like to play some break and retest type of trades here. Trade idea number 2 for me. What if we just impulse to the downside and this is some kind of structure retested? That will be the trade idea number 3 for me. What if price huge push to the downside, fill this area? What will I do in that particular scenario? I will I will not trade if we see that kind of momentum. So these 3 trade ideas make sense to me. Now we need to find the confirmations once that trade idea happens. So let's see where price trades in this particular NYSE session. We are still like 26 minutes away. So this is the trade ideas for me. Let's see what we get now. We need a solid confirmation. And for me, I go to the 1-minute time frame. I look at some patterns. I look at some market structure shift. And that's how I take my trades. So these are a few trade ideas, as I mentioned. Now we have to just wait and see what price does until something is making sense to us or me, and then I can act upon it. So that's it for NAS. US30, I'm still in sells, and let's do a breakdown of this also. Actually, as I'm in sells, I wouldn't advise anyone to enter in the midway. Let me delete this thing. So US30, as VWAP is bearish, I will like to short this pattern here. If we break this here, of course I will not enter the trade because I'm already in the trade. If we break this pattern, I'm expecting price to at least tap this area. So if you break out of this pattern, you can take a short here. Stop loss can be here. You can easily squeeze 1:1.5 here. This is trade idea number one for me. So what if NYSE open, huge momentum to the downside, we tap these areas, that can be a buying trade also for me. Why? Because trend is already up here. I will just draw my Fibonacci here. 70% is the area where I will look for longs. Trade idea number two. So I think trade idea number two makes the most sense. Why? Because trend is also to the upside. Of course, VWAP thing will not be aligned with this particular scenario, but these legs have most amount of confidence. If I talk about my trading, I have most kind of confidence in these kind of trading, these kind of legs. So this will be the buying area for me, and I think this is the only trade that I will be waiting on. If we talk about US 30, to me, I consider this as A plus trade. If that happen, if price just impulse to the upside, no trade for me. I'm not interested in selling from here. I am not interested in buying this breakout. This is the only area where I want to go for. I want to go longs, and my target will be the VWAP. So this is the breakdown of indices. That's it. I'm looking for these kind of moves, these kind of trade ideas I have. Once it happens, I will give you the update, and let's see. It doesn't mean that I will enter immediately. I still need some kind of confirmations, and we will act upon it. If I see something familiar that I have traded before, and that is the most important thing as a trader. If you are trading on a new thing every day, you will never find that confidence. For me, once it get to the area, I will see something that I've traded before, then I will take the action. So that's it from my side, guys. And now I will leave EU to Victor. And somebody's asking about gold.
Yes.
I can give you my point of view, but I don't trade gold, so I will not be that professional when it comes to gold. I can give you my point of view as a trader, but I don't think so it can help you that much. So I will just give you one side of it. Let me go to gold. Okay, we are consolidating. Let me delete this. I'm just gonna go to the. I'm just gonna be quick here. Okay, we are on the resistance. This is a very beautiful triangle pattern. This triangle pattern is telling me it is going to break to the upside based on this momentum. But as this is gold, I have taken so many stop losses on gold. So I don't trust this triangle pattern. I think we can liquidate below and then we can go to the upside. So that is just completely experience based thing. Technicals, yes, it is showing me that it will go to the upside right from here. If that happen, yes, that can be a trade. But the confidence, I will have some confidence issues entering right from here. I will wait for one move to the downside, maybe fill this gap, and then I will look for some longs from here. Shorting here, not really good, as I have taken so many stop losses this way. So technical side, it is showing buys as I mentioned, but experience wise, I will wait for the price to come here. This will be some kind of liquidity move, and then I will start to look for some buying opportunity. If you break out here with the volume, that can be a trade. So that also can be trade idea number two. This is the trade idea number one. This is the trade idea number two. Only looking for buys. So yes, as this leg is having strong momentum, so I will like to trade in this momentum. So that's it from my point of view on gold. Now let's see what Victor have to say about gold and EU. I will not eat so much of the time. So that's it from my side.
No problem at all, man. We enjoy
Yeah.
as you break down the market. Let's see. All right, so I'm gonna switch back to mine while you're doing analysis in the background, and you will let us know if you find anything. Market is opening in 19 minutes, so we are. We'll have to see because the FOMC is tonight. The market will probably not want to move its whole movement before such a big news. So it will be probably, somewhat reserved, somewhat smaller range than otherwise. But still, it's the open, so it can still make some great moves. I'm gonna be switching to mine, and we'll go to at least EU and then later on perhaps gold as
Yes,
well.
definitely.
And Nasdaq, I have I can share a couple of pointers with our viewers. By the way, if you're watching this, it probably means that you're enjoying it, either for its entertainment. I don't think I thank you that you think we are entertaining, but or maybe you are watching it for the the sharing, right? The experience or some advice that we might have, things we went through, and that you can learn from. Whatever the reason is, and that's where I'm going to consider the like button. Subscribe if you're not a subscriber yet. So on EU, what we have is, the market is still right there in the, well, not in the middle of this invalidated bullish structure, which now becomes a bearish structure. That's this one on the monthly, but it is eyeing, or let me indicate it with an arrow. It is eyeing the lower part of that. Once we reach that level, and I'm gonna mark it better. Once we reach the level, right? Once we reach this level, you will see that things can get quickly, they can accelerate quickly to the downside. So you want to be watching for that level, that 1578.2, which I'm indicating here. Especially with FOMC, a lot can happen, and whenever we go below that level, you can see the market, how it will then accelerate, have an easier time to continue lower. That's something you would want to be considering if you're trading this pair. Other than that, there isn't a lot to watch or a lot to talk about here. Let's go to the weekly. So the weekly, we are in the middle. Basically, we are at the holding stance or waiting stance. We created the bearish structure, went into the demand zone and bounced back again. And we're in the middle of basically no man's land in terms of the weekly, right? In between, so we can go either way. You can continue to retest this weekly order block right here, or we can come back to the demand zone to then push higher. Both of them are basically relatively equally probable to happen. Even though there are some patterns that we discussed here at the live trading room every day, which is this indicates, in greater terms that the market is likely to be pushing lower instead of higher. But there's an opposing position, or on the daily time frame, which is the reversal pattern that is very beautifully how the market reacted to it. Look at this. That's the power of these Quasimodo patterns. Look at the precision as the market comes back, bounce off of it. This level was marked from the day it was created, which is from the 2nd of April. Basically, actually the 31st of April, already we had this level. It was not the only level. There was another area as well. But you can, if you pinpoint it to, if you can bring it down to 1, 2, or 3 areas of interest, you've already eliminated a lot of misfires. So by the fact that we had the bullish reversal pattern that the market on the daily time frame respected and reacted on with so much precision, I would say the momentum on the lower time frame, right, the daily compared to the weekly, the momentum is to the upside. Even though we are in the middle of 2 areas in the weekly, and you would say, given the weekly, that we have a 50-50 chance of going either way. But the daily tells us that the the market is getting ready for that push higher, since we're coming from not any kind of area, but a daily entry order block on the quasi. That's significant. That's very significant. Something you want to be considering, especially and comparing to a regular fresh order block. The quasi wins in terms of power, potency, and hierarchy. So let's go back. Let's go deeper to see if that is true. Then what is happening on the market? If we go already here, you can also spot, if you have your eyes trained a little bit in TA and technical analysis, you can already start seeing the sequence, right? You You can see how we have higher lows from the daily candles and lower highs so far. I mean, this candle isn't closed yet, but that's basically, you know, the description of a triangle. Same thing as Samir was seeing, that triangle on gold. It's not coincidence. It's because the market is waiting for what? Waiting for all the different important news events on this week, but especially the FOMC, right? So they're waiting to see, you know, is it risk on, risk off, and depending on that, then the traders will position themselves for their direction. So actually, when the market gets like this, it gets a little bit trickier than usual. I mean, the market is tricky already. Period. You know, it's not easy. It's difficult because even if you have everything lined up, it's only a matter. It's a matter of probability. So you likely, not likely, but you still have a fair chance of losing that trade, even if you have everything lined up. But when you get to these triangle, the market can, before it actually starts moving, right, to the expansion again, it can fake out, you know, multiple times on both sides. And that is what makes it difficult, you know, how to time what is the actual breakout or breakdown, and when is it just, you know, taking liquidity on one side to go to the other one. That's the tricky part that you want to be aware of and careful with. That said, what have we got? So we have a fresh order block on the daily, right? And also a fresh on both sides, on the sellers and the buy side. But the last one that was created and retested was this one, right? Created more recently, so fresher, and we had an immediate retest, which is this area right here. I mean, even a second retest is still, that could be today or tomorrow, would still be looking. We should be looking for at least a little reaction from that area. So if price, you know, takes out these lows and get into that area, you want to be looking to see if price is reacting in the opposite direction. If we have that reaction, that reversal on the lower time frames, maybe on the 1 hour, some quasi, some double bottoms, or other, you know, divergence, to see that the market might be reversing back to go higher. Let's go to the H4. What do we see? You can clearly see that actually, let me zoom out first. We have, let's take a look. Yes, so we do have a quasi here. It's a little bit difficult to see. I'll try to see if I can, you know, expand this a little bit so you can see what I mean. We're coming from a weekly area, right? That's the area below, which is also that entry order block on the daily. That means that eventually probability favors that the market will be going higher through these levels, through the supply zone on the H4, and probably take out this swing high and continue. Who knows? We don't know, but the probability is favoring that. However, the market did leave. So if there's a movement before the news comes out, the market did leave this quasi behind on the 4 hourly, and it is this is the area. It's only one area, and it's kind of huge, but I mean, it is what it is. This is the area. If the market is going to have a reaction, it should come from, you know, this is the only area we have on the H4. So if the market is not going to go in a one shot, you know, the likely thing to happen is that the market will then have the reaction and push back either to the nearest, the first structure in the same time frame in the opposite direction, which would be this area, or deeper down to the higher time frame, which would be the daily, right? So I'm looking for the market is positioning on a weekly and daily time frame to go higher, but I'm still watchful to see if that's going to happen on a lower time frame, meaning on the hourlies on the H4, with something that I can take on the 4 hour and the hourlies with the minutes. So if we zoom in, so on the H4 we are in a supply zone, which we already had some reaction from, which is these upper wicks were reacting around that level. as well as the second retest we had. And the market did move away, but did not break any. Well, actually, on the 4-hourly, it did not break any structure, right? The structure to be broken was on the 4-hour, this level, didn't break it, right? So that favors for us to expect, slightly more probable that the market will push higher, because it did not, at least so far, hasn't broken any structure. If it would have gone before this level, let's mark it. This level, that would be on the H4, that would be the break of the structure, right? That market structure shift didn't happen. So as long as that is true, we should favor the market continuing higher into that supply zone, and who knows, maybe even going through it very quickly. So that said, that means that let's see if we can find a H4 order block that makes sense. We had the first, the deeper one, which has already been retested, fresh order block. These candles, they indicate a immediate retest, and this is the actual first retest after it had created that space in between. So candles not touching the order block, that already happened, and we had this first candle on the H4, which looks pretty bullish to me. I mean, I guess to you as well, right? That's little body, huge wick to the downside, a small upper wick, and that's after it hit some demand zone on that time frame. So if we go back, so that's one reason, and if you can notice that it happened after we hit the higher time frame. So we have the daily, it came back to hit the daily, but it came also back to hit the H4, right? That fractal nature of the market. You go to the lower time frame, you see the same theme, the same pattern happening over and over again. And then, if we go for our next confluence or next level, we go to the H2, there isn't anything, but we do have on the H1 a beautiful reaction here, or beautiful pattern. And those who know me a little bit longer know where I'm going with this, where we do have a neckline here. That will be the head, left shoulder neckline. The head breaks it, and price goes back to where there is one area here. You can see it. That's the H1 order block. There's a smaller one below as well, but we already can see how the market is reacting to this one. So this is the area that I'm interested in, and because I'm looking for the overlap, it was this area that needed to be touched, not the upper area, but the one below it, and that already happened in this move. So basically, you have everything lined up already. You have the daily, the 4-hour, and the H1 telling you all that this area is a great area. May not be the area, but it looks like it is going to be the area, and then that's for the buy setup. That's the basis. I mean, there's an area below as well. So if this doesn't hold, or if it wouldn't have hold, there's another opportunity or another chance for price to bounce off. And I go to the H5. I mean, not H5. I mean the 5-minute, looking for that reversal pattern. And you can see it on my screen. This is the quasi right there. And we already created that move. So I'm waiting for price to come back to retest something that makes sense on a time frame that is, aligned with the pattern, so that I can take that that trade. So I'm not there yet. I'm not in the trade, and there are multiple areas that all, they're linked to different time frames. So I've got all of them ready to pull the trigger, and if I do, it would be from the area after it is interacted with and signals. I use it. It gives me the trigger. I'll put my stop either below the whole structure or below the level that was retested and triggered me, and then I will target. I'll go to the hourlies again and target for the next hour. The first level we get here is the 1 hour we have above us. It's not a lot, and because we expect a lot of volatility for today. It's FOMC. Before FOMC, we don't expect a lot of movement, and with the release of the FOMC, usually there isn't a lot, but the hours after the release, usually things start moving, and in the 4 hour, 8 hours, you typically see the influx of power and pressure, and the market can really move. So targeting just the very next level on the hourly is not bad, but these are the moments that you can, if the market moves away from your stop and allows you to be open, have the position open when the FOMC comes out, then these are the moments you can leave a runner in either for the whole position or part of it, and actually target something on a higher time frame. Perhaps on the H4, I can already see that my screen. Are you listening? Can you listen? Can you hear me, Samir?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes,
I was going to ask you a question.
Yes, because I.
Yeah, you are frozen.
I'm indeed frozen. But I'll continue. It will probably take a few seconds before I come back. But
I just
these are the moments.
before you continue, I just wanted to ask. I don't want to forget this. So, are you trading this FOMC? So, do you trade in FOMC? I just want to know.
What I do is I take all my trades, regardless if FOMC is there on the schedule or not. However, before the
Okay.
news comes out, like 15 minutes before, and actually way before that, but at least 15 minutes before, I need to evaluate if I'm in a position whether or not I can leave it open. Ideally, if I'm too close to the position, I don't want to have that risk on, because it can
Okay.
blow up in my face. So I will have to close it. But if I have enough space between my stop and the current price at that time that I can safely leave it on, then I want to have the trade on FOMC, because I want to catch that move as it happens and actually get in before. Because with the news, there's a big move coming up. We all know that, usually with NFP, with interest rate decision. But the trick is, at the news, you're already late. It's I can trade the PA. Yeah, I catch the PA afterwards, but that's not the same as I can get in with a tight entry, hours before, as the market is moving, and then it opens and it continues in that direction. Those are the ideal situation I want to get into. But in order to do that, I need to take my trades, as they happen, as they trigger, and I need to reevaluate before the news. Can I leave this open or not? And depending on the distance to the target as well, I'll see if the profit, the potential profit, it makes sense for me to take that risk or not. If it's not, then I would just close it. So the answer is, if I have a trade on, I would leave it on, but conditioned to subject to a couple of conditions. So it's not always,
Okay.
and it's not never.
Okay. Makes sense.
All right, so I'm
I
back
think
with
trading
the screen.
news is risky
Go ahead.
anyway. So
It
if
is.
anybody is trying to trade news, please don't do that, guys. Trading is already very risky, and these things increase your exposure to the market. And the more you expose, there is a chance the more that you can lose. So try to expose less. That's why I say almost every day, try to focus on 1 or 2 trades a day. Less exposure, that saves you from losing more in the market. Winning is, comes after this point. You should lose less in the market. So yes, Victor, please continue. I'm sorry I interrupted you. I interrupted the
No
flow.
problem. No, you not at all. You saved me. So the coming to the target. So the idea would be to get into the one of these levels as price comes in. It's only idea, right? It has to trigger still, and even if it triggered, doesn't mean it's gonna go up. It just, that's the area. I'm right at the edge. It stops me out. I lose a couple of pips, and that's fine. But if turns are around, if it was going to turn around, then that's one of the great areas or the great way to catch them. So I'm going to be waiting for price to come back and hit that level, and then see if it triggers. But on the target, we have the next level was this, but that one has already been mitigated, as you can see. So I'm you want to be targeting the next level, the very next level that hasn't been touched yet. That would be the H1, which also has a bearish reversal pattern on the H1. Now that's an extra reason to take your profits there, either completely or partials, but to take some profits off the table when you have an opposing pattern there. And actually, because of the possible higher volatility coming in through, before, but more likely after the FOMC and the hours afterwards, what I would look for is, even on a higher time frame, the market already retested the lower border of that H4 quasi entry order block. So that's not the level that has been consumed already. If we're going to go up, that's not going to stop price. More likely it's going to be needing something else. So I need to go back and look to the left to see what else is there that hasn't been touched yet, or is just something on a higher time frame. And what we see here is that you have these swing highs. That would be the logical areas next, right? The lower area has already been retested, likely not going to stop price. You have the upper area of the H4 order block, which is much higher, but in between you have the daily order block, which is the top of these swing highs. That's going to be a much logical place to be putting your TP. The very next level outside of this range, which makes sense to me. If I'm going to take the risk of holding a position on through the news, which is a higher risk proposition, I only want to do that if I'm rewarded for that risk. So, it doesn't make sense for me to take, have it open and only to go to the next level. If that was my target, I would just need to close it, because, the risk is not proportionate to the profit I'm going to get. So if I'm going to, you need to see if it makes sense, not just putting it blindly 1 to whatever, 1 to 10 or so, but it needs to make sense in TA, right? If it doesn't make sense in TA, then there's no need to try it out, because, it doesn't make sense. So it would be something like this, and that does make sense to me to hold the position on for, some news that comes out. Much bigger, and it still makes sense. I'm not overreaching here. It makes logical sense. The level that we had before has already been consumed, and we don't have anything else in to the left. So it's logical to expect that the market will go to the very next level, which are these swing highs. And because we have a bearish order block, I would actually want to front run that, because you don't want that reaction on the H1 order block on the quasi, and you holding that TP and waiting for those last few pips to be hit. You want to be out before that happens. So basically, that's what I'm waiting for. And let's go to the minutes to see if we have anything. The market has already opened, by the way, and U.S. Equity market is, I mean. So we can switch to that as well. And as you can see, the market hasn't come back yet to the entries that I'm looking for on EU. Let's mark this with an alert. You can do that on just by right-clicking. If you're not too familiar, add alert on rectangle, in my case. And then, you put in your message, whatever that makes sense to you. Entry, I don't have to do anything else here. It's not an entry I need to trigger, but you get the point. So there you got the alarm symbol right there. So let's head to the NAS. Are you seeing some movement of your interest, Samir?
We are already moving to the downside in NAS as the momentum is there. I think we can flip that daily candle that I was trying to refer. I think if this 5-minute closed bearish, you can take a risk entry. Why I'm saying that? Because this structure, this 15-minute structure has already given a pullback. I will consider this leg. So if this is the lower low, this should be the lower high. So we are expecting a leg to the downside. For the more better entry, just wait for the 15-minute closure below this VWAP. But I think the 5-minute closure is also fine. I'm just gonna go with, let's target all the way to the downside, because we are expecting the flip of the candle, and we are expecting this range to be filled at least 10-20%. So this is 1 to 2 risk to reward. I'm gonna leave this trade like this. because the logic is making sense. So yes, it should continue to the downside. US30 wise, this trade is still on. Seems like I can hit the stop loss. It has closed above the VWAP. If it rejects from here, it is good. If it didn't, we are gonna continue to the upside. Why? Because this trend line is broken. This is the only area. If it holds, good. If it didn't, then I think we can test these highs. I will take a stop loss here. But NAS is looking okay because we have some confirmations. And what kind of confirmations we have? This, remember, this was a 4-hour fair value gap, this whole area. And now we have already shifted the structure, pull back again, expecting a lower leg to the downside. Is it my connection or Victor's? Because I'm using my hotspot, so I don't trust my connection. Let me know in the chat, guys, if my screen is okay or my voice is okay. Okay, I just took a stop loss on US30. So far, I am able to switch screens. Let me do some internet test here. Internet is working okay. I don't know why. Thank you, Keith, for letting me know. Thank you. All right, seems like there is some connection issues, guys. So I will stick with my trade. Actually, I took a stop loss here. I miscalculated my stop loss. I should have kept my stop loss above this area, but it's okay. I took a stop loss. Can we take a trade on NAS? Because I do have margin for today. I just lost 0.5%. I can risk 0.5%. Okay. We are retesting this. I think let me go to the 1 minute time frame and try to see what is going on. I think we can take a trade on NAS. I'll just try to risk some amount on NAS. Okay, I just took a trade on NAS also because the analogy is making sense. It has already made the lower high as I was referring to. So we should see a leg to the downside. Now let's see if our analysis is valid or it is not. We will get to know about it in a couple of minutes because we are, trading a session. We are not swing trading. So I'm just setting my take profits and all on my platform.
What's your entry?
It is right here as 5-minute closed. I wanted to enter at that fair value gap, but got a little bit worse entry, but it's okay. I could have entered at this fair value gap, but it's fine. Okay, my entry is right at the close of this candle, and my stop loss is something like this, and I'm targeting all the way to flip that daily candle. US30 took a stop loss. This trend line is broken. This area didn't got a hold, so took a stop loss. Now only relying on NAS. Yeah, story is making perfect sense. If it is good analysis, it should continue to the downside. If it is not, then we cannot do anything. We can just follow our story, what we have made, what I have made basically, because this is the trade that I have just taken. So yeah, let's see now. I think my TP is a little bit above, something like this, the support area, but definitely we can fill this gap. I do believe. Why? Because look at the momentum. This is impulsive move. This whole is correction. I'm expecting another impulse to the downside.
Yeah, so, makes a lot of sense.
US30 is not good because we have broken this trend line. We don't know if this is liquidity price comes down. The only trade today was NAS. I think the 5-minute has also closed, and so far we closed below the VWAP and right at the support. Actually, if it would have closed below the support, that would have been better, but still it's fine. Going to the 1 minute, made a structure, did a breakout. Yeah, it's okay. Now let's wait for some time. Let's see how this session treat us. Yeah. This is the last trade that I'll be taking. If this is a loss, I'll be losing like 1% for the day. I risk 0.5% here. 0.5% was risked on US 30. Yeah.
How many days do you still have for that huge payout you're waiting for?
It is. Let me see the my terminal here. Oh wait, I just have to log in. Wait.
If you need to switch to mine, you can do that. That's fine.
Okay, I'm just gonna stop sharing, and I can share that screen where the my account details are. Not the username and password, but just the stats.
And your
I'm just gonna
address
stop
and your
sharing now.
bank account and all of those details, right?
No, I'll just you know what? I'll just take a screenshot so that I don't do a mistake.
That's a very wise
Okay.
thing. Once the
Yes, I'm
genie is
taking a
out of the
screenshot
bottle.
now.
All right, so the U.S. Open has been open for 12 minutes now, and it is. Let's take a look at. Let me see if I can indicate this. You are on the 3-minute. Okay. The hourly. I'll switch to mine in the meantime. I think we lost connection with Samir. Samir will be back in a short while. In the meantime, I'll cover. All right, so on the higher time frame, there is really not a lot to look at other than that we have such a big run, and the current monthly level, monthly candle, I mean, is looking nicely bullish now. But we're only halfway through it, so it doesn't mean that much. On the weekly, we are seeing that we are retesting a bearish structure. And not only that, we also were, yesterday we were talking about this, the level, the monthly high that we seem to be having difficulty to hold, that has pushed. We failed at claiming and holding that level, and we broke back. That was yesterday's price action. To go to the daily, is still looking bullish. I mean, with that gap up we had, if the market can start pushing higher, it's going to look increasingly bullish, meaning we could be pushing way higher on the, according to the daily. There's that gap, and there's always that possibility of price coming back and closing the gap before it continues higher. But to get a better direction of what price is doing, which side is having control, you have to go to the lower time frame. We have a quasi to the left, which has had a very beautiful reaction. This is the left shoulder, the head. That's the neckline, goes all the way down, goes up. There were two areas. That was one, did not react to it. And the other one, which is this bigger area on the H4, that's exactly where price went and turned around. That makes perfect sense so far. Now the question is, hi there, Samir. Samir is in the background with us. Will be joining us shortly. There we go. Made a lot of sense. Reacted there. The question is, are we going for that continuation to the next H4 level, closing the gap, which is why I have that TP there, or are we, is the bullish, are the things that come out of Trump actually he's talking already. Or perhaps on the Middle East front, that will push market higher, or is it something else? We don't know, right? Some AI, bull run as we have been having in recent times. So the opening range will be one of the first indication we have which of the two will be right. And as we zoom in, there isn't really a lot to look for. Right, price came back to retest this level. Well, it tells you why it bounces off of it, but it doesn't really tell you a lot more. It left another structure here, but that was pre-open, so we'll have to see what the open does to that order block. If you go to the H1, you can see on the H4 there isn't anything, right? There isn't anything here yet. It can go both ways. The impulse, Samir rightfully mentioned, is to the downside. So anytime we break structure again, let's say we break that low, it will be very tempting to look for that. After we break down, we'll likely be going to the next level on the same time frame, which would be that H4 below us. That would be roughly about 30,000 on the NAS, that is. If you go to the 1 hour, but before we consider that trade, if the market is able to recapture this level, then we're going to be watching this as, the market continuing. We had the consolidation impulse, a retest, consolidation probably, and then continuation. So both of those sides are, looking good, just in different time frames, and we need to be able to read what is happening after the open. And actually, just the open itself could already be giving you enough information to know which way you want to be trading this. So if you go to the 15-minute, this is the opening range so far. I've just marked it already. You have on the 2 hour, you have a supply zone above us with the 1 hour as well. And price, look at that. Look at that, how close price came to that. Not coincidence. So the break and perhaps the successful retest of that level could be your indication that price will go much more higher. And as well as the break of that level, which is a precursor of the break of that swing low. You can also see that we have a quasi. So if you want to be a reversal trader, then this is the area this is the best area to go long at. We already hit it once. This would be the reaction, the quasi neckline. If you know how to, to recognize the things that I mark. So that would be the entry order block. So basically putting your stop below here as the market comes back to retest this, to move in that direction. That would be the way I would attack it. This is the breakout way of catching the move up. And this would be the quasi way of getting in with a very tight entry here. Or depending on where it triggers, putting your stop below and then targeting. Of course, you're not only targeting the reach on the other side, although you could do that, or even the swing high, you're actually going for the next level, which we don't really have anything. If you look to the left, there isn't anything all the way up, perhaps to this level again. That's only, let me measure that. That's going to be something for easily today. Well, easily, very attainable for today. Perhaps you could, depending on, you could put it at that swing low, which will be on a higher time frame, the low of some candle, that swing low before the breakdown. That makes a lot of sense. That's a conservative part. And then perhaps this level. And eventually, depending on how explosive that move is, but that's going to depend on the, the FOMC and so on. You can even extend this to take out that high and so on. But it depends on, it's too early to say that yet. We'll have to go to the 15-minute to see if we are actually breaking and expanding that opening range to the upside or not. So both sides are easily in the game. Not easily, both sides are in the game for a a scenario. Short and long are looking still compelling on both sides. Samir, someone asking to go to EU. Let's do that.
Yes.
We haven't reached the area yet. We haven't been alarmed. We haven't been notified by any price reaching these levels. So there's nothing to do. At least I don't have anything to do. And I usually I have all my screens with the different time frames that I'm watching. But I don't even have if you put an alert, you don't even have to necessarily look at it all the time. All right, we have this would be the high on the 30 minutes so far. We have 10 minutes to go for our stream. Actually, today we have, just like we do on every weekday, we have a Discord session that you're all invited to come and watch and participate in. We give out 10 hub credits. That's $10 for a lucky winner. And but the value isn't the hub credits, actually. It is in that coming together, that sharing, and we hold these sessions to teach, to share, to learn from one another. Sometimes we pick out some questions and we actually spend upwards of 10, 15, 20 minutes on just one person asking one question, so we can go really, really deep. That is on the Discord channel, which is free if you're part of the community of the Fivers. If you have an account with us on your hub, you will know how to get in. It's on the left. There's that little icon on Discord that you can check out. All right, so let's take a look. What do we have on the 15-minute? We came back to retest that level. That looks very nice. I like that. Is it enough? Is it enough to get a move higher? Oh, I like this. It's not a quasi yet, but it is in my book on there. That was the quasi, and
now on NAS, my VWAP is flat, so I don't have any bias on NAS. Of course, the daily candle 4 hour, very tricky.
What does that mean? What does that mean to you if it's flat?
It can go to the upside or to the downside. Neither buyers or sellers are showing interest. I just barely missed my stop loss by 1 or 2 points, trying to go break even. Let's see now, as VWAP is flat, I don't know where price is gonna go.
That was a silent fastball on your profits. You're waiting to pull out.
Yeah, it is 8 days.
No one saw it.
I thought I shared the other screen, but as I was talking about, anyways. So I think it is 6 days left for the payout.
Okay.
Yeah, it is 8 days I've spent on the live account.
Nice. Very beautiful. Samir, congratulations on that nice payout coming to you. And you're doing the right thing, right? Parking it, making sure that you get your payout, you get paid out before you continue risking on that account. I like that. I like that very much.
Yes.
The thrilling thing would be to go ahead and trade again, get more profit.
Yeah.
But
exactly.
That's not how, at least not how I know how to make money. It's in being prudent, not about being.
Yeah, actually, some type of silly things also comes in mind. As I'm just $4,000 away from hitting the 100K mark, at once I just had this thought, let's just make 4,000 more and let's just hit that 100K mark. But I was like, I don't have to do it. I'll do it in the next cycle. So that is also the point. Yeah, there is no rush. I've tried that and it really doesn't goes well. Actually, I was looking at gold. I just saw a breakout to the upside on this trend line. If we sustain that, we can go higher. If we reject, I think then there is a different story. Okay. This is a very beautiful triangle type of pattern. If you break, good. If you reject, you can expect this gap to be filled. Yes.
All right, I'm watching NAS to get some idea whether or not we are getting.
I think you're looking for longs, right?
Well, both of them are compelling. I'm trying to read price action within the range, the opening range, to get an advance, right? A pre-signal, right? Something that tells me which side is likely winning, and I can position myself in that direction, even without knowing if it's actually going to break out on that level, on that direction. But I can get in within the range, and then marketing. What I'm talking about is this, right? This is on the 15-minute. This is the opening range. Whichever direction price breaks, will be what sets the tone for the rest of the session, and that's cool, dandy. That's great. But once whoever wins this is likely also be the one that's going to decide which direction we are going to go. And we don't have a lot to stop us on the upside. We don't have a lot to stop us on the downside as well, right? We do have an area here on the 2-hour, but you can already see that gap calling us to, reach that level. So whoever breaks, if it breaks the lower or the upper end, we're going to have probably, not in a straight line, but we're probably going to have a very nice move to catch afterwards. So and that's after, right? That's the second step rocket kind of a idea. But if you can catch something already inside, meaning something like this, you on the quasi, and normally you would be targeting this. But if you combine that with the hourly, the idea that they just posted, you can actually hold the position for the next level, and then you can get a huge trade out of it. That's my way of thinking. That's the way I trade EU as well, or everything else. But the same goes for the sell as well. So you can look for reversal patterns in this. I do see there isn't one in this time frame. Let's see on the 2-minute. Not really. Okay, not really. So there isn't really anything. It's not convincing yet, but I would be applying the same thing, getting on as it retests something that it left behind, and then targeting, preparing myself for that breakdown. And if it does break down, you're already in at the best position. You bring in your stop, and you just hold the trade on to not just the next level, but actually all the way down as far as you can get. And holding that position on for that bigger move. We'll have to see. I don't see a pattern yet. It's looking, of course, now it's looking it looks like it's going to break down, but we'll have to, it can keep on doing this for some time, meaning up and down, expanding on both sides, the opening range, and then come back and then expanding on the other side again. And they still don't know if it's going to go down or go up. Can do that a couple of times. So we'll have to see. Breaking down here. Let me zoom out. We have 2 minutes on the stream here. Let's check the chat if we have anything here.
US30 skyrocketed. I think that breakout was the trade for today. I was in sells. Can be a lesson for me here. When you see a pattern, I'm just talking about my strategy. When I see a pattern, and there is also supply demand type of thing, so that day I can avoid trading. So that can be a lesson for me today. Yes, I lost 0.5% on that. NAS is still running. I am now at close to 1 hour, but I'm just holding that trade to at least to the daily candle flip. Let's see.
That's going to be at 30,315 more or less.
Close to that.
Yeah. All right. Let's see.
Yes, a good lesson for me today, as I mentioned. Yes.
We can also see the outside bar positioning. It's not an outside bar only. It's the outside bar that was created by the opening range. So that gives it a lot more potency, and actually this would be the order block to be trading from. I know that's it may not never come back, and the area to be trading is coming back to that something within the opening range as it goes lower, because it usually doesn't come back up here. But that's where the extreme of where I would want to catch the move. And it's going to close in the hourly. That's a nice area as well. That it seems the market, if it closes here, the market has sort of made its mind which direction it wants to go. So now the next level that I'm looking for is price coming back to retest something, maybe that H1 order block, maybe that 15-minute or whatever that I showed you, all the way in the at the extreme, or something in between them, some time frames that make sense for the market to make the continuation. And that makes sense. It has the impulse we have here, and you can actually extrapolate that move to get an idea what is the measured move. So let's do that before this stream is over. That was a 703 move. So let's measure that from the highest point here, and that will bring us to roughly the lower area of that H4 order block. So that the measured move, the 100% move of this leg or this impulse takes you out to the lower side of the H4. Just to give you an example, if you catch the move down, it makes sense to leave something open to at least, approximating that level. You don't have to put 100% exactly. You can do it 80%, 90. It's better to do a little less than a little over, because, it can bounce before it. It can be, an impulse that's slightly smaller, shorter, but you want to be out. And I think I would just keep my TP right where it is, because that makes sense in terms of the order block. And I'm gone. Oh,
No,
the market
it's
is
fine.
gone.
It's fine.
I think I think maybe he did mean I'm gone, but it is, I think he means the market. The market broke down and is gone. So there's a
Yes.
comma missing there. But yes, I think it looks like it could go, but you'd be surprised how many times it comes back. It's very convincing. It goes away and then comes back and retests perhaps that order block we left right there, and then moves down. Something like this, that would be something, happens all the time. Price comes back and retests this, and you want to be on, that's the areas I want to be going short from. So after the market breaks down, after it shows its hand, I want to be looking back, what areas can it come back to retest in different time frame. That's on the 1 minute. This is on the 5 minute. So actually that's a bit more interesting. So let's mark that. Let's come back to that. So this is a nice area for price to come back. And I would be very interested for price, if it comes back. A lot of times it doesn't. But that's the area you want to be catching if the price comes back and you get some reversals and you target what we talked about, target all the way there or something in between. That's up to you. But that would be the kind of a way that I would trade it. It does look very nice here. And time is sadly over. Samir, I have no idea how it happened, but time flew by way too fast.
Yes, it is quick. Time is passing almost every second, every day. But we will be here, guys, tomorrow also. So don't worry. You can catch us with us tomorrow, same time, same energy. And yeah. So for today, we have to say bye bye to you guys. And if you haven't subscribed the channel yet, make sure you are doing that also, because it motivates us. And yeah, we will continue to bring new things to you. Right now, the competition, and if you guys don't know, this whole year we will try to do something new for you guys, so make sure you are tuned. With that being said, guys, I will see you tomorrow, and thank you so much for having me here.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And we have later on today Portugal playing against Congo, the Republic of Congo. That's going to be a great, and England, of course. You don't want to miss that. I'm talking about the FIFA World Cup. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you've probably been living under a rock by now. But all are welcome to watch our Discord. Come and visit us in the Discord community in about an hour from now. Also, catch us tomorrow. And thank you very, very much for watching us. Be safe. And till tomorrow. See you. Bye-bye.